Welcome, everybody, to the Dragon's Den podcast. Episode number 60 is live and on the air. We've got Brandon, Sir Spoopington III. Apparently, the Colts are cooked in the top right. Miranda Nicole, 84 on the bottom left, with a brand new computer and a new setup. She's ready to rock and roll. And we got REUNITE Guardsman showing the face from the Faceless Dragon tonight a little bit for a while here. We'll see how that goes. Matt's off tonight. I think he's celebrating his birthday week. So happy birthday, buddy. Hope to have you back on the podcast soon as well. We got a lot of stuff to talk about tonight. We've been off for about 2 weeks. We should have a couple weekends here in a row, I hope, where we can have some live shows. So hopefully we can do that. But how's everybody doing tonight? My name's Eric Hopkins, a.k.a. Joe, by the way. So, yeah. Forgot myself. Yeah, I got it. You try to remember all that. See how it goes. So, yeah. What's up, man? What's going on?
Not much, man.
Yeah.
How you doing? I mean, I know how you got cooked in the chat. That was wild, but other than that,
Matt did. Yeah, I had to get Matt in there too. But yeah,
Matt was worse. Matt was far worse.
My buddy Dan was in our private chat, and he apparently got Chat GPT to roast a picture of me, and so we got Matt in there too. I hope you'll find that funny. But I thought it was hilarious. But I've never had Chat GPT roast me.
For about 10 minutes after that started, Brandon and I threatened each other to do each other with pictures,
I was sitting there thinking about who all we could get it to roast now. I mean, it seemed like to be a common thread once it kind of started to look like it was repeating the same thing.
I thought about doing people I don't like and then seeing if people can guess who it is.
Hey, I mean, yeah, send out the roasting, and guess the picture. That'd be funny. That'd be hilarious, actually. We got our buddy Mike in the chat. He said, "Good to see what appears to be Aaron's ghost joining us tonight, as he'll randomly disappear out of shot." So it's definitely fitting.
Yeah.
as he's in Elon Musk's house, as we've dubbed it here on the channel before. So yeah, good to see him for sure. Glad to have him on here tonight.
Nice little setup. I know you played the piano, Aaron.
Yeah, you got.
No, he got his headphones.
Oh, he can't even hear.
Wow.
We're working through it. He said he did.
I didn't know you played the piano.
Oh, I wish. It's just for show.
Just for show.
Yeah.
Just like any other rich
person. So you got money. You just got a piano. Yeah. Don't even play it. You just got it. Like, what's that? Like,
I hire people to play it.
Oh, okay.
Wow. Man, play a little ditty for us, Yeah.
No ditty.
Yeah. Fair enough. Not that ditty, but yeah. Man, you're gonna get me canceled before we even get 10 minutes into the show. Like, it's a new record. Like, jeez, Louise.
Ditty's not invited to my house after what happened last time.
Last time, whoa.
Did he leave all the baby oil? What happened?
No, he didn't bring the baby oil.
Oh,
okay.
I'm kidding.
Aaron said, "Wait, yo, what happens?"
Hey, in other news, real quick, I had to go to Bloomington today, and you know what they've had to do?
What?
You know what they added to their stores?
Mm-mm.
All of their makeup is behind locked glass doors now.
I'm assuming Walmart in particular.
Yeah.
No. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, that's what happens when you live in a blue county. I'm just gonna say that. Anyhow, but yeah, we'll get into the Cracker Barrel stuff later, which probably be the last thing we talk about on the show, actually. But yeah, did you guys? You said you guys went to Cracker Barrel this week? Did you know?
I had to do a job there.
Oh, I got you.
And it didn't look much different yet, but.
Well, I did find out apparently it's only supposed to really affect like maybe 30 of the 600 stores right now, which to me it's like $700 million remodeling on 30 stores. Is that? I mean, I don't know how accurate that was, but if it is, it's like, man.
Was it you that posted that, Eric, about like how restaurants used to look? They used to all have like different identity.
And I got that look, or I got that photo for the end of the show. Yeah,
like we talk about it, and it's like I remember like Taco Bell was this brightly colored, funky looking place on the inside. One of my favorite McDonald's to go to back in Ohio was this big glass one that had the Moon Man in the front. Like he was sitting by the piano.
It's the world's most magnificent McDonald's. That's what it's called.
It's like 2 or 3 floors, 2 floors. Can't remember.
Look it up.
But like,
Something like that.
it had a ballroom and shit, like a play area. Like, it was the shit. You know?
In that one, babe.
Huh? They didn't have a play
It
area in
didn't
that
have-
one?
No, it just had the Moon Man playing the piano. And
Oh yeah, you're right. It had the Moon Man and the piano. But it was
every
cool,
field
though,
trip
like,
we went to, we
mhm.
would go there.
Went there for breakfast.
I mean, I don't know if this is what you're referring to. This is the closest thing I can find off the top of my head. The bottom one, something like that.
No.
No?
Let me see if I can pull it up.
You did say McDonald's, right? Okay.
Yeah, it
Yeah.
is a McDonald's.
Yeah.
It's
It's one
Hell,
in
even
Ohio.
2000s look better than today. Like, jeez, you know what
I
I'm saying?
know.
Like,
Man, in the 90s though, that was, man, again, we had all the cool shit.
yeah, we sure did.
Speaking of which, did you see those videos I posted in the group chat?
No.
About like,
Oh,
you know,
yeah.
anyone born between 1980 and 1989, you're in this weird time period, right? Because you're not quite Gen X, but you're not quite millennial, but you're like,
That we are
we're like
technically,
the
but I
lost
don't
generation.
identify as millennial, you know, because
I don't either. Like, I was born in 83. So like,
I mean,
it's weird.
technically
like,
I am, but just barely on the cusp, you know.
I don't
act
still,
like one, though.
like, we were still raised in the 80s, and you know what I mean? Like,
I think I found it.
Well,
Did
send
you
it to
guys
me
see
and-
that?
What's that?
Here, I'll just share. Can I just share
Okay.
my screen?
Yeah, that's fine.
yeah.
Oh, I
Yeah.
see. There's a video of it out here. Yeah, go ahead if you can do it. Oh man, this is the first time I've had one of the people on the show share stuff, but not me. That's interesting. Fun fact for you. Yeah.
It was cool. Like, we used to go there. Like,
You
when I
see
said,
it?
like, every field trip, we would go there. No, I can't.
Oh, my bad. It's my fault.
You have
Hold
to
on.
click on the tab that you want to share.
Okay, I got it.
There you go.
All right, there you go.
Oh,
Oh
this is
man, it's like a mansion.
Yeah.
Really? I don't think I've ever been to one of those.
And then I saw
It's
the Moon
fucking
Man
cool.
right here. Moon Man.
yeah.
Yeah.
There we go. Oh,
But the
wow.
one we had was sitting. The one in Ohio, he's sitting by the piano.
This one.
Okay. Yeah.
Nope.
Man.
Oh,
I
they
wonder
had
if that. I wonder
This
if.
one.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah, that one.
Yeah, it's kind of like that one. Yeah.
What kind
I
of
wonder if
McDonald's
it's still
you got? Was
fucking
that
there.
like an Ohio thing? What was this? I've never
Yeah,
seen
it
that.
said-
It was,
Yeah, it was,
well,
we had one in Ohio.
the headquarters was right there.
Oh. Okay.
Mhm.
Yeah, we didn't get those in Southern Indiana.
Yeah,
But,
the,
yeah.
there was a big training center and stuff there.
Yeah, it was freaking cool, man.
I don't know if it was like the headquarters, but I know there was a big one.
Okay.
Yeah.
Interesting. For sure. Mike said in the chat, he knows it's a little off topic, but have any of you heard of the strip search phone scams that happened from 1994 to, I guess you mean 2000?
2094.
Yeah, the most
2000.
well-known being a McDonald's in Mount Washington, Kentucky in 2004. Just absolutely unbelievable. I've not
No.
No.
strip
No.
search phone. Why does this feel like it feels like a joke, but I don't think it is. But I don't know. Never heard of it. No. I don't want to look it up
No.
either. Maybe you can fill us in,
No.
but no, I've not heard that before. Well, like, I'm guessing that's because of McDonald's that brought it up. But anyway, yeah. So anyway, it's an interesting way to start the show tonight for sure. So
Yeah, I
maybe,
don't know what the hell that is.
definitely not a joke. Well, I didn't think it was. It just sounded kind of like, you know. But anyway, that's just me. But yeah, we got a lot of stuff talked about tonight. Maybe you can fill us in on that as we go along here. But we got some pro wrestling. We got quite a bit of movie news. We'll start doing some clips for the channel. I think that way we can have some stuff on the channel for those of you who don't want to sit through like maybe a 3-hour podcast. We'll have some clips up on the channel for you each and every week of the show. That way it'll kind of hopefully drive some views and people can a little more digestible, portions of time on the actual video. So if we could do that sort of thing moving forward, I think it'd be good for the channel. But yeah, we got movies, we got sports, we got the whole thing. So you want to get started?
Yeah.
Yep, go ahead.
No, you're good. No, but yeah. All right. So let's do that, and we'll get moving. All right, we do have a lot to talk about, so I'll just say up front, let's try not to not waver, but linger too long on pro wrestling tonight or movies. We got a lot to get through, so we got to get moving. So let's go ahead and hit right into it. in WWE news and pro wrestling, we've got Naomi as apparently off of television for a while now because Big Jim did not proceed with caution, and she is, of course, now pregnant. So, thoughts on Naomi? Got a little bun in the oven, and apparently she's about 7 weeks pregnant. So technically, she wrestled a match or two, potentially pregnant, and she didn't know it. So hopefully everything will be okay with the child and things like that, and nothing was affected there. Obviously,
I was pregnant when Brandon tapped out, so it'll be all right. Should be good.
Yeah.
There you go. All right, good. But of course, that.
I'll tell you later.
All right, fair enough.
That's a podcast after dark conversation. I see.
No.
Got to pay the extra.
No, it was a legit wrestling around.
Yeah, it was. I was trying to be bravado and thinking she couldn't do it, and she was gonna break my fucking arm.
You can say she kicked your ass.
She did. Yeah. At one point, it came down to a decision: either I get tapped out, I get choked out, or she was going to break my arm. And I was going to try to strong arm her out of it. I was going to power bomb her right there in the middle of the floor too. When I stood up to power bomb her, she leaned back so far that I heard my elbow pop, and I was like, "Nope, not doing that." And then as soon as I set her back down, she squeezed so fucking tight that like the vision closed in on my eyes and I almost passed out. So I tapped out.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
Well, live and learn, I guess.
Anyway,
buddy. Don't do that. Let's hope Jim don't make that same mistake. But yes, Big Jim obviously had that little smirk on his face. Obviously, I'm glad they're both. I mean, that's awesome. I'm glad they're both happy. That's amazing. Sucks just a little bit because Naomi was finally getting like this really huge push with the Women's World Championship and all that sort of stuff. Which hopefully that'll be waiting for when she comes back.
A huge fucking baby face, and she'll get another title run. It does suck in that aspect because like I was enjoying Naomi and that run she was on, but at the same time, like everybody says, you know, there are more important things in wrestling at times, and this is it. They've been trying. She didn't think she could, and evidently they were very successful this time around.
Absolutely, no doubt about it. So yeah. Yeah, exactly. Now, obviously, that means she has to relinquish the Women's World Heavyweight Championship on Raw. Interesting photo here, considering she laid it on a Slim Jim logo, which is interesting. A lot of people were making some comments on that one, including Mike in the comments, who said Naomi had her little Slim Jim, and R-Truth in 9 months or so will finally see little Jimmy, if it's a boy, of course. So, absolutely, a little bit of an inside joke there for R-Truth, no doubt about it. But yeah, so that now begs the question. Who will become the next women's world champion? Now, a lot of people in the dirt sheet circles, as you would call it, are thinking that potentially WWE is going to push for Stephanie Vaquer to become the next women's world champion on Monday Night Raw. So, if you had to choose somebody, who would you think? Anybody in this picture, or you got another idea?
Roxanne Perez.
Yeah, that's a good one too. They've set up as well. Now that would even play more into the Liv Morgan thing whenever she's able to come back too.
Roxanne is the only way to go with this.
Yeah, I mean, I'd be down for it. She's definitely deserving of it. Obviously, what's that?
Is she depicted in here?
Who's that?
Yeah, she's the one in the back behind EO.
Oh, Roxanne. Yeah. She's second from the right.
I don't know who EO is.
Yeah, second from the right.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, there you go. So, EO's on the right. You got Vaquer in the middle. You got Asuka in the face paint and Rhea Ripley on the left. So, but yeah, it could be anybody else besides that. But these are the top candidates probably. Maybe not Asuka, but yeah, anybody else that I could definitely see doing it right now based on the storylines that they're telling.
Well, they got Asuka and EO.
Mm-hmm. And they're kind of in a little bit of a thing right now, too. So it's possible.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Stephanie's Valkyrie, as good as she is, she's not ready for that limelight yet. Like, I think story-wise and what you can do when Liv comes back, it's better for Perez to have it.
Mm-hmm. No, that's very well possible. I mean, I got no problem if they want to give it to Stephanie Vaquer. That seems to be what I'm understanding, and based on reports where they're leaning. So I'm not going to be surprised if that is the case. We'll have to wait and see what they end up doing with that. But I could definitely see that becoming a fixture, kind of like a storyline going into one of the pay-per-views coming up here. If not, maybe even clashing in Paris. But I think that's still a few weeks away. So you might be still able to build something between now and then. We also, speaking of Clash in Paris, we now officially know the main event of that show, or at least one of the main events. This show is actually pretty packed, which we're going to fully give our predictions for next week. So we'll save the other matches for next week. But the show's pretty packed top to bottom, as it will be the last PLE on the Peacock service before they make the move over to ESPN. The World Heavyweight Championship match for the title set in a fatal four-way match with Seth Rollins defending his title against Jey Uso, LA Knight, and CM Punk. Obviously, I think Seth Rollins is retaining here for the most part. Wouldn't be surprised, I guess, if it were to go one of the other guys. But I just think based on what they're telling here with the Vision, it makes the most sense for him to retain. But we'll get into that more maybe next week. But thoughts on the fatal four-way being announced on the main event?
Yeah. I mean, we know who's going to win it, but
which happens all the time. I think Forbidden Door's kind of that way in a lot of respects too. But that doesn't mean the show will be bad or anything like that. As long as it's a good match.
This match should be fucking crazy. But
oh hell yeah.
I don't see Seth not winning this match. So
Yeet, that's Uso, right?
Oh yes, that's Jey Uso. Yep.
Yes.
Yeet. No Yeet is Slim Jim, who we just talked about. But he'll be. He's doing good work over there with the MFTs over there on SmackDown and stuff with Solo Sikoa and all that stuff too. So that's also another storyline to keep an eye out for on SmackDown, which I've been enjoying too. Now that also means that we got an announcement this week of the new pay-per-view or new PLE that's going to be debuting on ESPN's new streaming service. And this PLE is going to be coming to you on September 20th from Indianapolis, Indiana at Gainbridge Life Fieldhouse. And it is going to be called WrestlePalooza. It's a new pay-per-view name that WWE is using moving forward, I guess, or at least for this year, at least. We'll see if they end up doing it annually, but it will officially be going head-to-head with AEW All Out from Toronto, Canada. More on that in just a second. But what are your thoughts on WrestlePalooza coming to Indianapolis? I mean, I'm probably not going to be able to go to this show, but I would love to, considering it may be the last time John Cena is on WWE in Indianapolis. I got to see him back at the Royal Rumble, so the sting's not as bad there. But thoughts on WrestlePalooza as a pay-per-view concept, and what are your thoughts coming to Indianapolis? Right up the road.
I mean, I don't know. Like I only heard the one match so far for this show. Heard it.
And I don't even think it's officially confirmed yet, but it's definitely rumored, which I'm going to talk about in just a second. So, I mean, I don't know. I think it should be fun. Obviously, WWE puts on good pay-per-views, in my opinion, nowadays. I mean, their weekly programming sometimes not as much, but I think their pay-per-views pretty much, do pretty well. But the thing with this one, like I said, it'll be the first one at ESPN. You're going to shell out $30 for the service to get this, or how no Peacock no more with this one. That'll be the thing, which is kind of I thought was not. Yeah.
So it's not on. So it's only on.
It's only on ESPN. I thought that wasn't going to take effect till 2026. Netflix internationally.
If I get a VPN, can I watch it?
I mean, maybe. Yeah, you probably could on a computer. Yeah, I mean, you could probably do it that way. Well, I don't know. If you have the Netflix account in the US, I would assume it would probably still work. But I don't know. I've never tried it.
Maybe not. I don't.
But I thought this was going to be in 2026 when they flipped over to this model. But apparently they're starting a few months early. So I mean, Survivor Series and everything else the rest of this year is going to be on ESPN, not on Peacock, from the sounds of things. So kind of a bummer there, as we talked about previously on a couple of weeks ago about how much it's going to now cost to watch all the WWE programming if you do it, the legal way, so to speak. But So
if you have the Hulu package or whatever with.
Well, that's true too. The reports were saying that if you own a cable service of any kind, Hulu, YouTube TV, that if you pay for ESPN on that service, you should be able to watch these for free with that service. So, assuming you have the ESPN package. So, if that's the case, it might not be as bad as some are thinking. But not everybody has that. I guess if not, you can buy the app. So, that is that option.
I
sure.
do know if you have the Hulu and Disney Plus, I think you get ESPN with it.
There are bundles. I'm not sure how that's going to work with the new streaming, but if that's the case, you might not have to worry about it. So it might not be as bad as some people are making it out to be when it comes to cost. We'll have to wait and see how that all plays out. Mike did say in the chat, this ESPN PLE thing has me all confused. I have Hulu with live TV, so does that mean I can see the PLEs at no extra cost? If you have ESPN through Hulu, I think you won't have to have any extra cost. I think. But if not, you may have to pay extra. Some idiot fan of yours has a birthday 10 days after that, entering the last year of their 40s. But anyways, winky face, he said. But I think I heard that was that WWE reached their quota on PLEs. They had to meet with Peacock, thanks to all the ones they had. So, okay, that may be the reason why they ended up doing it early. So that makes some sense, actually, contractually. So ESPN is going to get a jump on it. So good on them there. Now, this next part of the show, not trying to ruffle any feathers, but let me get through this before you kind of give your opinion on this now, because I know this has kind of been a bit of a contention in the past between us a little bit, and I don't disagree with what you have to say on it. But this is part of the news, so I got to report it, right? So yeah, as I mentioned, it'll go head to head with AEW All Out. That will most likely feature an AEW World Tag Team Championship match between FTR and Cope and Christian Cage, which we'll talk about in just a second. Whether you think it's a bit petty or underhanded, WWE has been heavily counter-programming AEW as of late. WrestlePalooza is the latest in this sequence, with WWE looking to put Brock Lesnar versus Cena on that show in Indianapolis. I think that's the show or the match that Brandon was alluding to there for that show. WWE is also looking to counter-program AEW World's End on December 27th with John Cena's final match in the company. And even reports of WWE hoping to prevent AEW from getting another television deal, even throwing out the possibility of promoting TNA as the second largest company in the world, because WWE right now can control TNA. TNA could even soon move to Wednesday nights, as a matter of fact, according to reports, to directly compete with AEW Dynamite. But if they were to make that move, WWE may inadvertently kill their TNA partner. So why is WWE doing this? Reports state that Raw last week earned about 902,000 viewers live and same day on Netflix. Remember, Raw is no longer on cable TV to get that extra cable bump. Dynamite is averaging 1.2 million viewers on TBS and Max combined. So as of right now, AEW Dynamite is now officially beating Raw and rivaling SmackDown in the overall viewerships. So that, I think, is why WWE is starting to do this little bit of a stronger push here. Now, healthy competition makes for better programming, as we've talked about here on the channel. I think we could all agree there. I say bring it on at this point. Tony Khan had even recently had some thoughts in regards to WWE's counter-programming, and he basically was talking like, we're going to do us, we're going to focus on our product, we're going to do, and that's the right answer to say, and that's what any good company should probably do, in my opinion. So let's just remember this as we enter into this wrestling war, and it continues to heat up as it is. Tony Khan did not fire the first shot here. Triple H actually did when he called them a pissant t-shirt company at one of the, I think, the DX Hall of Fame induction ceremony, right? Tony Khan has never counter-programmed AEW, programmed AEW shows with pay-per-views against WWE. He's never counter-programmed WWE with his pay-per-views. WWE is now counter-programming AEW pay-per-views. Tony Khan wanted to work with WWE when AEW began back in 2019, but WWE didn't want to play ball with AEW at the time. Tony Khan also allowed Billy Gunn to attend his Hall of Fame with DX, where Triple H fired that first comment. He also allowed Big Show and Chris Jericho to make an appearance in a video congratulating John Cena on his 20 years a couple of years ago. He also allowed Chris Jericho to appear on the Stone Cold Steve Austin podcast to talk about AEW. Tony Khan has tried to work with WWE, but WWE doesn't, or they want to be in control of the wrestling business. WWE bought AAA recently. WWE is also in control of TNA right now and may even purchase TNA in the future. AEW, on the other hand, has a partnership with New Japan Pro Wrestling and CMLL. They don't own either company. AEW did purchase Ring of Honor because Ring of Honor was going out of business anyway, so why not use it as a developmental brand for their future stars? Tony Khan could also have always put Collision, their Saturday show, permanently on Thursday to snuff out TNA, but they chose not to. To be clear, I love both companies, and I think everybody here can probably agree with that. But WWE is trying to put AEW out of business. It's pretty clear. But Tony Khan, AEW, and the AEW fans are not going to go down quietly, and I don't believe they're going to go anywhere regardless of what WWE does. I personally don't want a war. I just want peace and want to enjoy both companies, and I think that's the best way to go about it. If you're a fan, my personal opinion is best just not to add to this war and just let professional wrestling. Do you guys have any other thoughts on this? Do you disagree with me? What do you think?
Business is business, man. Like, you can shit on it all you want. Look, people are going to watch whatever pay-per-view they're going to watch. For the people who weren't going to watch AEW to begin with, they're not going to watch it. They're going to watch WrestlePalooza. So it just doesn't matter. Watch what you want to watch. Wrestling is wrestling. Business is business. This isn't Triple H's call. Like, I get what you're saying, and he's the figurehead, sure, but he's not the one in charge like Tony Khan is. Somebody else is in charge. This is all Nick Khan and TKO.
Don't get me wrong, they do have hand in it. Yeah, absolutely. I think Triple H has at least some say.
In the whole TNA thing.
Yeah.
No, he does not. The TNA thing, that's different. Like, why wouldn't you want to buy TNA? Hell, TNA has flourished more that their guys have interjected on NXT, and the NXT stars have been on TNA.
Yeah.
Not in the sense of they're on there with their belts not doing anything. Trick Williams has been more on TNA because his stardom in NXT was already risen. So why not take him, one of your biggest and hottest stars on NXT, and put him on TNA, where he's doing great for TNA. His fan base has grown even bigger on TNA, but it only helps TNA. You know what I'm saying? He's not using their wrestlers to shit on the other company. He's helping the other company in the same regard. Hell, Slammiversary, I watched on YouTube for free because of WWE.
Didn't they sell out like a big, like a, NBA type
one of their
arena?
Big TNA? Yes, okay. TNA.
And that's big for TNA. It is. That. Yeah, fair enough.
And it was a hell of a good show too, by the way. It really was. Mm-hmm. Just like me and Miranda watched the AAA show. On the AAA Triple Mania, it was fucking amazing too.
that was
Omos came back, kicked the midget. It was hilarious. But again, these guys, it's smart business.
It is capitalism.
AAA wasn't going.
I mean, it's competition. I got no problem with competition, and that's why I'm. At one point, and I hope I didn't come off this way, but at one point, I used to think, and I still feel like they're just trying to put them out of business. I understand that. But at the same time, nowadays, it's like, I think AEW is in a good spot enough to where I think they could take the competition. Like, if they do go head to head with them, they could put on a good show and just beat them out. I mean, obviously. Oh, go ahead.
But this forces the creative juices to get rolling. To be quite honest.
Yeah.
To be quite honest, both WWE and AEW, as of late, after they do one of their big pay-per-views, the stories are kind of shit. If you don't have a story going into it, you don't have one coming out. So then you're left scrambling throughout to try to figure something out, and it's just ass. As of late, they have both been just look. If you want to go, well, the wrestling in the ring, fine. When the bell rings, yeah, it's action, it's great, but there's nothing after.
Hold on.
Like,
just send them through a loop. Have them both playing at the same damn time. Like, whoever's going to go to these shows are going. The streaming services are the ones that are capitalizing on them both airing at the same time, because now people are going to watch it at a later time. It's like Brandon said, it's smart business.
Yeah, I get it.
But like,
if you've got tickets to AEW, you're going. If you've got tickets that they're not in the same cities. If they were the same cities, then we might have a problem.
My concern with it, and I get all that. My concern with it is, it's clear that while we obviously this gives us fans more options. That's what I want it to stay as. But I fear that, and it may not be all Hunter. I get it. He's more on the creative side of it. So the TKO stuff, but it feels like TKO, they don't want to have enough, mouths, places for the mouths can be fed, and wrestlers can have jobs and other opportunities. They want to be the sole monopoly, and that's a Vince McMahon. And I don't think that's going to change. WWE has always been that way, and it's probably going to be.
That's not possible. What you're saying isn't possible.
I don't think it's possible now.
No, because there's too many wrestlers. Like
that too.
Yes, and AEW is its own entity, right? Like, the only way AEW fails is if AEW fails. You get what I'm saying?
Right.
No matter what WWE is doing, it doesn't affect AEW. If AEW keeps putting on good shows and developing their fan base, they can't fucking fail. So
that's why I feel like this is pointless for them to do.
It is what it is. Like, at this point, let it be. Like, if WWE puts on a show the same day AEW does, may the better show win. But like I said, it doesn't matter in the grand scheme of things. If you were going to watch WWE and you're not watching AEW, if you're going to watch AEW, then you're not watching WWE. So, like, It is what it is.
And I love that choice does exist. I do. And not only that, DVR is a thing nowadays. If it's on at the same time or it's on demand or whatever it is, you can just go back and watch it the next day. I've done that plenty of times with one of the companies or the other.
Yeah. And one more thing with the whole AAA and TNA thing. These were two shows or two companies that have lost a lot of like TV deals and shit like that. So they didn't have the exposure. But WWE
definitely
at this
got
point,
more exposure. Yeah.
Every fucking layer. So like all this is doing is giving those fans of those companies more exposure to where they can watch their shows more widely. And it gives people the opportunity to see these things like who normally can't see them. Like I said, you know how long it's been since I watched a TNA pay-per-view? It's been fucking years. Like since Kurt Angle and the Main Event Mafia was in TNA, which was a long time ago. Like they still had 6 sides in their ring when I was watching. And like watching Slammiversary, it reminded me of like, man, TNA may have not been the best even when it was at its best, but it was damn good to watch. You know what I mean? And I never really got to watch a AAA one in English any fucking way. I don't speak Spanish. So to get one with actual English commentary, fucking dope. All right. That wrestling is crazy work. I would love, here's the thing. I would love for AEW to do the same thing since they already have the partnership with New Japan. There were things in New Japan that I fucking love to watch. And yet can't because I don't speak Japanese and I'm not navigating the website.
That's why I'm glad they've come over to AEW like for Forbidden Door and things like that. So that's great.
They're coming over. But like Forbidden Door, I get what you're saying.
AEW's gone over there too, though.
It's not the same. Yes. Well, but again, it's in Japanese. Like you gotta go to a third-party website to watch it.
That's why I usually just watch them here. You know, if they go there, I'll just catch up when they remind me what happened. But to your point though, like in AAA's case, I never would have known about a guy named Iguana had it not been for the WWE, AEW, or AAA acquisition. So I am glad that they're getting exposure.
By the way,
yeah, who knew?
Yeah.
Well, the little iguana thing is just it's growing on me. I'm not gonna lie to you, but
it's hilarious.
Did you see Finn Balor pull out the demon puppet, by the way, at
brother?
Triple Mania?
I laughed so hard when he pulled that puppet out. I said, "No shot."
I mean,
but it was
everybody
hilarious.
Everybody wants to say it's stupid, but it's no different than like Mr. Sacco or the Cobra. I mean, I think it's a little unfair. But I mean, I just want both companies to succeed. And to your point, though, to take us into the AEW portion of this here, Forbidden Door, apparently their next paper, which is tomorrow night, as a matter of fact, for those of you who've not, but apparently it's sold out. They don't even have tickets available on Ticketmaster anymore. So to your point, AEW is self-sufficient enough now to where I agree with you 100% on this. No matter what WWE does, I don't think it's going to affect AEW. Like you said, if AEW fails, it's on them. They did not focus on themselves. I just wish WWE would stop this and focus on themselves more. And part of this could be that, but it definitely feels like it's more than just WWE focusing on themselves. And it doesn't need to be that way. Unless they legitimately feel threatened because of the Raw rating, which I don't think Raw has to feel that way. You can get another deal where you're back on the cable, get that cable bump a little more, and not just rely on the Netflix. That's kind of your own doing. You chose to go to Netflix. So, and now it's not working out. So we'll see how that ends up going with their ratings. But in my opinion, I think both companies will be successful and hopefully we'll say that. Any disagreement on that?
No. Wrestling is
good.
Wrestling. It'll be there.
Yeah. Well, when it comes to AEW, we got the reunion, albeit a reunion based on necessity, between the former Edge and Christian, now known as Adam Copeland and Christian Cage. They look to be setting up a match versus FTR at All Out, like I mentioned earlier, in September, likely for the AEW World Tag Team Championships. The Hurt Syndicate look to be losing those titles at Forbidden Door, possibly tomorrow night, as FTR will likely pin one of the members of Brodito so the Syndicate can then drop the belts without taking the loss. Thoughts on that, first of all? Do you think
that
so?
Is stupid.
Well, for the report. Well, here's the thing. Remember the reports we talked about a few weeks back about how
I know
MVP
but at
and
the
all
same
this stuff.
time, do you think Vince would have bent the knee to some shit like that? Do you think Triple H would have bent the knee to some shit like that? No, I hired you to work for me.
Depending on the guy.
I hired you to work for me.
Well, I agree with you.
So if I tell you
sometimes,
this is but that's bullshit. Like, you guys are new here. You can't sit here and make demands just because you're Bobby Lashley. And much as I love Shelton Benjamin.
And who knows, maybe well, that may be a moot point anyway, because maybe we'll get there and Shelton Benjamin takes the pin or something anyway. We don't know. But that's just my prediction, because they did add Brodito to that match. It definitely felt like that's going to be.
That's the reason.
Yeah, potentially. I think we're right on that. But so we're getting Copeland and Christian Cage, at least for Forbidden Door. What was supposed to be against Nick Wayne and Kip Sabian, but because Nick Wayne has an injury, or unless it's a Seth Rollins situation, we're going to be getting it'll be Kip Sabian and the returning Kill Switch or Luchasaurus against Cope and Cage. So just kind of a nostalgia trip here back to 2001. These guys obviously have been friends for life. They're always going to be friends for life, no matter what happens on the screen. So yeah, thoughts on just Edge and Christian getting back together, or Cope and Cage, whatever you want to call them. I ain't gonna lie, I got a little emotional when I saw them hug together. I did.
Yeah, but like, I feel like it would have hit more if they were in Canada when it happened.
Well, I think that's why the match is happening there. But yeah, I get you.
Yeah, but I mean the reunion itself. You know what I mean? Like, it would have been if you'd have kept them at odds and then save that hug for the end of the fucking match. You get what I'm saying? Like, where they're on, but they're not even really on the same page.
Well, and to be fair though,
to
be fair though, at All In, they they didn't get the hug, but Edge saved Christian on that show, so they kind of did something on that show to further this. So, to be fair, they did do it on the biggest pay-per-view of the year to draw the story moving forward, coming out of the pay-per-view, like you were talking about stories after the pay-per-view a while ago. So in a regard, that I think that was fine. So yeah, we'll get 2 pay-per-view matches out of it. Now, Cage also said along the lines, after that, I can't promise anything, but I feel like in the next month and a half before leading into All Out, they're going to be, grow closer together again. Cage will become a babyface or something. So we'll see how that ends up playing out. But everything all out there.
Man. Cage, I like babyface at this point. After all the shit that he's done, I kind of enjoy him as just this asshole who's only.
What if Edge turns heel? That could be interesting.
I mean, yeah,
maybe.
As long as they don't start doing the 5-second poses again.
You know what? I wouldn't be against that, to be quite honest with you. But yeah, but it might not last long. It might not last. But anyway, Forbidden Doors tomorrow. Here's the entire card. We kind of went over it kind of in pieces a couple weeks ago before we know the full card. They added a Hangman Adam Page versus MJF, which Hangman kind of duped him into using his contract, and then MJF kind of duped Hangman into getting his contract opportunity back. We got the Kyle Fletcher, Hiromu Takahashi, who I'm constantly getting confused with the other guy, Tanahashi, Hiroshi Tanahashi, so I'm getting them confused. But then we obviously got the big 10-man lights out steel cage match with Will Ospreay and Kenny Omega. It looks like they're going to be out with some injuries in the near future here, recovering. So hopefully they don't do anything crazy in this steel cage match. They're probably going to. So yeah, just thoughts on this. Anything extra you wanted to add since we talked about it a couple weeks ago, since it is tomorrow night?
No, I mean, it's still the way I feel like it should be. Who's winning and who's losing. Mm-hmm. I think this Ospreay thing, if his injuries are real and they're like, I don't think he should be doing this, because if you further fuck yourself up, you're going to be out even longer.
Especially since it's supposed to be a neck of some sort. Yeah.
Yeah.
So we'll see. Hopefully it's obviously if he's not cleared, I wouldn't think they put him out there, but hopefully he'll just not do nothing crazy, or it's maybe not as bad as they're letting on. I don't know. There's always that possibility too. So yeah, if anything, I think the injury angle would be from Nick Wayne, because even though it would be kind of copying the Seth Rollins thing, but it would make at least some sense there if that were the case. Zack Sabre Jr. and Nigel McGuinness, that makes sense. Being the country, this is All In, things like that. Athena, still hoping. Which, by the way, speaking of women's championships, Mercedes Moné, now 9 belts. Moné, she won yet another belt.
I'm over it. I'm over that. I don't know.
I feel like they're going to try to get her to 10. But
I said my piece on that whole
it was a company like Discovery I've never even heard of. So yeah, it's time to back down that. I think we can all agree there. So yeah, we'll see how this goes. But I think it'll be a good show, though. I really do. It's a pretty good stack card on paper and ring talent.
If doesn't win, then what?
I don't know.
I'm not going to be thrilled. You know what I'm saying? It's twice, and then she goes back to ROH.
They've really been building Athena on the main shows too. So, yeah, I'm gonna be a little disappointed about it. I'm not nothing against Toni Storm. I love Toni Storm too. I got nothing against the gimmick like some people do, but yeah, I really want to see Athena. They got to put this to good use. Otherwise, I don't understand it either. So yeah, and I still want to see that Mercedes Monet rematch. So hopefully we'll get that down the line too. So yeah, last thing, not least, when it comes to AEW and pro wrestling, I talk a little bit about Chris Jericho. Apparently, his contract is up with AEW in December, so a couple more months, and he's done with AEW unless he resigns. So there are heavy rumors and reports right now that he is headed back to WWE. WWE potentially backstage is definitely high on bringing him back. Obviously, they know him well, but obviously him coming away from AEW is a perk. But I think they would love to just have Jericho back too, since he did work with them for many, many years too. And I think even Jericho liked on a post at the bottom here a report that states that he would be open to a WWE return depending on the situation. So are we looking at a potential surprise entry in the 2026 Royal Rumble? Is that what we're looking at here?
Maybe.
Yeah. Obviously, Jericho. One of the big reasons to go back would be the. What's that? Sorry.
He won't make it back by the time John Cena's done. So
no, unfortunately, it'll be after Cena's gone. But yeah. I mean, Chris Jericho is at the stage in his career too. He's going to be looking at a Hall of Fame induction at some point here. Mm-hmm. I got a feeling, and it'll probably be the end of his career, which that's great on him, and he absolutely deserves it. So I know a lot of people, especially now that's the thing too. In AEW, he was getting the please retire chance. I think that's a little ridiculous, but. Those same fans are saying that are probably going to love him when he comes back to WWE, like they, how this tribalism stuff is, and it would be the same thing if a WWE guy comes to AEW. So yeah, I just hope the end of his career, he's able to write it the way he wants to write it and go out the way he wants to. So, you agree with that? Yeah.
Yep.
Cool deal. So yeah, that's a professional wrestler. We'll get into Mike's chats here real quick before we move on, though. Mike also said, in all seriousness, and to be fair, Vince did used to have a habit of counter programming, but it seems to me like Triple H can't help but do it constantly. But like Brandon said, it's not all him. It's probably not mostly him. Fair enough. I should probably, because obviously TKO is higher. He's mostly just in creative. Again, I still feel like he probably has a say, but it may not be as big as I think. I don't know. I'll have to look into that. Any thoughts on Vince having a kind of programming habit?
Vince did it all the time. But it was fucking WCW. Because WCW also tried to counter program WWE. I mean, look, for 83 weeks, they literally took their show and ran it up against Raw and destroyed Raw in the rating. So
I feel like there's just shows after show after show now too. Like you run out of weekends.
It's hard to find a weekend where there's not wrestling on, to be honest.
Yeah.
It's starting to get watered down. You know what I mean? Like wrestling is, it's starting to be like it's too fucking much. You know what I mean?
Yeah, go ahead.
Well, it's like watching football teams too. There's so many teams you can only watch a couple.
Yeah,
that's why I don't want the NFL to
stagger
expand
them throughout the days.
That's why. I don't want the NFL to expand. Because I think that it's enough. College is out. I don't even follow college because there's too much.
But there's not a football team in every state. So
some states have 4.
True. True.
Poor Wyoming can't get a club to save their life.
Teams?
Poor Utah can't get an NFL team.
Yeah. Ravens go to Utah.
Yeah, for real.
I mean, they got Utah. They got hockey. Yeah, they got hockey. So
they got hockey. Yeah,
they got basketball.
Hockey.
Yeah, Brandon, I think
is it because they can't grow grass? Do they grow grass?
Brandon, your camera's out of focus.
I think she just needs to lean up because the camera isn't recognizing her in the back. I don't know. It's weird. Hopefully it'll fix itself. Mine does that sometimes, but anyway, we'll see. But anyway,
I complained to this earlier. Hold on, I don't know what to do.
Yeah, lean forward.
Yeah, it shouldn't matter though. It should adjust, but I mean, that's just one of those weird things. But anyway, Mike said in the chat too. Mike said, "Was Aaron a Jedi? His ghost is looking like one. I guess because he does have this blue faded look to him here. I don't know. It's interesting lighting. Strike me down. and I'll become more powerful than you could possibly imagine.
Yeah.
Like, man, wow, that's insane. So yeah,
No,
Jedi, he said,
go
ahead. Yeah.
Jedi goes to Aaron. No, but wrestling, like I said, it's just a lot at times, and it's like
in a weird, ironic way,
I
kind of makes the argument for WWE just taking over everything, so there's not as much to follow. You know what I mean? Like in a weird way, but we don't want that. It's just so you can't please nobody anymore. You know, we're part of the problem.
No, it's like it's too much or too little or not. You know what I mean? It's I don't know.
I hear you.
But I mean, I love it. I love the fact that these guys are employed. You know, they got jobs.
Yeah,
that's a plus.
Far more exposure. You know, that's a great thing.
Yeah.
It's good for their families and stuff. As well. Mike said in chat also, by the way, any thoughts on the possibility of there being medical malpractice in Hulk Hogan's death? Yeah, I don't know if you heard about that, but there was a report going around that apparently Brooke Hogan said something along the line, and I think his wife Sky also said something along the lines of if it were to come out like the body cam footage of like the discussion from the cops and stuff, it would change the narrative of the Hogan's death and stuff. And apparently even Bubba the Love Sponge was talking about how he had problems with an old neck surgery he had a few months back or whatever. And it sounds like if that's the case, yeah, medical malpractice could be the cause of Hulk Hogan's death. If that's the case, that sucks. I mean, because well, there was also reports going around that I guess if he would have stayed at home in bed and didn't go anywhere, he might be okay, but he might have also been pressured to go out and do the promotion for his beer company. So if that's the case, it could be a bit about medical malpractice as well as pressure from people he has to answer to for his company. So either way, that's a sad story all the way around, and I feel for the Hulkster. But yeah, any other thoughts on that?
Yeah, no, I mean that sucks. Like whether that's the case or it's a mute point at this point because we did lose him and he's gone or whatever. Like we're not getting him back, but if medical malpractice is the reason, that's even worse.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, there's a lot of doctors that are probably responsible for a lot of deaths these days.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, which is why I tend to avoid them more than I maybe should. But yeah, that's just my opinion. So anyway, but that's just a chance you take in life, I suppose. But anyway, all right, let's get into the next stuff here. We got some movie news, so let's get into that. Here we go. All right, so it's been a couple weeks since we talked movie news too, and we've got a few items coming out before potentially a big story next week, which we'll talk about. But as we mentioned 2 weeks ago, the second half of the cast of Avengers Doomsday appears set to be unveiled by the end of the month, with some reports suggesting this next Wednesday, August 27th, we could get the second half of that cast. So if so, we'll talk about the entire cast announcement next week on the podcast. But last week, Ryan Reynolds himself teased Deadpool potentially appearing in Avengers Doomsday on his Instagram account, and the Hollywood Reporter reported that Ryan Reynolds' Deadpool would in fact appear in the film. This could actually track as multiple teams are set to collide in the film, including, and not only these, there could be more for all we know, but the ones we do know about is Sam Wilson's Avengers. Minor spoiler alert for the Thunderbolts here. If you haven't seen it, I didn't pick the photo here, but this is one with all the teams listed. But the new Avengers, also known as the Thunderbolts, the Fantastic Four, Team Loki is the new one that we're going to talk about a little bit here, X-Men, and of course Dr. Doom's team itself. So we could potentially be looking at 6 teams colliding in this upcoming major blockbuster film here. So yeah, the teams in Avengers Doomsday with Team Loki is the new team that's making the headlines. The reason being is because all the teams in the film potentially are going to be seeking out Loki, as he's potentially, minor spoiler alert for Loki season 2, is sitting on his throne and literally holding the multiverse in his hands. This is what you're seeing here in the picture. Well, this team Loki could include Deadpool, Wolverine, as we saw in Deadpool and Wolverine and stuff with the TVA, Sylvie, Hunter B-15, Mobius, Gambit, X-23, and others who appeared in Deadpool and Wolverine film. Even some rumors of Captain Carter and Steve Rogers' Captain America as Nomad joining this team, as those two characters are currently time and not a part of the main timeline. So this lines up with the report from the Hollywood Reporter that says that do not expect Deadpool to join the Avengers team, though, despite being in this movie. So But all this could be for nothing, though, because apparently, even though the Hollywood Reporter said he's in it, Deadline, I should say, came out a couple days later and said that he's not in the film, despite what previous reports claimed. So right now, it's kind of a waiting game to see. So could be nothing, could be everything. But so yeah, we'll have to just wait and see if this big reveal happens on Wednesday. But if it does, we'll probably know there. Maybe the Hollywood Reporter just jumped the gun a little bit. That's kind of what I think happened. But thoughts on all this, on there maybe being a Team Loki as well with all these other characters, with it's going to be nuts. That's what it's going to be, flat out.
They're stacking the shit out of this movie.
Yeah, well, they're a little, not making the most money as of late. Even though Fantastic Four I loved, it didn't even do the greatest. So yeah, they're looking to hit a home run with this and Spider-Man, the next two coming out the gate. So all hands on deck from the sounds of it. I say, yeah. I at this point, it's kind of like next Wednesday they'll just come out and be like, yeah, everybody you know's in it. Let's just, even if you don't tell us, we're going to assume they are. You know what I mean? Like they're probably not going to tell us anything like Andrew Garfield or Tobey Maguire, which I don't even actually think they'll show up till Secret Wars. But we're even going to think they're in it until they're not. You know what I mean? So yeah. I mean, I'm looking forward to the final reveal, but obviously if there's other old X-Men characters coming back, I think, Hugh Jackman is a given and Ryan Reynolds as well. But even though Ryan Reynolds is kind of going through a little bit of a court thing or, legal issue with his wife and things like that, even stem from Deadpool 3 and Deadpool Wolverine. So yeah. Any thoughts on Ryan Reynolds and his legal stuff?
Legal issue with his wife? Are they getting a divorce?
Well, no. It's not between them. It's between them and a third party, somebody, an actor she worked with on another project. And I don't know the entire story, but I know that there was at least a claim that said that the Nice Pool character in Deadpool and Wolverine was modeled after that guy to make fun of him. And he's kind of taking a legal action against them. Maybe more than I think it is more than that. But so yeah, it's a whole thing between him and his wife more than it is him. But it's not painted Ryan in the best of light, from what I understand. So you guys may know more about that than I do, but that's kind of the
no, I don't actually.
Yeah. Our friend Jordan at work, she follows it like crazy. She would be the one to ask. It's kind of like the Johnny Depp Amber Heard thing, but not between each other, but it's them against another party. So
did they poop on this dude's bed?
What's that?
Did they poop on this dude's bed?
Oh, that I don't think so. No, but yeah.
He's mad because a character, I guess, resembled him and he got his head blown off.
I don't think that's all of it. I think there was more to it than that. I think that was part of it. I think there was a lot more to it than that. So yeah, but yeah. Didn't think we were going to go down that rabbit hole. That's why I didn't really look into it. But apparently I'm up to look into it.
She pooped on that man's bed. Like, I don't know what to tell you. Like, it happened.
Yeah. That wasn't the only thing she did.
Nah, it wasn't. It wasn't. It really wasn't. Like,
no.
I listened to that whole trial. It was fucked up. Like,
yeah. So much so that she ruined the Aquaman franchise in a way.
She did.
So, yeah.
She killed it.
Yeah. Well, that wasn't the only reason it died. That didn't help matters for certain. But yeah.
No.
But I ain't gonna lie to you. Deadpool and Avengers would be fun. I don't know how you're gonna make that work. That would be, talk about a wild card.
It would be. It'd be. I mean, we'll eventually get Deadpool with the Avengers. It's just this would be the perfect movie to do it in that aspect, though.
But even
because
Ryan Reynolds
have everybody there.
But even if he said, even like you give him the Avengers, that's not going to be good for Deadpool. So I don't know if they'll ever pull the they might. I can see him joining the X-Men, which he kind of already has a little here and there, begrudgingly. But I don't know. But I mean, but the way they did that thing in Deadpool Wolverine, where he was interviewing with Happy, you think that that's something they would eventually go, or like be an honorary member or something. Like maybe he helped save the world and he dies or something. I don't know how you kill Deadpool, but I'm spitballing here, so I don't know.
You can. It takes a lot of work, but you can because he has died.
Yeah. I would just hope that maybe he would come back after the whole reboot and everything. But then again, he has been doing it for 3 films, and we're looking at potentially 2 Avengers movies here. So that's a long time in the world of movies.
He
so
called himself Marvel Jesus.
Well, that's the other thing too. Like if he does die, I guess he I don't know if he'd resurrect, but at the same time, it's like, if he was to die at the end of Secret Wars, he'd be like Tony Stark doing the snap. I am Marvel Jesus. I don't know, but
Is there a Deadpool donkey?
Do they what?
A Deadpool donkey?
Oh, I'm sure of it.
Big.
Yeah, they've got I've got a Deadpool dinosaur
T-Rex.
pop. Yeah,
they got a T-Rex.
Yeah.
They got. I mean, there's possibilities out there.
I mean, they had a full-fledged, a floating head skull that was in a Deadpool mask. I mean,
yeah,
like there's all sorts of things you could do with it. So yeah, I mean, I'm looking forward to seeing Ryan Reynolds, and I'm hoping we get the whole gamut next week. We can talk about it in full. I know I'm nerding out, but at the same time, it's newsworthy. The one thing about comic book stuff is always news, all the way around. So yeah, that's what.
Yeah, so they did confirm. They haven't confirmed yet, though, right? I think we'll probably get the Chris Evans and Thor thing. Like we'll probably get those two for sure. But I mean, I would love to see Deadpool in it, but we'll see. Especially for Secret Wars, I think he's the perfect candidate for something like that. Mm-hmm. Plus, you got to pay off the whole "Why is Thor crying" thing. Like we got to.
I hope so.
We got to figure that out.
Yeah, I know that. I know there's a recent report we talked about where some like post-credit scenes might never get followed up on, but something like that, you can't put that in a movie and not follow it up on it. Like that would really be bad, I think. But yeah, so I guess we'll see where it goes. So yeah. All right. Well, there's a couple more movie news items before we hit the rapid fire. Let's see here if I can find the right tab. I'm going to mute Aaron because, maybe if I can, I can't. He's got a little one crying in the background there. But hopefully, there he goes. All right. So we also got stuff in the world of DC to talk about a little bit here. We got some news over there. Notwithstanding, we've got at least a blogger. It's not the best confirmation, but we've got a blogger who works for DC.com. Apparently, this blogger has stated that the upcoming 2028 dynamic duo film will take place in the DCU and will feature the origin stories of Robin's Dick Grayson, aka Nightwing, and Jason Todd, which we kind of knew that part of it. We didn't know the setting of the DCU part of it, but it looks like that might be a little bit more confirmed at this point. We'll have to wait and see. But the film will blend CGI animation with puppets and live action. I know it doesn't sound great, but from this concept I've seen of it,
puppets?
It actually doesn't. Yeah, it doesn't
sound like WWE.
Oh, wow, bro. Shame. But so I mean, I'll be interested to see how this works. I mean, but I'll see if I can find the concept and maybe I'll have to send it to you.
Are they doing Dick Grayson as Robin or as Red Hood?
No, Dick Grayson would be Nightwing.
No. Oh yeah. Wait.
You're talking about Jason Todd?
Dick Grayson's Nightwing. Jason Todd is who I mean. I'm sorry.
I'm assuming. I mean,
is he Robin or Red Hood?
I don't know, to be quite honest. I just know it's going to feature Jason Todd. There's no really reports on that. So you know more about the Jason Todd character probably than I do. The Robins are a little bit.
The only reason he became Red Hood is because Joker killed him, and it was fucked up too what he did. But he killed him, and Batman being, Batman, and he didn't kill Joker for it. What ended up happening was Ra's al Ghul ended up using the Lazarus Pit to resurrect Jason Todd, which drove him crazy, and he came back under the Red Hood moniker because he was going to kill Joker, but then he was also going to kill Batman because he felt like Batman didn't do anything to avenge him in that aspect, and he tries to kill Batman. Eventually, he could somehow or other Batman kind of saves him from himself in a sense, and he ends up joining the Bat family and still using under the Red Hood moniker instead of Robin because of that time.
Spoiler alert.
I mean, figure it out.
I know, right? It's out there, right? For sure.
Yeah.
Maybe I want to watch the movie. You know what I mean? Anyway,
no, I'm saying if you're not going to see that if they're doing it this way, he's not going to die in that. I mean, that was a totally different story arc where he dies.
No, I mean, it sounds like, but animation puppets almost sounds like it's going to be kiddie. No, I think this is going to be pretty dark. It's just going to be the style that they make it in. But either way, we're going to definitely be also getting more Robins with Batman Brave and the Bold when it eventually comes out, featuring another Robin, Damian Wayne. That one is going to be in that movie. So these reports suggest that the Bat family is already in the process of coming to the DCU. So I think that's going. We talked about the Super Family a couple weeks ago, so I think that'll be great. Other news in regards to DC, Superman, if you didn't know, is already available on digital. It was released only after 35 days in theater in order to give fans the opportunity to see it before Peacemaker Season 2 debuted this last Thursday. So the first episode of Peacemaker Season 2 is on Max as we speak, with more to debut in the coming weeks, and it is just as funny and just as entertaining as the first season. So if you liked it, I highly entertain it. I will tell you right now, there is a lot of nudity in the first episode. A lot. Just to put that out there, and it's not Cena as much as you might think, but so it's very funny, and I think it does do a good job of following up on Superman. So I do recommend watching the Superman film before this, because it does tie into it a little bit. So if you can find it on digital, I highly recommend it. It's a good watch in my opinion too. Still, in my opinion, the best Superman since Christopher Reeve. So yeah, at least on the big screen. So looking forward to seeing more Peacemaker, and so much so that even James Gunn was asked about Peacemaker since the show was coming out, and James Gunn said it was when he was asked about whether or not Peacemaker would get a movie, he said, quote, "I actually know the answer to that question, but I'm not at liberty to say under penalty of Peter Safran punishment," which is also his head partner over there at the head of DC Studios. So yeah, we'll have to wait and see if Peacemaker actually ends up becoming a film. I don't think so, but I think he'll probably show up in.
Do it, Peacemaker can.
I mean, fair enough. That's a good point. I mean, maybe it's kind of me just going, the TV show's working. I mean, but yeah, I mean, if you could do it, be it R-rated for sure, but they're not averse to that over there from what they've been saying.
But I think that's what it is. I think Deadpool kind of opened the door for these anti-hero heroes to be shown in their true, because if you want to be real, like Deadpool is the ultimate like anti-hero. Ultimate, like if anybody should be rated R, Deadpool and Blade, but Deadpool, you know what I mean? Like,
yeah,
Deadpool is just gratuitous violence and dick jokes.
What's wrong with that?
He looks so sad.
he does look so serious all the time, though.
Yeah, serious.
Well,
Miranda.
to be fair, the character does have a deep depression about him, which this show definitely does a good job of exploring. So that may be part of that. Maybe he's just acting, but some of it just could be he has resting bitch face. I don't know. I mean, that could be part of the problem. I don't know. We'll see. But yeah, so
we also look sad. He looks sad.
He looks terrible here.
I see it there. He does look. Oh
yeah. Yeah, that's all them years taking bumps in the ring. That's part of the problem. Like, I'm over this crap, man. But yeah, so anyway, but apparently there was also some little tidbits coming out from obviously, like I said, James Gunn's been doing the rounds with Superman releasing on digital and Peacemaker coming out. He also said that apparently there will be a lot of guest stars in Peacemaker Season 2 that will help set up the upcoming DCU. So that's worth keeping an eye out for. We also we already had Guy Gardner's Green Lantern and Hawkgirl show up in the first episode, tying into the Superman film, so that was great as well. And even a little bit of retconning from the Peacemaker Season 1, which I won't talk about in spoiler territory here. But so definitely go check out Peacemaker Season 2. James Gunn is said to also be trying his best, not Harley Quinn yet, but to potentially bring back Bloodsport, who was played by Idris Elba in his Suicide Squad film. So that may potentially be happening. And when asked about Harley Quinn from the Suicide Squad film that he made as well, he said he'll be letting us know about that in the near future. So I'd be down for Margot Robbie to come back as Harley Quinn. It would just be a Harley from a different
Suicide Squad movies, minus the Jared Leto shit, like that.
Right, and that's not James Gunn. That's a whole different thing. His was a sequel with Starfish or whatever that was. Starro, not Starfish. Oh
yeah.
But anyhow, so yeah, I mean, I enjoyed that film too, and it had a lot of his Guardians of the Galaxy, alumni in there, like Michael Rooker and things like that. So yeah, I mean, if they can get some of the characters back from that movie, obviously Peacemaker ties into the Rick Flag death from that film as well. So it is semi-canon to the new DCU, and the stuff that is canon will be referenced, and the stuff that's not won't be. Simple as that. So yeah, and we'll also obviously we got the confirmation that Gunn is calling his Superman films the Superman Saga in the new DCU, and apparently this saga will consist of 4 movies in total of James Gunn telling his Superman story. So he's got 4 movie ideas, and apparently he's already almost finished with the script for the sequel already. So they just announced a sequel for June of 2027. I think that is the Superman sequel with the Super Family. So I think we're going to be getting that very soon. Supergirl next year, and then the sequel in 2027. So yeah, I think that's great. And they're already talking about production possibly next year. And speaking of production, they were going through some like behind the scenes stuff of the first Superman film they just released, and this was one of the images that was released on the behind the scenes stuff, and it had a picture of Supergirl, Superman, and Krypto here, and like concept art. And underneath here on the very bottom left, you can see here what looks to be a concept art for Brainiac. So it appears Brainiac could potentially have already been leaked as the villain of the Superman sequel. So if that's the case, what are your thoughts on that?
You can't have Brainiac without having Batman.
Well, maybe we'll have a Batman by then. I don't know.
Kind of like
maybe
the whole thing with Ultron and Iron Man. The reason why Brainiac exists is because of Batman.
Okay. Interesting. Well, I don't know. I mean, that is kind of interesting then, because the last thing I had to hear on DC was apparently after Supergirl, Clayface, and Lanterns next year, the next priorities for DCU is the Batman 2 with Robert Pattinson, Superman 2, which we just discussed, and an undisclosed television series, probably all coming out in 2027 as they go into production next year. So, again, the more and more we go here, I know they keep saying Pattinson is not the Batman DCU, but as you just pointed out, if that's the case with Brainiac, you got one right here already. I don't think that's going to be the case. It would be interesting to see him mesh with the current DCU the way it's formatted and what they've been doing, which you'll see once you see the two with Peacemaker and Superman I'm talking about. So yeah, but that's the priority moving forward. Batman Part 2 and the Superman sequel. So a lot of Superman stuff early on.
Superman movie.
I'm very much anxiously awaiting what your thoughts are on Guy Gardner. I really am. I liked him. I think you could rent it on Prime or I think so. I'm not positive. But yeah, it's probably on one of them services for sure. I think you'd have to rent it for like $25 or something, unfortunately, though. But or just talk to me afterwards. We'll figure something out. But anyhow, we'll work something out. But yeah, definitely worth a watch in my opinion. So I'm excited for DC. I know we keep talking DC and Marvel a lot, but like I said, they're news generators. Love them or hate them. They've got something to talk about all the time. New news and stuff coming out. So yeah. All right, let's move on to something less comic booky, a little something different here. How about we get into the world of animation? How about that? We now know that Shrek 5 has been delayed from December of 2026 to June 30th, 2027. The film will now release in the exact same week as Spider-Man Beyond the Spider-Verse, the third installment in the Miles Morales trilogy. So the question now becomes, why did Shrek 5 get pushed back? What is it? I don't know, 7-8 months, something like that. A lot of people were kind of speculating it's because they got a lot of backlash on the design for the Shrek characters when they were initially released. Actually, the trailer for it actually got leaked, and a lot of people were not thrilled with the designs of the new characters, kind of making it look a little bit not quite like Shrek, a little more cartoony. I guess you could put it. I don't know the best way to describe it. You can kind of make your own opinion on that. So it got a lot of people thinking, is this a Sonic the Hedgehog situation? They got backlash, and now they've delayed it to go back and kind of correct and maybe redesign the characters to go back and look like they once did. Or is this just kind of something that's like, this is new technology we've got now, some 15, 20 years later since the old films, and they're just updating it and modernizing it. What do you guys think? Do you think they should kind of go back to the old look or stick to the new?
The old one.
Yeah. I mean, I see the point.
It looks too cartoony.
Yeah, you see what I'm saying? I mean, I think I can live with the new one. It's not as bad as Sonic, but when you put them side to side like that, you can see it a lot more. You know what I mean? Like,
it doesn't even look like Shrek. Like, I get that he's voiced by Mike Myers, and maybe because you know what he looks like, but Shrek kind of fucking looks like Mike. And this is gonna sound fucked up, but Donkey does look like Eddie.
You're not wrong. Now that you say it, and that sounds bad, but I get what you're coming from. So yeah. I don't know. I mean, I wouldn't think like a 6 or 7 months or 8 months or whatever long. What is that? December.
You think facial capturing when it got better?
About 6 months.
But it's like they did it with AI.
Yeah. Well, not only that, it's like you go back and watch a film from the late 90s, early 2000s, and you watch a film from today, CGI and, graphics look way worse today than they did back then.
Yeah.
It's like we regressed somehow.
Yeah.
I don't
And
know
it's
how.
weird.
I don't know if it's cheaper.
You're right. It's
what?
weird because but if you watch videos from back then, from say you watch a video from 2004, it looks old as shit, like dated, right? Comparatively to what you have videos now. But you're right, in the movie aspect, especially when it comes to CGI, some of it looks cleaner back then than it does now. Like now, you could tell it's superimposed. Like you could tell it's not real, even though you know damn well it's not real. But
of course,
you can tell it's not real. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, it looks a little cartoony sometimes.
Yeah, it's like it doesn't fit the background. Like the background is darker, but the characters are way brighter, so then they stand out more. It's fucking weird.
Yeah. So that's something we definitely need to work on. But I just can't. I don't know if, like I said, apparently it's 6 months. I just don't know if that's I don't know if that's enough time.
It looks weird. I don't like it. Go back to what it looked like in 2004. I don't like it.
Right. Yeah. I don't remember when the last one, it was easily like 15 years ago.
A while ago.
It's been a minute. Now I know they had the Puss in Boots recently that kind of
why would you want to put that out in the week of, because I know what I'm going to go see. Spider-Man.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. I mean, I'd probably try to go see both, but not everybody can do that. I got a feeling one of them is going to move. Like I don't think now the June. It's going where Shrek is June 30th is going into the July 4th weekend. So I get putting it there. I do. Because you get a lot of families who want to go out. And even Spider-Man, but it's like the Friday before or something like that. So there's not a much gap. I think there's enough room for both. I honestly do.
Yeah,
but they're just trying they're trying to hit that holiday, and I get it. I really do. It's a big moneymaker, no doubt. But it's either that or Shrek was going to have to contend with Avengers Doomsday. And they got out of Dodge there, unless Doomsday moves too. But let's hope that don't happen because I can't stand waiting any longer on that one. But anywho, we'll have to see how this goes. But yeah, Shrek 5 delayed to June 2027. Last bit of movie news I want to get into before we get into rapid fire. Something that I thought we'd talk about because I know we went and seen the sequel together. Apparently, no, you're not, mistaken here. You're not going to be. I don't know. I'm trying to make a joke here. I worded it wrong. That's the bottom line. Yes, you are freaking out, man.
Oh,
get your leader a cola right now. Right now. Screw that
right now.
Because Mother of God, we have the third Super Troopers is being filmed right now, ladies and gentlemen. So, yes, it is official. As of this week, they began filming on the third installment in the trilogy of Super Troopers. So, yeah. Big fan of the original, no doubt about it. The second one, I don't really remember a whole lot of. It only seemed
it didn't have as many jokes in the second one.
Yeah,
but it was still good. But the first one, because it was the first one, will always be the best one. But I mean, I'll watch Super Troopers 3.
Yeah, I mean,
and did you ever watch Super Troopers? I told him about it once, and I don't think he ever watched it. I think he said he hadn't seen it.
I don't know if he's there, but we'll see.
Yeah, probably not.
Chime in if you are, man, or Aaron eventually. So yeah, I mean,
no, I didn't.
Haven't seen it. Well, we'll have to have a movie night, man. That would be.
Sorry, the kids are always with me.
Oh, that's what they get. Well, I think they could watch. I'd have to go back and watch to see.
I don't think there's anything like crazy.
No,
like,
not really.
Anything in it like that.
I mean, there might be a guy who's got no pants on from the backside, maybe.
Yeah.
I don't recall.
That one scene with the shower and the hose.
Yeah. I'll have to watch it again. But was it a squeaky toy?
Yeah, she was wild.
That's wild.
Yeah, we'll have to watch this. But yeah, I wouldn't mind watching this though. This looks good.
When they put out some photos of them, they all definitely look a little older now, for certain.
They all got the mustaches though.
They all got them stashes on point though, no doubt about it. So yeah,
mustache ride.
Definitely. Just to be quite honest, before this week, I had no clue this was even happening. This kind of flew under my radar, and like I said, I like the first film especially. Second one, like I said, needs a rewatch in my opinion. But I think it'd be a lot of fun. I'm not sure if this is something I'd go spend money in the theater for though.
No.
It just the current time we're living in. Definitely a streaming movie, no doubt. Like a Happy Gilmore 2. Definitely check it out there. But yeah, I don't know if I'd spend big money in a movie theater for it. Just kind of hard to do sometimes nowadays. But yeah, all in all, though, if it's funny, I'll go watch it. If it's not, though, it'll probably die by the vine, so to speak, and not see the light of day again. But yeah, looking forward to it. So happy to see that they're actually getting it filming and on the way as well. Catching up on a chat from Mike here. He said, how cool would it be if somehow we could have seen Deadpool crossover with Heath Ledger's Joker? That would have been
God.
Man, who would have been the villain? Like, I guess Joker, but Deadpool, him probably would have not meshed well. They probably would have, I
tried
don't know.
to kill each other. And then when Joker realized he couldn't actually kill Deadpool, then he would just torture the shit out of him, but it would still be entertaining.
Yeah. But I'm not going to lie to you. I'd pay money to watch it. Unfortunately,
as long as we don't get Jared Leto as Joker again, I don't care.
I should say any Joker, not Jared Leto. Is he not the most hated Joker of all time at this point?
He is. Yes.
He's got to be, right?
Fucking hated it. And the thing was, he wasn't even on screen that much, but when he was, I fucking hated him.
Well, part of the problem was they cut out a lot of his portions of the film for time because Warner Brothers made him axe all that stuff. People have been screaming for the Ayer cut forever. And it's never happened.
Good though. Their adaptation of Joker did not fit. Like, if we would have did the whole Batman Beyond, right? No, that Joker was way cooler too. Nope, wouldn't have worked. Like, it just didn't fit. You know what I mean? And then his acting, as far as playing Joker, it wasn't good. It just wasn't good.
Mm-hmm. Did you ever see? Which I understand why you maybe wouldn't, but did you ever see the Snyder cut of the Justice League?
No.
Okay. That movie is better than the theatrical cut of the Justice League, by the way. Completely different, by the way. But there's I think it's a post credits. Either post credits at the very end where you see Jared Leto's Joker again, but Snyder's doing it in like this like dystopian future of him and Ben Affleck have a scene together. And it's actually better. It's not great, but it's better for Jared Leto's version of the character. So I enjoyed it. Maybe I'll show that to you or send you a link sometime.
I think Heath Ledger's version of Joker and Jack Nicholson's version of Joker spoiled me on Joker. You know what I'm saying? Like, the way he played Joker was the way Joker should have been played. It's always been a cerebral thing with him. Again, he gives you two choices. You may not like either fucking choice, but at least he gave you two of them. And is always a lose-lose. Nobody wins. Like, there wasn't a good outcome. And, like, his whole portrayal. Still, the scene where he's walking out of the hospital after he's talking to Dent, after he spoke to Dent.
Improv, by the way.
Yeah, because that explosion scared the shit out of him. But it fit. You get what I'm saying? It fit. I don't know. It's...
Well, not only that, if you look closely, even after he, bangs on the detonator and it finally goes off like it was supposed to, it was like a delay in the explosion. But they kept the cut because he actually played into it. But if you look closely, when he jumps onto the bus and it starts to pull away, he's in the back going like this. It's hilarious. It's like, dude, you're totally in character, that man. But that's I still believe that partially led to maybe his passing though. Yeah, because the stuff he was probably enduring in his brain. Yeah. But yeah, that and I will say, when it comes to the new DCU, since it is a little bit more comic booky and more lighthearted, at least in the Superman movie, we ain't got a whole lot in the DCU yet, which we'll get some R-rated stuff as well. But I'm curious to see who they cast as Joker in that. Yeah. And what they end up doing. Like, that's going to be a hard one to cast, and I'm very intrigued to see who they end up getting for it as well. So, or even in the Batman stuff, even if it is set apart still, I'm still be very interested to see who they get for that as well.
And I haven't seen Joaquin Phoenix's version of Joker either. So
the first one's it's a completely different take. So I don't know if you'll like it or not, but I've not even seen the second one with Lady Gaga. I've heard it was terrible. The first one wasn't bad. It was just a different take. Like I said, it's not your standard Joker story. It's more about, depression in the real world. And he's got like a medical condition where he forcibly laughs and he can't control it. So he gets picked on. It's like one bad day. If you were to have one bad day, would you snap type situation? So it does, in a way it works, but it made a lot of money and it was actually pretty good. But yeah, you'll have to let me know if you watch it because I'm curious. All right, let's get into the rapid fire segment. We'll move on from movie news. The movies. Here we go. Oh, I did the wrong thing there. Hold on. Live television, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, here we go. All right, just some tidbits real quick to wrap up the movie segment here. Number one, we've got yet another Final Destination movie coming to theaters, apparently. Final Destination 7 is in the works, according to the Hollywood Reporter. I have yet to watch, was it Bloodlines that just come out?
Yeah, I'm not watching that.
But apparently it was successful enough for them to go ahead and decide to make another one. So, yeah, it seems like why is it? Now, I shouldn't say too much because comic book movies and Star Wars films have been going on for years. But it seems like horror movies always like we get into like multiple sequels. At least that used to be more of a trope back in the day. It's not such a thing out of the ordinary nowadays, I suppose. We also got Universal Pictures has officially acquired the rights for the Jason Bourne franchise in perpetuity. So we'll see if we get any more of those moving forward. Did you guys ever watch the Jason Bourne stuff?
I have.
Might be more. Yeah, Brandon's wheelhouse, I think. But
yeah, I've watched those.
I don't know though. Miranda likes John Wick.
Yeah, I've watched them.
No. I don't think I've seen the last one. I'm not sure. I didn't really care for the one without Jason Bourne in it though. Matt Damon or Matt, yeah. So I don't know if I'd even like, if they were to get like a new actor or something one day to play him or not. I'm not sure. Speaking of Johnny Depp earlier, we talked about Johnny Depp, apparently, according to producer Jerry Bruckheimer, has had talks about returning as Jack Sparrow for a new Pirates of the Caribbean movie. He said, quote, if he likes the way the part is written, I think he would do it, end quote. Apparently, there's a lot of talk going around of a Margot Robbie-led reboot and even potentially other spinoffs or reboots without the main cast. But apparently, it sounds like Disney's starting to come to their senses a little bit and are going to possibly bring back the old main cast for a 6th installment. I think that's the only way this is going to work, personally. So hopefully that'll end up happening. If not, it's best maybe not to do anymore. That's just the way I look at it. We got the first poster for Fallout Season 2 coming to Amazon Prime in December. I know Matt here on the channel is a big fan of that series, so hopefully we'll see more of that come December, get his thoughts on it. We got our first tease of Cody Rhodes as the live-action version of Guile in the upcoming Street Fighter film. Apparently, he posted a photo of his shadowy silhouette with the huge flat top, as the character is known for in the video game here. So, interesting to see that. I still don't know if I could. I mean, I can kind of see it. But
that hair is crazy work.
But yeah, they've got the flat top. I'm interested to see how this goes. For sure, no doubt about it. So I'm definitely looking forward to it. We've also got rumors that this, like I want a strict rumor coming from Daniel RPK, as a well-known scooper online, that Florence Pugh's Yelena Belova will reportedly star in Spider-Man: Brand New Day along with Tom Holland, the Hulk with Mark Ruffalo, John Bernthal's Punisher. Sounds like this thing is just piling up with people as we speak. And speaking of Marvel, this week, 27 years ago today, the original Wesley Snipes Blade movie was released. So I thought we'd pay homage to that here real quick, as this is, in my opinion, the Marvel movie that started the entire MCU and Marvel movie comic book genre as we know it today. Not necessarily DC, but the Marvel stuff for sure. DC, I would say, well, would it be Superman for you or Batman 89 that started that run for you? Probably Superman for most people of an older generation. Myself included.
Yeah, I think, you go back that far, But Blade was like the first real gritty superhero movie.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah, 89 Batman was dark, and so was Returns, but the other two Batman after that, before this Blade came out, was pretty comedy.
Mm-hmm.
It was very, very slapsticky, no doubt about it. We also got another delay. The Cat in the Hat has been delayed by 9 months to November 6, 2026. So anybody who was looking forward to this Dr. Seuss animated film coming out this February is going to have to wait till almost Thanksgiving of next year to see it.
I wonder if they had a lot of woke shit in them.
It makes you wonder, doesn't it? And thank God I'm finally seeing reports of Disney talking about how they tried to figure out ways to appeal to Gen Z young boy or middle-aged or teenage boys, or what you want to call it. So I'm glad that they're finally trying to get that demographic, but I just hope they're trying to attract them in the right way and not try to inject more of the stuff.
Mhm.
I'm hoping they're finally starting to see the light here, because I know Star Wars went on a bit of a hiatus. Marvel's talking about trying to get away from some of that, so I'm hoping we're finally getting to the end of that tunnel. We'll have to wait and see.
Yeah, but the Cat in the Hat was creepy as shit, though. The first one
With Mike
was
Myers,
Yeah.
you talking about Mike Myers? Well, yeah, it was
Yeah.
live action. Yeah, live action. Cat in the Hat was. This is animated, so it's not going to be.
Okay, that's different. The
Yeah,
live action was creepy as fuck.
Yeah, this is what he looks like here. So this would kind of be more like the Grinch that they did a few years back with Doctor Strange himself. So that might be more along, and I think that'll work better. You're right. That Mike Myers Cat in the Hat was a little creepy, but anyway, no doubt about it. We also got Paramount Pictures is under new ownership, and apparently they are looking to make priorities of some Star Trek films. One set with Captain Kirk and the rest of the crew returning from the 2009's series, the Kelvin timeline in the Trek universe, as well as another feature film featuring brand new characters with director from Andor, Toby Haynes, attached. So that could be good because Andor was absolutely great for Star Wars. We also got priority for Paramount with the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles Last Ronin movie is still in the works. So glad to see they're putting that on the front, as well as a new sequel for World War Z, the zombie thriller that starred Brad Pitt. Couldn't think of his name there. But yeah, so good. That was an underrated zombie movie, in my opinion. You don't see a lot of zombie movies before that were running when they were in. So I always thought that was cool. Paramount's also looking forward to bring more Transformers with Michael Bay. We've talked about prior. That's got a big priority, as well as Top Gun 3 is a huge priority for Paramount as well. Thank goodness. Still the best movie I've seen probably in the last decade, Top Gun Maverick. So looking forward to seeing all those. Yeah, any thoughts on the Paramount priorities? Anything in particular jumps out to you? Obviously, Top Gun.
Top Gun. The Last Ronin, I wouldn't mind that. But,
yeah. I had to spoil the last. Well, I didn't spoil it. They asked my sister and brother-in-law and my niece and nephew. We were at a comic book store in Iowa last weekend, and they saw the Last Ronin stuff. And I told them I was like, I know who the Ronin is. So I had to ruin it for them. They wanted to know. They asked. I wasn't going to tell them if they didn't want to know. But yeah, it's not who you might think it is. If those of you who don't know the comic, so hopefully the movie sticks to it. We'll have to see. I hope the movie also does this thing where you don't know who it is before the end. So that would be kind of cool.
Yeah, well, they did it with all of them at one point. But
did they? Oh, okay. I didn't know that. Well, I just know the one. But anyway, we got also casting confirmation that Regina Hall and Anna Faris are going to be making their return to the Scary Movie franchise, Scary Movie 6. So we're getting the Wayans back as writers, and I believe I think they're acting in it as well. So we're going to get the old crew back for Scary Movie 6. There's even some reports going around that it's possibly a reboot. So we'll have to see how that ends up playing out as well. And last but not least, we've got Ian McKellen at I think it was like a fan reunion for the Lord of the Rings, recently come out and said that he and the actor who plays Frodo will both be returning. Elijah Wood will be returning for The Hunt for Gollum, which will be coming out, I believe, in December of 2027. So we kind of knew Gandalf was coming back, assuming that Ian McKellen can still be with us at that point. He is in his 80s at this point. But looking forward to seeing this as well. But Frodo in that timeline is basically just in the Shire with the ring. So I don't know what Frodo could do in this movie of great extent unless you retcon a little bit of that, which I don't think fans would really be happy with. But I'm looking forward to seeing where they go this, and hopefully we'll be able to get Viggo Mortensen back as Aragorn, as it's been reported in the past that he has been offered a huge sum of money to come back because he is the main person on the hunt for Gollum in that particular storyline. So thoughts on all this? I know you kind of like Lord of the Rings.
It's been a long time since I watched Lord of the Rings, and I know Miranda's mom, she liked the Lord of the Rings. That's the reason I watched it, because of her. But I think the last one I watched was the Desolation of Smaug.
Underrated.
Yeah, that was a good movie.
You never watched the follow-up?
No.
So in your mind, Smaug still is in the mountain ruling and all that stuff, huh? Well, I guess he did kind of break out at the end, but you never did see what happened to him, huh?
Nope.
Wow, man, we gotta have a movie night, man.
I've never seen anything past that.
Man, you probably have to go back and watch the other ones, wouldn't you? Just to
just to get caught up again.
Just to kind of be like, what happened in all these movies, man? So yeah, a lot of people don't like the Hobbit trilogy. I think it's pretty good. It may not be on par with the original Lord of the Rings movies, but it's still fun entertainment if you ask me. So yeah, I mean, I'd be like, I'd watch those again myself. I definitely will before this new Hunt for Gollum comes out, no doubt about it. All right, well, let's go jump into something else that's a little more in Brandon's wheelhouse, which I thought would be kind of fun to do. And let's get into a little gaming. How about that? So where'd everybody go? Just me and Brandon hanging out now, like for real.
I think Brandon probably went to go get some more coffee.
You know, the two stars are going to take over, so it's okay. Don't tell anybody else. Dang it, I didn't think anybody else would hear that. That'll teach me. Well, I can say it. Matt's, you know, he's like our mascot. So
yeah.
Hopefully he'll be back maybe next week. We'll have to wait and see.
Can I
What's that?
What? Do you
start
swear in general?
Huh?
Yes, you can swear. I've sworn a couple times.
Bitch.
The timing on that was perfect.
He just,
no doubt about
did all that to call you a bitch is crazy.
Yeah, man.
Calm down, Okada.
Yeah, calm down. Yeah, at least you gotta, you know, act like you're turning off a mic or something.
Yeah.
You know. Let's see. Oh, okay.
But yes, Gamescom was this week.
Yes.
I did not see much of it. I caught some of the highlights. There were a couple things that I saw that I enjoyed from this Gamescom. There's a couple things I saw that were very interesting that are coming out for Gamescom. But go ahead.
Well, I'm gonna run through a couple of them, or at least a couple things jumped out to me, because I don't follow Gamescom a great deal, just to be fully upfront. But a couple things jumped out to me personally, and if there's other things you want to talk about, we'll talk about it. But I thought we'd check out the quick trailer. It's kind of quiet for Lego Batman: Legacy of the Dark Knight. Is coming out in 2026. And I don't know about you, I kind of like these Lego games. They're fun for me. I mean, and this one here apparently is going to be a little bit different than some of the older ones, and we'll talk about that in a second.
I need to become more than a man. I need to become.
He is just, I don't know what his deal is.
Did you have your noise?
Come here. Hey.
What the world?
Aaron did not mute his microphone.
I know, I tried, and then it unmute. Anyway. So, yeah, I mean, I kind of like the gameplay aspect of it.
Yeah. It's been a while since I played a Lego game, though.
It's a little more involved than some of the old fighting styles in these Lego games. Tumbler there. That's kind of cool.
So serious.
I see what you did there.
Want to get nuts?
I like how they throw up the little words, like the Biff Powell stuff from like the 60s. That's kind of cool.
Who's the man behind the mask?
Clunk. That's very Arkham. Definitely the Batman. This is a scene from the Batman. Spoiler alert. It's in the trailer. It's a good shot. Yeah. So, yeah, I mean, just a fun little title, I thought. I mean, I kind of get into the Lego games myself personally.
They're more my speed too, Eric.
Yeah. Well, here's the thing. It's not so much, you know, that. It's like they're just sometimes like I play games sometimes and I get very frustrated. These games, even some of the puzzles, I know it sounds weird, but even some of the puzzles are a little complicated.
No. I've played. Look, I've played a couple of these Lego games with like by myself or with like the kids when they I used to play with them. Like, and there's sometimes some of the puzzles are a little fucking frustrating to figure out, but like I know they seem like a kid game because it's Legos. It's actually a very entertaining game to play.
Remember what one was it? Was it the Lego Marvel that Jaden?
Yes, that and the Lego Superheroes, where you can make.
There's a few good ones. Yeah. That would be cool.
Like one of his first games.
Yeah, and I got obsessed with trying to unlock all of them. So like, you have to go back to the other stages once you unlock certain heroes because you can't reach certain things or you can't get certain things without certain heroes. So you have to go back into other previous levels to try to complete them again. to unlock other heroes, just to have like, it gets to be, frustrating and fun, I guess is how I would put it.
Yeah,
This looks
frustrating.
good.
That's a good way to put it. And obviously, the thing that's different about this one too. I mean, obviously, it's coming out in 2026, but the game will follow Batman's entire story, incorporating elements from each Batman film up to this point. So that's really cool. Like, almost sounds like they're gonna take something from Keaton, Kilmer, Clooney, the whole gamut there. So I think that's really cool to see. Obviously, some of the stuff was in the trailer as well, and the fighting style, they said. I'm gonna play this without the audio here, but this is kind of the stuff that they were showing from the fighting stuff. But it looked like it's going to definitely kind of bring out some of that Arkham Asylum style fighting, stuff and things like a little more stealthy, things like that. You're going to be able to drive Batmobiles in this. You're going to be able to unlock new suits. I think they said you're also it's going to have an open world setting as well. So it just seems like a little bit different, a little bit more kind of fun than maybe some of the older Lego games have been as well. So, and apparently you're also going to be able to unlock the Brave and the Bold suit from the cartoon, which of course the Brave and the Bold movie is coming out as well. So we'll see if it looks like this in the movie, but I kind of hope for a more colorful Batman suit in that movie. We'll have to wait to see how that goes. So I mean, just a little bit fun there when it comes to the world of video games too. On top of that, apparently it was announced, you'll have to fill me out on this if you know anything more about it than I do, but Sony and Microsoft are also now no longer in competition with one another. Instead, they are now going to support each other. If that's the case, that's a pretty unexpected but cool outcome. Thoughts on that?
Yeah, it's always been this thing of, with the whole cross-platform thing where one was willing to, but the other one wasn't. And then for certain games, because it was required, then they allowed it. But like even like now, you play certain games. If you play it on a PlayStation, you will never see anybody who has an Xbox playing on Xbox. You won't see the Xbox symbol. You'll just get a default controller symbol, as that's how you know it's from an Xbox. For PCs, it looks like a computer, so on and so forth, right? And they all have exclusivities, where for the longest time, Call of Duty was an exclusive for Microsoft for a while. And then when PlayStation started to get real traction, then it was PlayStation. The last couple Call of Duties were exclusively PlayStation for some odd time, or there were certain things that you would get only on PlayStation that you wouldn't get when it launched on Xbox, and vice versa. Well, they decided to dead that whole idea and work together in the sense of like no more exclusivities between the two consoles. Games are available on both. They won't be hiding behind like there are certain games that are only on Xbox and they're only on PlayStation. Two games that come to mind that were big on that were Marvel Spider-Man. That was only on PlayStation. And
makes sense. Sony owns Spider-Man.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And now with that, I'm hoping if Microsoft does fucking finally make the game, it will be available on PlayStation as well, which is Fable, which is one of my favorite fucking games. I mean, I played it on PC, but Microsoft was making a new one, and like I really wanted to fucking play it, but it was only going to be on Xbox, and I was like, well, that's shit. I'm never gonna play it. So I'm hoping if they do decide to make it now, that it will go to both consoles. So, which is nice. I mean, in the grand scheme of things, though, you're still losing out to PC because games are cheaper on PC, and
yeah, things with PCs can be modded and all sorts of crazy stuff like that too. So I get it, I really do. But just to kind of make an example of potentially the no more exclusive content, apparently we're getting a crossover game that my nephew is definitely looking forward to. That's Helldivers and Halo. Let's check it out.
Oh my god, yeah.
Oh no.
There, Miranda. I know.
Didn't know about this, Brandon.
Hey, turn on the podcast. Hey.
Halo and Helldivers. We played Helldivers, and it was insane.
Yeah. Bruh.
Helldivers is crazy.
Reloading!
Oh, that looks fun as hell.
I'm not.
Bruh.
Yeah,
I ain't gonna. Yeah.
We played
fun.
Helldivers,
Yeah.
and we killed each other more than the fucking mobs did. The fact that you could do that is insanity. Like, but yes, this is the first crossover between Xbox. Halo has always been a Xbox exclusive game.
Yeah. I mean, I've never played Halo because I've never had an Xbox in my life.
I have.
But Helldivers, I played a little bit of it. I played a little bit with you guys. My nephew really enjoys it, and he's a big Xbox kid. So this right here is going to appeal to a lot of people, and it comes out in 3 days.
And you can play now. You can be able to play if it's cross-platform. You'll be able to play with your nephew.
Yeah, good, absolutely. Yeah, he's definitely not a PlayStation guy, which I totally understand. I'm not a Xbox guy, but that everybody has their own preference there, no doubt about it. But yeah, this looks like a lot of fun. So yeah, I mean, I'm
those
down.
Cosmetics are fucking dope. I ain't gonna lie to you. I do like those cosmetics.
No doubt about it.
The fact that you drive the Warhog is crazy work.
Yeah, I loved how it was just running over insects and stuff. I mean, I know we talked about how they're developing potentially a Helldivers movie. I'm down for that. It'll definitely make it through Starship.
It's like it's like Starship Troopers.
They already did. Yeah.
Well, yeah, they kind of already did. Yeah, you're right. Way back when. But yeah, still fun movie though.
But it would be hilarious in the context of Helldivers as far as the story goes. Like, because that shit was the beginning part of that game is fucking insanity. So, Miranda, I gotta get you to play Helldivers.
We still need to do a Minecraft thing.
Yeah, we gotta do that too.
Yeah,
we definitely gotta do
I wish I could log into my old account.
Yeah,
don't feel bad. I ain't got an account, so I got to figure that out. But yeah,
if you have a Microsoft account, you'll be fine.
She's got herself a new PC, so she's ready to play some games now.
She'll
be faster than all of us. Well, to some
respects. I'm kind of glad that this is. Yeah, I'm kind of glad that they're ending the whole exclusivity thing anyway, because I mean there were a lot of good games that were locked behind it, or there's a lot of timed releases that were locked behind it, and it kind of sucks. I mean, I remember when Destiny first came out, it was a timed exclusive on PlayStation, and that's coming from the people who originally made. Was it 323? No, Bungie. I'm sorry. Bungie, who originally made Halo, when Bungie left and then 323 took over the Halo series, Bungie made Destiny. So when Destiny first launched, it was like their answer to Halo, but on PlayStation. But it was locked behind I can't remember how long it was before it went to Xbox. It was like a 6-month thing or a year thing, but you had a bunch of exclusives on the PlayStation that you can't not get on Xbox. So I'm kind of glad that's ending, because it's kind of stupid, in that aspect, because again, if you play on PC, you can play with anybody. You know what I mean? PC was that one where if you played with friends on PlayStation, you can play with friends on Xbox. And it was like, why not just meet in the middle with both and just give freedom to every fucking body? And is
that kind of like a technical thing, like just the software?
In the beginning, yes. In the beginning, it was, because they both had secrets. But at this point now, with the PlayStations and Xboxes are basically console PCs, there is no, they've caught up to PCs at this fucking point. So there's no more middleman, in between. And
no limitations. Yeah.
More and more games were coming out and being designed to where it incorporated crossplay onto the platform. It was just matter of the platforms allowing it, and now there finally are, like I said, which it's kind of one of those it's about time situations, because it was like it was becoming a moot point after a while anyway, because like I said, a lot of games were already able to do crossplay any fucking way. Like Fortnite has been that way forever, and it's one of their biggest games. So is Call of Duty, you know what I mean? Now with being able to do crossplay on that, like, so it was kind of a moot point thing, and it was one of the things that was happening without the announcement that it's fucking happening. But this one being there'll be no more exclusives, which is a great thing, you know what I mean?
Yeah, that's always been, like you said, with the Spider-Man stuff, like Xbox players couldn't play that. And I think that right there will do a lot of good for the video game industry, I think. At least with these two companies, for sure. Obviously, Nintendo's always going to have their thing, but Nintendo's kind of like in its own world.
Yeah,
in some respect,
Nintendo's
anyway.
Nintendo's off in its own little world anyway.
But it's good. There's nothing wrong with it. I liked Nintendo.
Yeah.
Don't want to do, but I don't.
But again, we played, like, legit, we did a Fortnite thing, everybody in my house. We did a Fortnite thing, and Anaya at the time, because we didn't have another PlayStation that she could play on, because like the one wasn't working, she used the Switch and played, you know, for an event. You were there, actually. It was me, you, Jackson, Jaden, and
a birthday party.
I think I played that event.
Yeah, we all did that event together. So
yeah. They do those often, don't they? I'm surprised we haven't done more than that.
They just had another one. But
no, our kids don't play anymore.
The
gotcha.
Fortnite thing is starting to wear off.
But poor Jackson's PlayStation, every time he tries to play, it shuts off.
Yeah, I think it's a power block issue.
I'll rip that button off there.
It's a power.
It's like a little
issue. It's either his cord or something is failing. So
it was the first one we bought, so
yeah,
like very first.
Yeah.
So
right on. Well, Mike, I don't know. Yeah. Well, Mike, I don't know what this comment was about. 2 stars ? You're saying that's I must have missed something I said earlier. It was a while ago. I was trying to talk about what we were talking about. I didn't see it, brother. I'm sorry. Mike, he also said Lego Justice League versus Lego Avengers. Who takes it?
They're both pretty good games, actually. You don't like the Justice League?
You know, and you know what? She's not the only one. Like, I know, not to call her out, but my sister doesn't care a whole lot for DC stuff either. Which, to be fair,
you're just a hater, Miranda.
To me. What?
What are you talking about? If it was generic, it's because they don't have a Thor. Okay, like
to be fair,
wait a minute.
Yeah.
Yes, they do.
He's talking about like Chris Hemsworth, you know, body and hair and all that.
Who do they have? I guess the only person you can comparatively
that is a selling point
as a god essentially in the Justice League is Superman.
Yeah.
Like Thor is an actual demigod. So like God.
Yeah, I feel like DC is like wannabe superheroes, like Superman, Batman, Aquaman.
They were listen, you're not gonna
Spider-Man, Iron Man.
You're not gonna be besmirching DC in this aspect. I can't.
Now, that's my hope though, because a lot of fans like I don't know if it's got anything to do with it, but some fans like look at the DC movies up to this point. They've not been in a lot of people's eyes up here with like, you know, your Avengers and Endgame, Infinity War, Winter Soldier.
No,
They've not been there. My hope is with this DCU, we eventually get there, but it is going to take time to build, which even the MCU for the first 3 or 4 or 5 years took time to get to that first Avengers film.
Yeah, but here's the thing.
We're also in a different culture nowadays who's not as into comic book movies as they once were. So I'm hoping we can get there, but DC's got a lot of work to do.
It's like I get what you're saying too, and I agree, but like at the same time, DC shot themselves in the foot with that whole thing.
True too.
They had the opportunity to do what Marvel did, like giving the aspect of, and they shit the bed on it. So like it was like you could have given DC this.
So hold on. Because both franchises are based on comics, right?
Yep.
So basically, if you've read the comics, you know what would happen in a movie.
Yeah.
with a novel or anything else
Yes,
they've adapted.
But
Yeah.
is it just the storytelling? Is it the actors? Is it the way they do it? Is it the lighting? Like, what makes it different?
Marvel
DC's
became
issue
mainstream. DC's not quite got
Yes.
there yet. Well,
But
with Batman, they
Marvel
have.
also-
Why? What do they have to do? Like,
because they misrepresented a lot of characters. They
That's
deviated
part of it.
too far from stories. So instead of
Okay.
sticking with the stories of how they should
Oh,
be told,
they're
they
trying
tried to
change
reinvent.
it.
Yeah,
And
it
Well, and
should-
to be fair, Marvel's done that some, just not to the degree DC did.
well,
You know, they're trying
must
maybe a little
work
too
for
much
Marvel
now.
then.
Yeah, until recently.
Mhm.
So
Well-
I'm hoping get back to it. Come on. So
you
yeah.
deviate from the source material too much, then it becomes too
yeah.
comic.
It's like if you
booky.
adapt Harry Potter and you do something that is not in the book, people are going to have, be outraged, which
And the thing is, you can
Feel
do
it?
it in comics as long as you make it make sense. But DC's issue was they didn't make it make sense as to why they did it. And then like they shit on the whole keeping the costumes. And I don't give a fuck what you say. I'm going to keep railing this fucking dead horse. Like with Green Lantern, they fucked it up bad.
it was animated
From
and
the
hopefully
to ever like the villain to
that's another thing I'm looking forward to in that Lantern TV show. All we've seen so far is Jon Stewart and Hal Jordan walking on a street in like a leather jacket, jeans. We've not seen the Lantern suit. We've seen Guy Gardner, but he's kind of wearing a Maxwell Lord sponsored suit. That's why it doesn't
that's
look like
suit
the
he
green-
wore. That's what his
Right.
suit looked like.
Right, but I'm interested to see what those two Green Lanterns look like.
Yeah.
I want to see those suits. When that first thing is revealed, believe you me, I'm going to bring it up here on the podcast, and it should be coming out soon because that series is supposed to come out probably next spring or leading into the summer. It ain't too far away, so Brandon's going to get his first taste of the Green Lantern Corps
But it
next
was
year.
stupid
So,
because like if they nailed Batman and Superman, especially Batman, like you had a great platform to go off of. You could have built that whole Justice League off of
Mhm.
that.
and the problem, yeah.
but
I was just gonna say the problem they face with Batman and Superman too is they've told that story too many times. They had to figure out new ways to make it work. I think with
Yeah.
Superman 2025, they found that way. Batman's going to be another one they got to figure out how to do again, to some respects. Without stepping on stuff that's already been done too. They don't want to do that and tell the origin stories again and all that stuff. Green Lantern's got that. It happened once, failed. We'll try again. Fine. Even like Aquaman, where you could do it again. Flash. But Batman and Superman has been done to death, and I think that's part of their problem too. Which, lovable characters, but fans have seen it. You know what I mean? So yeah.
Hot take: Christian Bell, best Batman.
A lot of people-
no. I think Keaton. No. Yeah.
I don't know.
For me,
That's
I
tough
think
for me.
Keaton was the best Batman for me. I'm not saying I didn't like Christian Bale's version of Batman because I did, but I think Keaton was the better Batman for me. Just because I think I enjoyed Jack Nicholson as Joker too, and
Yeah,
Danny DeVito as Penguin was fucking awesome. Michelle Pfeiffer as Catwoman was dope.
If you can get Keanu Reeves to play Batman, I will watch it.
Nope, Keanu Reeves has to play somebody else. I would love to see Keanu
Wait,
Reeves play.
he's Constantine.
Yes.
Well, yeah, there's talk
Wait,
of making a sequel to that
Is
too.
Constantine Marvel
Yeah.
or DC?
It's DC, but it's not considered part of the new
Yeah,
DC stuff. It was a one-off movie, but there's talk about making a sequel at one point. I don't know if it's still going to happen or not, but I'm down for it if it's kind of its own thing. But then again, the new DCU needs a Constantine too. So
I just think Keanu needs. Or no, never mind.
If you
Fair
would
enough.
cast Keanu in Marvel, fuck, the only character I think no, can't be Punisher.
In Marvel, there's actually a rumor out there that Keanu Reeves is going to be cast as the MCU's Ghost Rider.
Oh.
That's
I thought they were
that's
doing
a,
Robbie Reyes as Ghost Rider.
that was in the television show Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. That's not technically, but the MCU's was Johnny Blaze has never been cast.
Oh.
So we'll have to wait and see. There are talks about doing like Midnight Suns and
He came
diving
out
deep
of
into
motorcycle.
this with Blade and all that stuff. So that stuff may be coming still after the reboot. So yeah, there's talk of Keanu Reeves potentially playing the Johnny Blaze. So we'll have to see if that takes place. I would be down for it.
That'd be dope. Yeah.
Yeah. You don't even have to say a whole lot either. You can just be like, yeah, and then move on, whatever. Just do his Keanu thing.
Ghost Rider?
Hell yeah. Why not?
I did like Nicolas Cage as Ghost Rider.
Yeah. And there's talk maybe him returning for a quick thing in Secret Wars or something too, multiverse thing. But yeah, the MCU's version is still yet to be cast. One last thing about comics, and we'll move on to the sports section. Mike said in chat, do you think Deadpool would be a cool person to play with Halo with? Imagine him playing with Peacemaker.
That would be hilarious.
Wow. Yeah.
I'm sure he'll get a skin.
Yeah.
And I'll have to fucking buy it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah. No doubt about it. Yeah.
I sent in the private chat a trailer. It's for a documentary.
Okay.
And it's going to be a little political probably, but
okay. Do you want to save it to politics or go ahead and do it?
Well, now it's about 9/11.
Okay.
So since it's coming up and we're all involved in that, maybe now would be a good time.
Okay.
It's
Yeah, we could
releasing for free tomorrow.
Okay.
Well,
we can do a quick. We can do a quick aside real quick, and before we get into sports.
Okay.
So let's do that real quick. Yeah, I got it here. So we'll pull that up. It's just a little trailer, she said. So we'll watch it real quick. Is there a way to make that bigger? All right. Well, we'll find out. There we go.
There was a secondary explosion, probably a device either planted before or on the aircraft that did not explode an hour later.
The peaceful villagers blocks from the World Trade Center. This is clearly the way the structure is collapsing. This was the result of something that was planned.
Codex 911. Yeah, that comes out tomorrow, doesn't it? Okay.
Yes.
Do you know where we could find that for anybody who's interested?
Yes, it's going to be on Rumble at Badlands.
Okay.
Or their YouTube channel should have it also. I also want to download it and burn it and have copies.
Well, just so you know, your new PC has a DVD burner in it.
I know. That's what
There you go.
But Brad from Badlands helped write, produce. I don't know exactly what all he's done for this, but I know they've worked on it for a while.
Mm-hmm.
And GART was just this last weekend where it premiered there. And everybody that has seen it said it is the best documentary they have ever seen about 9/11. And it's got a lot of information.
Okay. Well, I'll have to see if I can check that. You said they're just going to stream it free on their Rumble and stuff? You got to pay for it?
At 6 o'clock.
Okay.
No, right there on that website. Click back on that. Because that took you to
the I see a live
Badlands
premiere.
website. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, if you just look up Badlands on Rumble or YouTube, I guess you could find it there. So yeah, I mean, okay, that may definitely something I'm gonna have to check out for sure. So, yeah, definitely worth checking out and looking into for sure. I'm always interested in like different ideas and different things like that. Like I think it's good to be open minded, as we've talked about here on the channel plenty of times, especially in our news and politics segment. If it's not your thing, totally fine, I guess. But I'm happy that Miranda decided to share that. So that's really cool to check out, no doubt about it. All right, so let's move on to the last thing we're going to get into before we hit into the full-blown news and politics section. Let's talk a little bit about sports. Let's check that out real quick. Here we go. All right. In the world of sports, there's a few news topics I wanted to talk about besides just the NFL, which conveniently Brandon just disappeared for the NFL part of it. I wonder why. We'll talk about here in just a little bit. Yeah, so before we hit to the NFL side of things, though, apparently there's kind of like our last show, a little bit of news when it comes to the world of TKO. Again, this time it involves the UFC side of things, and apparently they have struck a 7-year, $7.7 billion exclusive United States media rights deal with Paramount and CBS to eliminate the entire pay-per-view model. Now, in that regard, I think this is a good deal for fans of the UFC, no doubt about it. Dana White put out a statement, obviously talking about how it's a huge opportunity, the typical CEO type speak, which is good to see. But at the same time, it's good to see all that there. But yeah, Paramount has not been one to kind of hold back their pocketbook, as it were. Over the last few years here, we got a $1.5 billion deal for EUFA soccer, right? I believe that's what's, I don't watch a lot of soccer. Fair, it's real football here in America. You know what I mean? But anyway, we got $1.5 billion for South Park for a 5-year deal. And of course, $7.7 billion for 7 years of the UFC. Now, this means that UFC fans will no longer have to pay the price of $1,160 to watch their pay-per-views in a single year. Instead, it'll be down to $120. So it's kind of the opposite of the WWE ESPN deal, where now you got to pay maybe a little more for ESPN, and now UFC fans are getting theirs for uber cheap. So in that regard, I think that's great. And because UFC, kind of like AEW, is one of the last pay-per-view models where you physically got to pay $50 a pop for their pay-per-view still. I'm hoping one of these days AEW and Warner Media will move all their pay-per-views to Max, kind of like WWE did on Peacock for a long time. So in that regard, I think this is a big deal for UFC. I don't know how much you guys watch UFC or care about UFC. I like watching a fight here and there if it's a big fight, but for the most part nowadays, I don't know a lot of the fighters anymore. But 15 years ago, I was definitely into some of this stuff. Thoughts on them moving to Paramount? Kind of sucks. Why couldn't it all? I thought ESPN was supposed to be where it all is, right? Everything under one roof. And now WWE's over there. But WWE also is owned by TKO, and yet UFC can't go over to ESPN too as well. We're on Paramount here. So, again, can we not just put everything on the same service?
Yeah.
But anyhow, other than that, thoughts on the pay-per-view model going away for UFC?
That's cool.
I mean, I think what it is UFC's kind of like lost its luster over the years. More people now have been watching that power slap than they've turned into UFC, which is
also owned by Dana White, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I think the last UFC fight I think I've ever like watched and paid for, this was like, I'm telling you, dude, me and Miranda like just started dating. It was like the Chuck Liddell, or not Liddell, Iceman. Yeah, Iceman versus Rampage Jackson was like the last fight I think I've ever paid for to watch. And that was back in 2007-ish. Like, yeah, I don't think I've watched one since.
So we used to go down to the Show-Me's or Hooters or whoever was, maybe Buffalo Wild Wings or whoever was showing the pay-per-views there. That way you pay for your food and you get to stay and watch the show. Little cheaper, not as bad. You get to get some good food to go along with it.
I've never been to a Show-Me's, by the way.
No, well, I don't think there is one around here now.
No,
hell, the Hooters even went bankrupt, so there's not much of them. There's a few of them still left. Hopefully that'll, but it was kind of sad to see that one on the Ohio River. I guess they literally shipped the building off on a barge
that's crazy
on the river. It was like, man, talk about anyway. But yeah, because I used to go to those for college, watch WWE pay-per-views. That's how I did that. That way I didn't have to pay for them at home too. Back in those days. So yeah, but I think it's good for fans of the UFC. About it. Paramount Plus is not too expensive, so that's really good for them. What is it, like $10 a month? They said it was like $120 a year. That's really good, no doubt. Mike said in the chat, I haven't watched a UFC show since Eric and I watched Anderson Silva break his leg. Did you ever see that?
Oh yeah, I did see that. I didn't watch that live. Yeah, he snapped his fucking.
Yeah, he threw a kick at another guy's shin and it's just wrapped around. It was ugly. Yeah, that was painful, which happens often, more often than you might think.
Yeah, it happens more often than people think.
Oh, which is novel concept. Huh? Oh,
Loki. He dipped. That's why I had to step away because he had to go outside. So I let him outside. He's gonna go down in the basement.
Just be careful around the new PC now. But yeah, anyway. Yeah, so anyhow, but don't get too crazy. But I mean, novel concept, bone on bone. Things happen.
Yeah.
Maybe it's not a good idea to be throwing leg kicks, but you're a fighter. It's what you do. So, but yeah, good for the UFC fans. Happy for them. Hopefully it works out. And they're definitely big money there for TKO. Not so happy bit of news here when it comes to the world of sports. A little politics. We're going to throw a little bit in here because it does revolve around sports. Apparently, we now have NFL male dancers with the cheerleaders coming this season, and apparently, this is not your typical male cheerleaders. This is the type of. Doesn't
they look uncomfortable? Looks like a fucking ostrich.
This is the Minnesota Vikings male cheerleader here practicing, I guess, or on preseason or whatnot. So, yeah, this is not the type of male cheerleading that, most of us are accustomed to seeing. This is more flamboyant, popping your hips and things.
Yay.
There's a good word for it. Apparently, the NFL also has. There's a lot of teams who are doing this. The New England Patriots are another, as clearly Jeremy here is definitely working his pom poms. But so this is what we got to look forward to with the NFL now. We've talked about how, a lot of times when companies start doing this nonsense, it's usually not a good thing for their viewership. Here is Brittany Hughes, and she's known in political circles, and her thoughts on this. So I'll let you guys listen to this real quick. Here we go.
So the Minnesota Vikings and the New England Patriots have apparently hired dudes to be on their cheerleading squads. This is absolutely ridiculous and idiotic, and anybody with half a brain understands that. All these people saying, oh, male cheerleaders have always existed. That is bullcrap, and y'all know it. These guys are not serving as the base for stunts. They are not the muscle that is launching girls into the air. The historic purpose of male cheerleaders has been to throw and catch flyers so they don't brain themselves on the floor. These guys couldn't throw a water balloon. These are guys posing as girls. These are dudes who are shaking curves that they don't have the way that a woman would. And once again, these are males taking a female spot on a cheerleading squad, because apparently the left believes that there is absolutely nothing that women should not have to sacrifice to men. Now, look, I know I'm not a cheer squad's target demographic here, so correct me if I'm wrong, but I cannot imagine that male NFL fans find anything appealing about a skinny little queer dude flapping his pom-poms in the breeze.
Little, blunt to the point, but that's why I love Brittany Hughes. No doubt about it. Good work over there by her. So yeah, this is the
she says pom poms. Is she talking about the ones in his hands or the one between his legs?
Pick
either way.
You know what I mean? Like, I don't know.
Do you call your balls pom poms, Aaron?
Hey,
no,
man,
I
he needs to pick me up, I guess. So
nowadays he had top surgery. He got pom pom. So you know what I mean? Like, take a pick.
crazy.
But this is the typical male cheerleader that we all grew up and knew, and everybody accepts. I don't think anybody has a problem with, like she said, the base for the flips and catching the girls and all that sort of stuff. There's nothing wrong with that. But these type of guys, as she showed a picture of this in her video as well. But what the NFL is doing is not that. And as of right now, 12 NFL teams are going to have male cheerleaders this year. Like this, I assume. We'll have to wait and see if they're all like this. The Indianapolis Colts are listed on this list, by the way.
You know what? I'm glad Pittsburgh doesn't have fucking cheerleaders.
Yeah, Steelers are not. So yeah, so maybe that's why.
It looks like I'm a Pittsburgh fan now.
but hey, the Ravens are on here too, Aaron. So there you go.
Yeah, they're number 2.
Well, I don't think it matters what rank it is, but
at least the Colts got number 9.
But, I was going to say it's alphabetical order, but it's not. So I don't know. I don't know why they got them ranked 1 to 12 like that. But anyway,
I bet this was fucking Taylor Swift's idea.
Yeah. All I know is if the kneeling down during the national anthem didn't go over well, I don't imagine this is going to go over well either. You know what I mean?
Well, there's already been a dildo thrown onto the field at last night's Vikings game. So
really, well, that's because they're copying the WNBA thing partially.
Well,
partially could be this too.
Though?
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe not.
WNBA.
The WNBA,
they on the court.
Yeah, onto the court. But part of that's due to the fact that the ladies are demanding higher pay from a company that's losing $40 million a year. Yeah. So, but that's a thing. So yeah, that so much so I think they were even talking putting up nets to try to catch the dildos before they hit the court, which I don't know if that's going to be a thing or not, but we'll have to wait and see. But yeah, so
wait, that's going to be a regular problem if they need a net.
But here's the thing: some will just fly right. If you throw it right, it'll fly right through the net, depending on how tight the netting is. So. All I know is here's the thing: the WNBA, the WNBA has already tried like getting rid of bags, carrying in bags that have stuff in them, but yet somehow they were still getting the dildos in. I want to know where they were stashing them.
We know where they were stashing them.
Yeah,
it's rhetorical,
in
Brandon.
The prison pocket, man.
Anywho, but yeah, so this is what the NFL is going to be dealing with. So yeah, we'll have to wait and see how this goes. But can't wait for week 1. Let's put it that way. We'll see how that goes. Before we move on to anything else here, we got a couple chats from Mike. He says, Show Me's hasn't been around in years. Probably got tired of guys like Eric sitting there complaining about his 5 fantasy team. Well, yeah, it's only 2 nowadays, but fair enough. Good point. And then he also said, speaking of male cheerleaders, did anyone when back in school have rah-rahs for the basketball pep sessions for yeah, we had I don't know if they called them rah-rahs, but it was like, just pep rallies
or whatever.
Yeah, just pep rallies, things like that. Wear your school colors, and at the end of the week we all get together in the gym and go team go type of thing,
Yeah, there was like 1 year where I went to a bunch of football games, and that was it.
I always got to go to the football games and basketball. Well, I take it back. I used to go to the home and basketball and football games because I was in the band, so I got to. We sat there for free. So in a way, it was kind of cool. What's that supposed to mean? Band pride.
I played football, so I'll just tell you.
Nerd alert. Well, I was going to say I think Matt. I can't remember if Matt said he was or not. I don't think he was. He did.
No, Matt played football.
Oh, yeah, that's not my best argument anyway. But anyway, I don't know if this is a spell check thing or if they just won't let him type out the word. But Didos won't be pinged by a metal detector as evidence. Oh, stop it now. That's not what. No. But anyway, moving on. Didos. Brother, spell check. You're about as bad as Matt when I've heard. But the NFL preseason's pretty much over at this point. I think as of tonight was the last games. Didn't know if anybody checked out any of the games this weekend. I saw Riley Leonard for the Indianapolis Colts, the Notre Dame quarterback, threw a 55-yard touchdown bomb against the Cincinnati Bengals. So there's that.
Don't fucking matter. He ain't starting.
Pittsburgh won.
What about Pittsburgh?
Pittsburgh won against Carolina. That's all I care about.
There you
go.
The
only time we play them, and that's the only time I need them to win against them. So
that's kind of like an annual preseason matchup for you guys, isn't it? Kind of like the Bengals are for us, seems like. But yeah, so I don't know if anybody cares, but there's it's kind of over. You can probably catch them now on NFL Network. That brings us to the story that Brandon probably doesn't want to talk about. So this week, the Indianapolis Colts officially named their starter for quarterback over, and it's Daniel Jones, Indiana Jones, Danny Dimes himself, over Anthony Richardson. And Coach Steichen made it clear that Daniel Jones is not on a short leash, and this is in fact for the season, unless something like it's just really bad or he gets hurt or something like that. And it led to a lot of Colts fans having mixed feelings at best, myself included, at first, at least. Let me finish here. It felt to me like at the time when it happened, no matter what Richardson did on the field, the Colts knew they were going to start Daniel Jones anyway, regardless. This tweet definitely let their feelings known, claiming the Colts gave up already, even though he's younger than all of these young rookies Bo Nix and Penix and Caleb have been in the league a few years now. So, yeah, it made a lot of fans feel that way. But the Colts drafted a QB who they knew needed reps to improve, and then they have found every reason to give him none of those reps outside of the injuries. Like, they could have let him play in a week 3 preseason game this afternoon. They chose not to because they didn't want him to get hurt. And I think that's where a lot of this is coming from, a little bit of the fear factor here when it comes to his injuries. Anthony Richardson's agent also spoke out, voicing his frustration, saying trust is a big factor, and that is at best questionable right now. Anthony has come back and made the improvements in the areas he needed to improve, and by all accounts, he had a great camp, according to his agent. But what is his agent going to say? Of course he's going to say that. Now, after a few days, I started to think about it more and more and began watching some game tape from the preseason, and I've come to this conclusion. The Colts may have made the right decision here. Richardson is just flat out not seeing the field very well, and his mechanics don't appear to be as improved as we hoped for. And these quotes have also serviced on the situation. One source stated that Daniel Jones is often one of the first Colts in the building. Rookie tight end Tyler Warren typically gets to the team facility at 6:30 a.m. in the morning. By the time he gets there, Daniel Jones is already into his routine. You're usually going to see him at some point, whether he's already in the film room or in the weight room, Warren said. He's probably going to be one of the first guys here every single day. By the time training camp arrived, Jones was comfortable enough in the offense that he could walk up to a receiver after a route and tell him exactly what he needed as the quarterback. So if Richardson's not able to do that and is not able to put in that work early in the morning, I get where the Colts are coming from. If all this is as true as it states here, obviously, Daniel Jones is excited about the opportunity to resurrect his career, so to speak. Jones appears to be putting in the work where Richardson may not be, but it appears Jones has garnered the coach's trust. Not to mention, Coach Shane Steichen had this same conundrum the past 2 seasons, and he chose Richardson first. 2 years ago, Gardner Minshew was in the building, and he chose Richardson over him. And last year, he chose Richardson over Joe Flacco, and both times did not go very well. This time, Steichen decides to change and do something a little bit differently and go with Daniel Jones. So, what are your thoughts on this before I move to the last part of this about Daniel Jones becoming the starter as a Colts fan? Brandon, what do you got?
Gardner Minshew went to
the Raiders. I think he's now in Kansas City. Yeah, he's now in Kansas City.
Exactly. Flacco shit the bed, and then he went to
Cleveland, where he had success 2 years ago. Yeah, where he's now been named the starter, by the way.
Fucking last.
We'll see. Yep.
Listen,
I'm intrigued by that Shadir Sanders thing, but yeah, go on.
Flacco all the way.
All right, Ravens fan.
Right.
He's against your Ravens now in the division. You might want to rethink that.
Yeah, but he got us to the Super Bowl.
One fucking time. All right, let's.
Got you there. You won.
Yeah, he did.
or he was involved with the win. So yeah. Anyway.
Yeah, we won one with him. And when was the last time the Colts have won one?
We won't talk about it.
Tell me,
It's been 19 years. Yeah, I know. It's been like a decade since we even like did anything relevant. So
don't
yeah,
be shitting on Flacco when your team hasn't even touched the Super Bowl.
Go
Listen, I'm going to say this, and then that's it.
Okay,
just trade Anthony at this point. You've broken this.
It
kid.
might happen.
He's not gonna fucking. And then when Daniel Jones shit the bed, it is what it is. Like, I'm done with that. I told you bullshit. Like, it is what it is. Like, chalk it up at this fucking point. If you're gonna put all of your fucking eggs in this basket, trade the kid, let him go somewhere else. And I hope he has a great fucking career.
Go to the Ravens.
Actually, I did hear a rumor that Pittsburgh might be interested.
They got enough fucking quarterbacks right now.
Yeah, but Aaron Rodgers, that is, not going to stick around more than a year.
Oh, you're right there.
I wouldn't think.
No.
So,
but yeah, whatever.
Will Howard and him can compete.
I'm over it. Like, it is what it is. The kid needed more reps. You're not going to give them to him. You're going to put all your eggs in this basket. And what? Do you think Daniel Jones is the one that's going to take us to the promise? It's not going to fucking happen.
Well, here's the thing.
He needs a couple years. Bullshit. He's already been in the league for a while.
He's had 6 years. But I keep coming back to the fact, again, I'm not saying he's going to light it up or not. He is 28 years old. He's not real old. So he's still got a good decade in him if he stays healthy and all that sort of stuff. And I still come back to the fact, two things. One, the Giants, as of late, they've not been much better than we are. They've had one good – his leading receiver a couple years ago was Saquon Barkley, the running back. What's that tell you?
Neighbors too. Malik Neighbors.
Yeah, without Saquon, and so Malik got covered. So
that's not his fault. That's the organization's fault.
That's the organization. This is the best situation for Daniel Jones up to this point in his career with the Colts. Right now, with the team that we have around him. Now, with all the receivers and running backs and tight ends and all that stuff, we'll see how that goes. The second thing, I don't know. I told this to our friend Nathan at work too. I said that my issue with the Colts right now, it's not so much maybe even the quarterback's fault. It's the people potentially they've been surrounding around. Well, like not the players, the organization. Because if Richardson, you knew when you drafted him, he's going to take time and, seasoning, as it were, over these years. And you've not properly given that to him. Now, it could be that, or Richardson's just not nearly as good as we hoped he'd be. It's one of the two. But we've also seen how we're like on our 13th quarterback now in 8 years, something to that effect. So that sounds to me like it's an organizational issue. We're approaching Cleveland Browns territory when it comes to new quarterbacks every year at this point. That sounds more than just the player. You know what I mean?
That's
like I said, trade the kid. You're not going to do
anything. And if he goes somewhere else, and Rand, I don't know if you heard this a while ago, but there's rumors going around Pittsburgh Steelers are interested in Anthony Richardson. We'll see. We'll see.
Well, don't be jealous if he comes over to Pittsburgh and does something.
I'll tell you right now. I'm going to say it. If he goes somewhere else and lights it up and is a success, Andy screwed the pooch, and it's their fault.
Yeah.
Hasn't that been the story for everybody that's left the Colts?
At times. I mean, obviously we've had our heydays. Over the last few years, though, not everybody's lit it up. I mean, Shaq Leonard left, didn't really do it. Now, granted, that was his back issue. EJ Speed just left. We'll see what he does in Houston. There's been guys who's come and gone. Okereke with the Giants, okay career. But, nobody major. Zach Moss and Naheem Hines didn't really, again, injuries there in those situations too. So, not necessarily always the case leaving it a success. But as of late, it's not been great here. Now, I'm trying to hold on to hope, but I get it where Brandon's at too. I fully do. Show me, kid. I'm pulling for Daniel Jones. I really am. And the things that they like that he does do more is the stuff that Richardson could not do. The boring, move the chains type stuff. Richardson's great for a deep ball and a flash play.
It's
But you
just
need that to win.
Get the ball down the field. But Richardson could get the ball down the field. Granted, he used his own body at times. Daniel Jones can't run like that. He doesn't move like that. That's not his thing.
He can, but maybe not 80 yards where he falls. Yeah.
He's had, you're right. He had Saquon Barkley in the backfield, but he also had Malik Neighbors, and I can't remember the other.
No, he never had them together.
No, he never had them together.
Barkley left, and then Malik came in last year. So, see, he's not had – now he's got a solid running back. He's got at least 4, potentially 5, maybe more receiver options. He's got a better team around him now. What he does with it is the question, in my opinion. Again, I'm not trying to blow smoke and try to make it over-optimistic and build Brandon up just to tear him down. I know I've had that issue in the past too. I'm just trying to be like, we'll see.
Oh, no, there is no building me up on this one. Like I've said, I've seen this man play. He's just like I said, it's just like when we got Flacco and it was like, oh, no, he was good for a couple games. But then inevitably what happened?
Yeah.
He got
that's been the argument for Richardson too. His, ceiling, or I'm sorry, his floor is very low right now, but his ceiling and his potential is there. And I think a lot of Colts fans wanted to see, all right, third year, let's see what he does this year. But if you're an organization with the injury bug there, always there with him as well, and not reading defense, he's the reason why he got blasted in that first preseason game. It's no one else's fault.
That was his fault.
And that's not the only play I saw looking at game tape that showed that. Things like that, where he just wasn't picking up the small things. And as Mike pointed out here too,
hasn't really been able to teach him that because of whatever reason. Like they'll bring in somebody else, and then he just sits.
Well, that's the thing Nate has a problem with at work, is that when he's on the sideline or he's hurt or something, he's not involved with the play call. He's not listening on the headset. He's not learning. He's just sitting there. That rubs fans and coaches the wrong way too. It looks like he doesn't feel like he has to work. He even, like we pulled up I showed it this last week to him at work, that there's a quote going around where Richardson said a couple years ago that playing in the NFL is way easier than it is in college. I hate to break it to you, buddy. You've not had that success in the NFL. So I don't know. Again, what's in between the ears may be part of it. And like Mike mentions here, I think it all goes back to the sad fact that he tapped out. And unfortunately, I think that will forever haunt him. You're probably not wrong. The coaches, I'm sure, saw, and the organization probably saw that and said, yeah.
And it doesn't sound like he made any effort to, like, put himself in the game. Like,
yeah.
I don't know. I think he's got an attitude problem. Like and if he goes to Pittsburgh, they ain't going to put up with it.
No, they definitely won't dare.
No. But again, for all we know, though, but that's what he needs. Other structure and discipline. Yeah. Like I said, if he goes somewhere else and then all the potential that he could have had, then it wasn't just him. It was also a coaching issue.
Right. Well, and that's the other thing, too.
Look, you guys know what it's like to have bad management.
Right.
Just saying.
Yeah.
If it comes down to, if he goes somewhere else, and let's say he goes, a fucking random team, not Pittsburgh. Let's say he goes to fucking Philadelphia, right? Whatever, just hypothetically here, and does great there, backing up fucking Hurts and all that, or whatever the case may be, right?
Don't take Kenny Pickett's job like that. Super Bowl winning.
Kenny Pickett ain't doing shit with that job anyway.
Oh wait, I'm sorry. I think he's in Cleveland now. My bad. Anyway.
Yeah, he's in Cleveland now anyway.
Yeah,
but I'm
Super
saying,
Bowl ring.
No matter what, there's 31 other teams he could go to. He goes to any of those teams, and there is a vast improvement that it's not just him. And I don't think it's just him now.
Right. Well, and here's my theory on that too.
Right. Maybe he is sitting on the sidelines, but maybe that's because they don't give him a headset and don't let him in on the plays.
Maybe.
Like, if they've lost all trust in him or don't see any, then what the fuck's the point, right? So they're not going to give him all this stuff. If they're not giving him the reps any fucking way, who's to say they're giving him letting him sit there go over plays and shit? Like, what's the fucking point? They've already washed their hands with the kid. Then let him go. But if he goes somewhere else and does everything that he should have been doing here, then it's a coaching issue. And I said that shit from the jump when we heard about all the shit that was going on in the locker rooms. Like, this isn't a singular player thing here. This is a whole building
organizational.
Issue.
It was organizational last year, And it feels like maybe some of that's still stuck around. I'm trying to have a little optimism because they are going through an ownership change. Well, I mean, it's already happened, but with Jim Irsay passing away, and now that the daughters have taken over, I'm hoping some more accountability is brought along with it. Nothing against Jim Irsay, but I feel like there were times that maybe it wasn't, again, he gets compared to Jerry Jones a lot, maybe trying to meddle a little too much, things like that. I don't know. But I don't know. But I just feel like there's a deeper issue here sometimes than some of the players. And if, like I said, and you said too, if Richardson goes somewhere else and kicks our ass, you got nobody to blame but yourself in that regard. But we won't know until he does it. So,
who is the Colts rival?
I mean, it used to be New England, but it's kind of not much of a rivalry anymore. Jacksonville, probably. Jacksonville, we've not beaten Jacksonville in a decade. So, no. At their building, we've beaten them at home, but we've not beaten them in Jacksonville. We've not won a week 1 game in 11 years or something like that.
Judging by how fucking Trevor was looking, I doubt we're gonna fucking do it this time either.
It's preseason, you never know. He's got some good receivers over there in Jacksonville now, so you might be right.
I know that much.
I think what we're saying is don't draft Colts players this year.
Yeah.
Unless it's maybe Jonathan Taylor. It might be. But who knows? There are some people. What'd you say?
Every time I had him, he sucked.
Oh, Taylor. Well,
yeah.
Oh, Pittman. Yeah, Pittman too.
Pittman
hey, no
too.
one told you to keep Pittman with the round 1 pick. Okay, that's on you. But no, I mean, but here's the thing though. There are some people online. We'll see how accurate they are, who think the Colts might actually be a sleeper this year. If Jones can play with the pieces around him now, we'll see. But I'm with Brandon though. I want to see it first. So I can't get on that train until it leaves the station. You know what I mean?
Don't ask me anything until week 3.
Yeah. Well, in weeks 1 and 2, we got home games. So we got to hold service there, especially week 1. God, get us a win week 1. That will do a lot, considering we've not done it in 11 plus years, maybe 12. We've not won a week 1 game. That will help. You know what I mean? But yeah, and it's against Miami, so we'll see how that goes. F them fish, right? Yeah, as Brandon always says. But yeah. So, and the thing that makes this even more frustrating is when Andrew Luck, I guess, come out this week and basically was talking about the way that his career ended with the Indianapolis Colts and in football in general. He's talking about how I'll always have guilt about how it ended. I let my teammates down. And then he went on to say that I was going to play until I was 40 or 45. You think you're invincible. At least I did. I fell out of love with football. So just think, if the Colts would have kept him healthy, he'd still be playing.
The offensive line was just ass, and then therefore he just
Terrible.
got fucking ran over.
Again, that's an organizational thing. You have a franchise quarterback you drafted with the number 1 overall pick, and you let him go out there and get destroyed week in and week out. Could be part of the problem with Richardson too, running for his life. We'll see how Jones does, but I don't see vast improvement on an offensive line this year. I still think it's one of the better ones in the leagues at times. But there are other times they just crap the bed. It's like it almost feels again like a culture thing, learning how to win, which is something they've not done in a great deal in a long time. So, yeah, it just makes it a harder pill to swallow, no doubt about it. So, any other thoughts on the NFL? We're getting ready for that. Next week's our fantasy football draft on Sunday. So, yeah. So we'll be going over that a little bit next weekend as well before we have the draft on Sunday. We'll talk about the fantasy football side of it. So, yeah, y'all excited? Y'all ready?
No.
Miranda bringing your chicken dip? I want my buffalo dip. Yeah.
I got to figure out what quarterback I'm going to go with.
We've talked
You
so
mean
much
both.
football this year, but I have no idea what the fuck's going on. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I know more than I did a few weeks ago, but I'm still not 100% ready for it. I think our buddy Nate's got one of the better chances to win. I'm not going to lie to you. He's got three great keepers and Jaden Daniels, and he kept him in a round 8 value, which is outstanding. And he got Bucky Irvin late and Trey McBride too. So he's still got his top 3 or 4 picks, and he can still go get great players. So,
unfortunately, Nate has really bad luck when it comes to game time. So let's see how it shakes out for him.
Yeah,
it just sucks because I gotta figure out a quarterback this year.
Me too. I didn't keep anybody, so yeah.
Oh, you didn't keep anybody.
I was the one guy who didn't keep anybody this year. I was done with them. Well, I had to throw back McCaffrey and Breece Hall, and I wasn't keeping Richardson at a round 2 or round 2 value anyway. And now he's not even the starter. So yeah, that wasn't going to happen. So yeah, so I'm coming down to scratch, but I got the number 3 pick, so we'll see what I do with it. So yeah, looking forward to having a good time. So hope that Mike will be there too. Got to kick his butt too. So yeah, Aaron had his rookie luck last year. Got all the way to the title game.
This year gonna be ass. This year.
Yeah, Aaron had his rookie season last year, and he had a great season. We made all the way to the
it's not.
championship game.
Yeah, that shit is a pipe dream. It's gone now. He ain't. It's not.
Who's an ass this year?
You gonna be ass this year.
I mean, Aaron's
Brandon, you
Aaron,
better fucking stay out of last place this year.
Hey, listen, don't tell me how to live my life. All right. On paper, these last 3 years that we've played, I have had stellar fucking teams, and then somehow the one year. It was so sad. It was damn near every starter I had got fucking hurt. And not out for a couple weeks either.
Welcome to fantasy football.
I was so mad.
Well, that's the way it goes, man. That's how the cookie crumbles, as they once said. Mike said in the chat, dude, don't worry about it. He said, guys, I'm sorry I've been off my comment game this week. Just been drained physically, mentally, and emotionally all week. Just not at my best. Dude, you don't have to comment it off if you don't want to. We enjoy it. Because we like hearing from you, but absolutely, you can.
Yes.
You know, if you have to take a time off or whatever, no worries. Don't worry about it. He said he's going to. Oh, go ahead.
Be like Twitch and just comment lurk, and we know that you're there.
Yeah. Just occasionally. He says he's going to crash. Looking forward to seeing everyone on here and at the draft next week. Bring your money, buddy, and we'll have a good time and stay low. Yeah, because I'm going to take all that.
Good night.
You know what? Talking about that, when you sent the message in the chat and you were going over, okay, so who has picked their starters and then who has paid, I was surprised to see that I think there was like only 3 people that have paid.
Well, most people don't pay till the draft, so
yeah,
everybody just brings their money there. But yeah, Aaron paid like before the last season was ended, so that's not everybody does that.
I had to. If I didn't, I would not have played this year.
And I get it. And the only reason that Brandon paid, or it said Bob was paid for, is because Brandon owes for him. It's got nothing to do with. But it's only 2 people's really paid, me and you, basically. Yeah, and that's basically because I don't have to pay anything. I'm already here. I'm ready to go.
I gotta pay for Bob.
Yeah, I mean, I'll pay something. Don't get me wrong.
Is that why you're doing so much overtime?
Yeah, part of it.
Part of it. Part of it is just, man, you gotta get that money, man. You know what I mean? So
yeah, I gotta give up. We gotta give up like $90. Shit, like I gotta.
Aaron, I went and spent almost $400 at the damn grocery store today. Like,
what are you buying? Gold?
Food? There's 6 people in this fucking house.
Yeah, that's the thing. They got a lot of people in the house.
We cook everything. Like,
it's cheaper to eat now, probably. I guarantee that.
Yeah. It costs us like $95 to go to fucking McDonald's. So yeah.
Oof. Yeah, I don't think I'd ever eat out if I had that many family members. Ain't no way. Whew. Forget that crap.
It's fucking disgusting.
Now I'm talking about football, depressed and shit.
Well, let's see if we can brighten your mood. We'll talk politics. How about that?
Oh, hold on, one second. Before we go to that, like I meant to say this thing about Gamescom, but like I said, I was doing some shit. My fault. There was one thing that did, and I made Miranda watch it, and she was not happy about it. But World of Warcraft, do you remember that game? You like that game? It was fun.
Movie, not so much.
Yeah,
I did not like it.
Yeah,
the movie. Yeah, the movie was ass.
No. I like the movie. I hated the game.
Oh,
shut the fuck. Anyway, they've brought out housing, like character housing, in the new expansion that's coming out. It looks really fucking cool. I'll have to show you a video later or whatever.
Hey,
she's like, no.
Hey, remember how we were talking about what was that? The game that tried to careful. The game that tried to rival WoW, but it had a good housing builder. It was like
WildStar.
WildStar, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I wonder. It's funny that we talked about that, and
then all of a sudden, yeah. See, it's really cool though. It's crazy, when we talk about, I was talking about this, and then all of a sudden, I get ads for that item or thing, but maybe there's more to that. Yeah.
Because it feels like we'll be talking about something big. Oh, this would be really cool. And then all of a sudden, like, a game comes out or something that is
Mhm.
what we were talking about, and it's like, okay, are they stealing our ideas?
It's one of those situations though, like again, I played Warcraft for a long time. This was something that was always brought up in conversations about, why not having player housing in Warcraft. It was all one of those things, kind of long time coming situations. I don't know why it took them so long. Well, I know why, because they were too busy destroying the world that they made. Cataclysm, getting rid of whole continents and knocking off other places, then dropping a big ass sword in the middle of no fucking where that you have to go. It was a lot. So they were destroying a lot of their world before they rebuilt it. So it's one of those things of like, do you bring it back to classic or do you want to keep it with your modern day stuff? And I think they're doing it with the modern stuff. But the way it works is really
Brandon.
fucking what?
Brandon, the answer is still no.
I don't know if you know this, but I make money, so therefore I can do with it what I will.
Yeah, you can probably buy the game, but you ain't gonna fucking play it.
I don't know if you know this, Miranda. I also have a PC myself or laptop that has the game already on the shit. So I could, again, I do what I want. So there's that.
Now, buy that?
You can be a part of that and join in and have fun too. It's not like you never played Warcraft, so like let's get that out the way because you did. As a matter of fact, your mage is still on this. You know what? Whatever. You want to live that fantasy life and lie to yourself that you didn't enjoy it and that you didn't want to play. That's fine. That's fine. But you know what I mean?
You good?
She made a blood elf mage, and the only reason she did is because I got this little Coca-Cola bear pet one time, like this was years ago, and she thought it was cute. So like literally, she's a level 1 mage with this polar bear pet. Like that was the extent.
Her whole experience was done. She got the pet. She's
like, I don't care about nothing.
I got what I came for. Yeah.
You didn't need to level her up or nothing. She got the pet and she's done.
Game over.
But Miranda, did you know that if you play as a hunter, you can catch more pets?
Well, then I have to do stuff.
It's like Pokemon.
Like quests and shit.
Yeah. That's how you get the pets, Miranda. You can get all kind of pets.
Yeah. You don't think it make it easy, do you? I mean, definitely not. All right, well, let's move in.
Anyway, I wanted to say that or whatever. I thought,
fine.
like I said, we played it all together. It was a lot of fun, and I thought the housing was pretty cool thing that they're introducing with the next expansion or shit. So I just thought I'd let you guys know.
Right on. That's good to know. Good to know.
Since we're talking about WoW, so Brandon and I did a 1v1, and I beat him.
Okay, I'm not having this fucking discussion with you. You beat me on one time. Okay, it was one time.
I still beat you.
Will never happen again.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter anything. I still beat you, and I
once you beat me once.
Like 4 hours.
Okay, you beat me once, and then I beat you after that. Like I feel like
we don't talk about that part.
Yeah, we don't talk about that part.
No. What Aaron says was the final word, so that's all. We'll
end
this right now. I know how to end it. Here we go.
Make America great again.
Welcome to the desert of the real.
All right, let's venture in down the rabbit hole, shall we? What was that? Or something?
I said I still beat you.
Let it go. Anyway. So yeah. So for those of you wondering, you are currently here. And this is where we're probably going to end up going. So yeah. But yeah, that's absolutely for sure. Yeah, we're definitely hopefully this is the future. And if you don't like it, well, then you're probably on the wrong podcast. But anyway, so yeah. Huh?
Is this wishful thinking though?
I don't know. Right now, I don't see anybody that's going to challenge this.
Wait a minute. Is this picture from his debate with
yes,
what's his name?
kinda,
Bob Walls?
Yeah, Mike Walls. Yes,
Mike Walls?
Yeah, Bob Walls. When he basically looked at the camera like, really? Yeah.
But I think didn't he come out and say he wasn't doing that? He was looking at the time.
Well, I mean, he might have been, but it sure as hell looked like he was being snarky, which is what we're going to go with. So that's, I mean, maybe there's a clock right behind it. I don't know, but it was right at the camera.
Yeah.
I'm just saying.
Anyways,
Either way, funny picture.
And that shit was hilarious.
He's probably giving the PR answer when he said that, possibly too. I'm not sure, but yeah.
Yeah, that was the one debate I tried watching, but just the roundabout way that they tried answering questions, and it wasn't always. It was more Waltz than it was Vance, but there was one that Vance kind of dodged, and I understand why he dodged it, because it wasn't a question that you can give a simple answer to without it making you look bad.
Yeah, and every politician does that, so let's be fair. But yeah, so but anyway, they say it isn't over until the fat lady sings. Well, for the Democratic Party, she's warming up.
Everybody, ooh, yeah. Ooh, yeah.
Okay, that's as much I can handle on that.
Anybody else get some feedback on that?
Yeah, that shit was wild.
This is protesting, deportations and all that sort of stuff. But yeah. So anyway, that's what
it pisses me off, because it's not like we don't want them. It's not that we don't want them here. We want them here the right way.
Thank you.
Like, why is that not? I mean, I understand that it's probably difficult to get in here, but and it might be just a bunch of bureaucrat nonsense, but maybe that should be the problem that we need to be looking into.
Yeah, I agree that we definitely need to make the process easier. I have no doubt about that.
And they already are. Did you hear the Trump speech about the soccer World Cup coming?
Well, I know it's coming. I don't know if I saw the speech on it. No.
Well, yesterday or was it yesterday?
It was last few days. I know he talked about it.
No, it was yesterday. But he had a big, press conference type thing. It was supposed to start at 1, it was supposed to start at 12, but it's at 1. Anyway, it's going to start next year, December 5th, and it's going to be huge.
Well, yeah, I know he's very happy about it. He's priding himself on being able to get it and all that sort of stuff. So, yeah, I have no doubt in my mind he'll make it a grand event, no doubt. It's like the 250th and the Olympics and all that stuff too. He'll definitely make it a spectacle, and we should celebrate it. There's nothing wrong with that. So I'm glad that he's doing it. So I didn't hear the speech though, but it was good.
But he was talking about we couldn't do this if DC wasn't cleaned up, if we don't get our other cities cleaned up, and these people that are protesting, they're fucking retarded. There's a chick, I think, did you share it too?
No, but I saw you post it. It was a good one.
Yeah, the one that would rather get her arm broken and carjacked again.
Yeah, she got carjacked and was her arm broken? I know.
Yeah.
And then did she was like, I still don't want the National Guard here. I'm like, it's because she believes, like a lot of these lunatics, that he's actually instituting a dictatorial reign by doing this, which is not true. But anyway, we're going to talk about it. Trump federalized Washington, D.C. for 30 days to clean up the capital from crime and homelessness. This is designed to be the blueprint for cities throughout the country to clean up their own cities on their own. However, Trump could federalize New York, Los Angeles, Chicago, and more if they don't get their acts together. In fact, Donald Trump announced Friday that he'll be surging the National Guard into Chicago next after the D.C. operation is complete within the next 30 days or so. The National Guard troops are preparing to deploy across 19 states to support the Department of Homeland Security in a sweeping crackdown on immigration violations and federal crimes. Trump shouldn't have to do this, but here he is, the only one willing to clean up crime in these cities. It's about freaking time, if you ask me. The amount of carjacking, robberies, murders, car thefts, and violent crime have been through the roof for a long time in Washington, D.C. You don't believe me? Here's just one example of a CVS in Washington, D.C.
And they steal everything. I want soda. I just want a drink. They put some stuff in here, but they can't keep
And like I
shampoo
said,
on the
they're
shelves.
adding
Just
locking cabinets
Just totally and completely picked over everywhere.
to stores near us.
I just wanted that Coke.
I mean, there's nothing left.
Look at the razors.
And it looked like some of these were behind lock and key anyway. They're the ones still there.
You
So,
know what
yeah,
it
this
might
is
come down to?
What's that?
That it might turn into basically you can only have a pickup order. Like you pull into the parking lot of a convenience store, you order what you want, and then somebody brings out that stuff.
Walmart's already doing pilot stores like that. It's pickup and delivery only.
And honestly, it's going to make sense, especially in the cities where these riots and things happen. It would make sense.
Yeah. The point is, we shouldn't have to live like this. But that's
No,
what
we
we're,
shouldn't.
and that's what JD Vance has been making around saying over the last few weeks, for sure, ever since this whole thing went into effect. But the media is claiming that crime in D.C. was at a 30-year low before Donald Trump took charge, and saying that what Trump is doing is unnecessary. They love to say that, but then they never mention compared to what. A 30-year low doesn't mean it's anywhere close to good either. You can hit a 30-year low and still have more violent crimes than any other city in the nation. Not to mention the 30-year low argument only exists because they cooked the books. In other words, they weren't reporting crimes to make their numbers look better. So much so that the DC police commander was recently suspended for changing crime statistics. But the media won't tell you about that because they want you to believe that Donald Trump is overstepping his authority and is beginning to enact his dictator-like desires. That's what they'd rather have you believe. But as always, the media is lying to you, ladies and gentlemen. Here's a good example of that gaslighting from CNN's Dana Bash.
As we go to break, I should note that the most violent moment in recent history in D.C. was January 6th. And it was an attack on the United States Capitol by a lot of people who were doing it in the name of Donald Trump. And it included the people who were hurt, included members of law enforcement.
Let us look back once again at what Donald Trump actually said on January 6th.
Do the right thing and only count the electors who have been lawfully slated.
Nothing wrong with that.
I know that everyone here will soon be marching over to the Capitol building to peacefully and patriotically make your voices heard.
So again, make your voices heard peacefully, patriotically. How is he responsible for what those people did? He's not. And by the way, you want to talk about what happened on January 6th? Well, I remember a date called January 20th, 2017. Let's compare the two real quick, shall we? When Democrats don't want to talk about January 20th, 2017.
Let's compare the January 6th quote-unquote insurrection to the riots on January 20th, 2017, Trump's inauguration day. Hundreds, if not thousands, of Antifa anarchists and communists rioted and committed arson on J20. They threw rocks, smashed windows, assaulted police with projectiles, and set SUVs and limousines on fire, destroying them, all in hopes of stopping the peaceful transfer of power after the lawful election of President Donald J. Trump. 235 J20 suspects were charged with various felonies and were liable to serve between 25 and 70 years in prison, with fines as high as $25,000. But a funny thing happened on the way to justice. They were quickly bonded out, and then the judges rigged the cases to free the defendants. An example, U.S. Superior Court presiding judge Lynn Leibovitz, a George Bush Jr. appointee, forbade the prosecution from using phrases like Antifa and Black Bloc, and just before deliberations threw out the felony riot charges. Just 2 defendants were convicted, but Leibovitz suspended their sentences. Only one of the 235 defendants, Dane Powell, did any jail time, and it was only for 4 months. Let's contrast that with what happened at the January 6th protest to stop the Electoral College count and ensuing Big Steal. The J6 protesters weren't bonded out, and some are in solitary confinement. The feds arrested more than 570 January 6 protesters, more than twice as many as they arrested for the January 20th mayhem, and charged many with quote-unquote civil disorder, obstruction of an official proceeding, and violent entry into the Capitol building. Nicholas Stix writes, J20 rioters did exactly what judges and prosecutors have accused the J6 defendants of doing. The rioting communists tried to prevent the peaceful transfer of power after a lawful election. This is life in the anarcho-tyranny, as Sam Francis described it, in which criminals aren't punished, which is why it's anarchy, but the innocent are, which is why it's tyranny. Read more comparison.
So yeah, there you go. I mean, you people on the left want to know why those of us on the right don't care about your January 6th selective outrage. There you go. I mean, any other thoughts on that? I mean, not only that, the videos that he was showing about January 6th, and those were anybody being violent? Not really.
No, and the violence came from the feds. So
who started it by shooting rubber bullets into the crowd, puncturing one guy's cheek, and gas canisters and things like that.
There was
None of that stuff may have happened.
There was also guys, Antifa dressed as
protest
Trump supporters and all that there too. So
yeah, and that's not a conspiracy
Nancy
theory.
Pelosi, they were behind it. It was a setup. They fucking knew it.
Speaking of Nancy Pelosi, thank you. She's never one to miss an opportunity to try and pin January 6th on Donald Trump. And she did so again this last week, saying Donald Trump delayed deploying the National Guard on January 6th when our Capitol was under violent attack and lives were at stake. Now he's activating the D.C. National Guard to distract from his incompetent mishandling of tariffs, healthcare, education, and immigration, just to name a few blunders. Well, she got immediately called out by the former Capitol Police Chief who was on duty the day of January 6th, and he absolutely wrecked her little narrative. He said, "Ma'am, it is long past time to be honest with the American people. On January 3rd, I requested National Guard assistance, but your Sergeant at Arms denied it. Under federal law, I was prohibited from calling them in without specific approval. That same day, Carol Corbin at the Pentagon offered National Guard support, but I was forced to decline because I lacked the legal authority. On January 6th, while the Capitol was under attack, and despite my repeated calls, your Sergeant at Arms again denied my urgent requests for over 70 agonizing minutes, running it up the chain for your approval. When I needed assistance, it was denied. Yet when it suited you, you ordered fencing topped with concertina wire and surrounded the Capitol with thousands of armed National Guard troops." So once again, January 6th, by all accounts, was Nancy Pelosi's fault, not Donald Trump. But again, they want to blame him for it now that he's using the National Guard to keep DC safe. So Nancy, go have a beer and sit down, you old lush. I swear to God. But anyway, there it's not just other people, talking about how bad the crime is in DC or those making videos in CVS. Here's an ABC News anchor, a Democrat-run news outlet. This news anchor broke from her Democrat-mandated script and talked about what it's actually like living in DC.
We've been talking so much about the numbers, and yeah, usually that's how you play devil's advocate, is you talk about, oh, well, stats say crime is down. However, I can tell you firsthand here in downtown DC where we work, right here around our bureau, just in the past 6 months, there were 2 people shot. One person died literally 2 blocks down here from the bureau. It was within the last 2 years that I actually was jumped walking just 2 blocks down from here. And then just this morning, one of my coworkers said her car was stolen a block away from the bureau. So we can talk about the numbers going down, but crime is happening every single day because we're all experiencing it firsthand while working and living down here.
And again, just because the numbers are technically maybe going down doesn't mean they're not still high. Like I said, they won't tell you that part. In fact, DC has been more violent than many third world countries. Maybe part of the problem is the current DC police chief does not know what the term chain of command means. Listen to this shit.
What the chain of command is now?
What does that mean?
Well, is it Pam Bondi speaking to the mayor? How does this work?
Here it is again. That's just was so low.
Chain of command is now?
What does that mean?
Well, is it Pam Bondi speaking to the mayor, speaking to you, or how does this work?
So the executive order is clear. The president has requested MPD services and our.
So Mayor Muriel Bowser of Washington, D.C. had to step in and speak for her. Muriel Bowser, by the way, who claims Trump's actions are, quote, unsettling and unprecedented, and then later stated that there's nothing she can do to stop Trump because what he's doing is legal. She had to step in to save her DEI hire police chief from making an even bigger fool of herself. This is what happens when you hire based strictly on diversity, equity, and inclusion and not on her qualifications. I mean, come on. If you've seen one episode of any Law and Order drama television show, you know what the term chain of command means. What the F? And you all wonder why Trump had to step in. Yep. But the brain dead idiots on the left would rather sing about Trump taking D.C. from them because, you know, since it's their home. Listen to this.
D.C. is our home. You can have it, Trump. D.C. is our home. You can have it, Trump.
So, again, these people are flat out brainwashed into believing that Donald Trump has taken over the city because he's Hitler.
Soon, these people are going to be in the mental hospitals with a padded room, eating Jello, taking their medicine because there's no hope for them.
No, not really. Some people will not turn back. It's too late. You can show them this until you're blue in the face. They're not going to buy it. We're doing this to try to reach those people who still have an open mind.
It's like, no matter, like, and like I've seen countless videos of people who live in DC who's
still
like
plugged in.
Who
this is like, going to be an insult to cats, but I bet every single one of them have cats.
Yeah, like people who live in DC and they're like,
"Go kill the cat."
You don't realize how
like
good
AI.
this is, like how bad DC was, and all these people are out here. He goes, the one video of this guy said, like, do you know how long it's been since you're able to just walk around at night or stop at a red light without worrying about getting carjacked?
Yeah.
Like,
I'm going to send you something in the private chat real quick because it is AI. Since I said that, how do we know?
Yeah. Well, obviously, if you could tell here, the mayor of Washington, D.C., Muriel Bowser, does not like Trump, clearly. I mean, you could just tell by that pursed look on her face. Yeah, this is basically knowing that she can't do anything about, because Donald Trump has the authority to do this, and he should do this. So yeah. What is this you sent me again?
So they are AI. It's supposed to be a Gavin Newsom supporter.
Okay, let me see if I can pull this up real quick. I suppose we're at it, but let's see here. Okay, Gavin Newsom supporter supposedly posted this. Is that right?
Well, yeah, they're debunking it because it's not. It's a fake AI generated picture.
You're talking about the top one or the bottom?
Well,
the bottom. The bottom's clearly, you can't spell. Yeah. What is that supposed to be? Noir? Our?
It should be Newsom.
Gavin, our next president. That's N-O-U-R. That's what it says on the track. It's So again, a lot of this stuff you're seeing from supporters supposedly online could be bots or AI just to make you look like, oh, there's this, because this looks like a truck you'd see a Trump supporter have. This is not what you see a Democrat driving, or especially with all this on the. Do you see that anywhere normally? I don't know what some of these others, but yeah, there may be some. I don't know what some of these other things are, but yeah. This is Gavin Newsom press. We're going to talk about the Gavin Newsom press office Twitter account here in just a minute, this is just proof that you can't believe everything you see. We're trying to show you the truth here on this channel, no doubt about it. That way, you guys don't have to go do all that. So yeah, but anyway, back to what we were talking about here. Yeah, go ahead.
I had a thought earlier, and so this is kind of backtracking a little bit. But when we said that Trump was cleaning up the homeless, what exactly did that mean?
When Trump was cleaning up the homeless?
Yeah, like he sent the National Guard to clean up the crime and the homelessness. What was
I
he
have
doing?
a theory.
Oh, he's cleaning up the streets to where they're not sitting on the streets, but I'm sure they're being placed in like homeless shelters or something like that instead of sitting on the street, like in tents or drugged over, things like that. Like in
yes, I believe that they are probably being offered help because so everybody believes we're going to be getting some money, right? Hopefully. But if you give a homeless drug addict $5,000 Doge tax, benefit, what is that person going to do with that money?
Spend it on drugs.
More drugs. But if you get them somewhere safe, clean, maybe on the right track, keep their money until they're ready. We got to clean it up. And, everybody got money for COVID. I bet all those homeless people that got it just drank it, snorted it, shot it up, whatever.
Absolutely.
So he's cleaning them up. He's not taking them to FEMA camps. He's getting them
this
help.
whole concentration camp thing or whatever stupid. But yeah.
I mean,
ahead,
unless, well, not concentration camp, but I mean, if they committed crimes like rob somebody, well, they're probably
then they're going to jail.
Yeah, that's different. But yeah,
But if
but
they
no,
don't
just
have a
the ones who
record
don't have
and-
homes. Yeah, they're helping them to get to some place where hopefully they're not on the street. So
I was just curious. It just came to my mind because if I was the president, I know what I would do, and it's what we just discussed.
I've said this, like, I don't know, I've talked about this plenty of times before in different contexts and shit like that, but like, we have a bunch of abandoned schools, buildings, even apartment buildings. I don't see why it would be so hard to have literally just that for these people, for people who are homeless, like in a program like
Turn
that.
it into like an army base. Give them a grocery store inside that building. Give them everything they need. Have them work it. Have them clean it. Have them do all the things. Teach them. Give them 2 years. Section 8 is limited now to 2 years. So
the problem
give them
is
2 years in a housing development like that. Give them skills. Give them educate whatever they need, and help them.
the problem is twofold. One, Brad, it's like, why can't we do apartments or whatever? It's because all the illegals are there, number one, because they've been housed in those things. Number two, a lot of these people, we teach them how to do this and all this stuff. A lot of these people just don't want to learn.
But that's part of
that's where the insane asylums go. Then you get to go live here and be, dealt with.
Yeah, I agree with
you
that.
might not be a criminal, but if you're not going to be a productive member of society, we're not going to tolerate it no more.
Yeah, I agree.
Like, the 1970s is when those hospitals closed. And
Bring it back.
Now we have this epidemic of homelessness and drug addicts. And
we're going to make insane asylums great again, ladies and gentlemen. I hope so anyway. But by the way, go ahead.
That should be part of it. Like, you getting clean is part of the whole thing.
Yeah.
You getting a job is part of it, because eventually what's going to happen, say let's say we'll give you 2 years to get clean, to find a job, to get stable. And the same thing, and I'm not just saying for homeless people, you can do this for some of the homeless vets. Give them something to do. Give them something to focus their time and money and energy on, other than drugs or alcohol.
One other thing, Pete Hegseth is opening the dog sanctuary.
Yeah.
We have a homeless dog shelter problem too. Incorporate that with the homeless, because we know dogs
we'll uplift people's spirits and things like that and help them. So that'd be twofold. Hopefully those ideas will be taken under consideration, no doubt. But when it comes to DC, by the way, since Trump has stepped in with the National Guard, believe it or not, those of you critics out there, the crime rates in DC have plummeted.
When the National Guard hit the ground in Washington last week, that city's crime fight went into overdrive. And now we're seeing the impact and the dramatic reductions in crime. When the National Guard rolled into Washington last week, the locals seemed skeptical.
The crime is minimal here. There's not really a lot of crime here. It looks like window dressing to me.
But with the Guard on the ground, crime is on the decline. For the first time in a long time, D.C. has gone 7 days without a homicide. And that's not all. Carjackings are down 83%. Robberies are down 46%. Car thefts down 21%. And overall violent crime is down 22%.
When you have these kind of numbers going down, it basically says this is a success, and that means people feel safer.
Exactly. So just like with the border, all it takes is someone with the will and the drive to actually do something about it. And that's what Donald Trump is doing. So this is exactly what we voted for here in the United States. So all you critics are, but it was safe already. Does this look like it was safe already if it's come down this much? Coming soon.
No.
Yeah. First time 7 days in a row without a homicide. In a long time. That's insane. that you can't go a week without killing somebody in a city. I mean, I'm sure a lot of cities have that problem to some respects, but Jiminy Christmas.
I think Bloomfield's okay.
I hope.
Nah, somebody got shot the other night.
Indianapolis.
Did they die?
But
yes.
did they die?
Yeah, they did.
But did they die?
Yeah, you sound like Kid Joe, bro.
In Bloomfield?
Yeah, I got it on the. I seen it on a post on it on Reddit.
But yeah. So coming to
I
Chicago.
saw an 18-year-old shot somebody in Bloomington, an 18-year-old female. So I don't know if she was defending herself or if she was just trying to kill him.
Oh, wow.
I mean, it was Bloomington, so probably just wanted to kill him.
I mean, yeah. I'm telling you.
Oh, real quick.
Yeah, go ahead.
I did look it up. I don't click on when I look up things, I don't click on any of the links because I'm weary about going to something I didn't want to go to. But most of the headlines said that Trump gave the homeless an option to leave the encampments and go to a homeless shelter where they were be given rehabilitation and also help with mental illness.
Mm-hmm. Sounds like what we were talking about. Yeah, nailed it. So, yeah, it's not rocket science, ladies and gentlemen. No doubt. If we can figure it out, I mean, clearly, no doubt. I mean,
and I will say, I saw a homeless guy in Bloomington yesterday. So,
yeah,
I like Brandon and Miranda's idea about renovating just some of these empty buildings that we have and putting them to work. Like, teach them to work. Be like, this is your place. If we want to keep it nice, you've got to help us keep it nice. Nobody's coming in here to do it for you.
Life's not free, people.
No.
As much as the Democrat Party wants it to be.
Give them something to focus on and to help them. Like, I'm not saying everything has to be a handout. Let them earn it. You know, you have to give them a reason to feel important enough to not want to do what they're doing. You know what I mean? Like, you have to, but you have to be willing to do it. And if you're not willing to do it, then these services won't be available to you. That's just the harsh reality of the world. It is what it is. You get what you work for. I will help you, but at the same token, you have to want it for yourself. My help only goes so far, right? Same thing with this whole thing with Section 8 and shit. Like, if you are an able-bodied fucking human, you don't have any disabilities, nothing stopping you from fucking working, I will help you. But eventually this helps stop, and you have to be able to stand on your own 2 fucking feet, period.
Yeah. That's why I got no problem with them adding like a work requirement to like Medicare and things like that. Because so if you can't work, if you're not able-bodied, you still get it. But if you do, or you are able-bodied, you either shouldn't get it or shouldn't be on it or whatever. Or you should at least, have to work so many hours or something to get SNAP or EBT and things like that. I got no problem with that. These days of handout and people just think they can skate through life and just do everything for free. That's not the way the world works. And I don't know about you, even though I don't always care about my job sometimes, like I don't always agree with like things are going on or whatever. I always at the end of the day feel like I'm more accomplished by putting in a good, honest day's work though.
I'll be honest,
you may not like your job at times. You're never going to like your job every day, no matter what you do, unless it's literally something not most people anyway, but
satisfaction of knowing that I worked for this to get this.
Yeah.
Regardless of the job. I've had plenty of jobs I loved. I've had plenty of jobs I fucking hated. But at the same time, the satisfaction of me saying I own this because of this, I worked my ass off to get there. Fuck the job. I worked.
Yeah.
I broke the bank. I sacrificed this. I sacrificed that. I now own this for that reason.
Agreed. Yeah. Take a little pride in yourself, everybody, ladies and gentlemen. Let's just keep doing that. But Donald Trump apparently is looking into the Smithsonian Museum and other museums, and the media is saying that Donald Trump is trying to erase slavery by evaluating the exhibits at the Smithsonian and other museums to ensure they portray the proper and true history of this country. All right. Listen up, leftists, you lunatics. It's not about erasing our history, this stuff with the Smithsonian, okay? It's about acknowledging our mistakes while also embracing all the good this nation, including its founders, I said it, has done that the left have purposefully tried to erase and distort over the years. Need proof?
I was about to say, you're the ones that are erasing history. Like, let's be honest.
Yeah. You want proof? Look at all the lawlessness that these Democrats did when they tore down statues in 2020. And they've done it for a while. But so who exactly was erasing history, as Brandon pointed out? Exactly. Here's another example.
Who was that?
Oh, I couldn't tell you who exactly some of these people were. But regardless, they're up for a reason. I mean, you may not agree with what they did in their personal lives way back in the day, but that doesn't mean they didn't contribute something good to this society that you're just overlooking because you think they're racist or something, which at the time is just the way the world was.
Those statues stood for fucking years and no one once said anything.
And I believe this one here, I believe this one here is set to be reinstalled. So some of these statues are going back up anyway. So,
it's no different than the Cracker Barrel bullshit. These people are fucking retarded.
Yeah. I mean, hell, you fuckers got Aunt Jemima and Uncle Ben's erased from fucking history. So you can miss me with this whole.
Yeah. Yes, we have sins of our past, but there's nothing wrong with showing American patriotism and celebrating our successes as well. But many museums, like the Smithsonian, have been changed way too far. Let me see if I can make this a little bit bigger here. Oops, that's just me.
Is that
all right,
Fauci?
There's an exhibit honoring Fauci in the Smithsonian.
No fucking way.
Some of these changes have gone way too far to reflect only our sins, to perpetuate a permanent state of negativity towards our founding and history. Museums like the Smithsonian have become a cesspool of anti-American propaganda, just like the media has. It's time to take pride in being American again, and there's nothing wrong with that, and that's what Trump is doing. This is just a few examples, like commemorating the act of illegally crossing the border, making it sound like crossing the border illegally is a good thing. I mean, migrants watched fireworks through border wall because American founders feared non-white immigration. No. Again,
am I allowed to say that if Fauci is found guilty of crimes against humanity, that I hope they stick him in the electric chair? Am I allowed to say that on the
no. You can say what you want. If we get canceled on YouTube, we'll just go to Rumble. So I mean, let's be honest.
It is what it is.
I hope they fry his ass.
Yeah.
So it is what.
You put. Oh my God, dude! I like Eric. We've talked about this shit before. You know my whole stance on racism in general. Like, for me to pretend like it hasn't affected me at some point in my life, it has. But at the same time, again, it is what it is.
I don't think it's nearly as bad as the media and Democrats like to portray it.
No, but
it's to keep you locked in a little bitty box, know, on the plantation still.
But I
really,
refuse,
legitimately,
like I refuse to.
Because you got a brain, man.
You know what I'm saying? Like, but well,
I'm playing.
You want to talk about?
But again, you want to cry racism, but yet you willingly got rid of two of the most successful Black entrepreneurs who came up in a time where it wasn't what's the word? It was difficult for them to be Black entrepreneurs. And Uncle Ben's and Aunt Jemima. They built their own fucking empire. And then you just got away with it. You wanted it gone because why? Now it's some plain fucking bottle that says
you're not wrong. I hear you.
But yet you want to preserve fucking Black history, but yet you piss all over it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's completely hypocritical and nonsensical, no doubt about it.
They only want to remember the slave part of it because they want to keep Black people thinking that they're slaves, like they're
but then
victims of it.
But they omit
the Republicans' fault and the.
Yeah, but they omit the part where how those Blacks that were sold into slavery by their own fucking people.
Right. Yeah.
And weren't the only fucking ones. There was a lot of white European Irish people who were and Asians who were also sold into fucking slavery.
Mm-hmm. And they want to keep talking about it because the more we talk about it too, the more they I was just gonna say the more we talk about it too, the less we actually move on from it.
Yeah. And you know who else was sold into slavery? Fucking Native Americans. By what? Other Native Americans.
Well, you know who are slaves now? The Mexicans. They're running their drugs for them. They're paying them pennies on the fucking dollar to work these farms.
To work for them? Yeah.
Yeah. It's just a new
work ridiculous hours too.
Do you think Democrats are just mad because they care for illegals? No, it's their slaves. It's a modern day slavery. That's what it is. They're upset because their workers are leaving and they got to do it themselves. Simple as that, guys. So, and not to mention another stat that the media don't like to tell you, which we talked about a little bit before. Less than 2% of the American population actually own slaves. I'm not belittling it, but those are the stats. Not very many people in America actually own them.
In the United States as well.
And they want to paint all white people as evil back in those days. They weren't. And by the way, speaking of the Smithsonian Museum, here is one of our favorites on CNN, Scott Jennings, his retort to this whole Trump trying to erase slavery by fixing some of these museum exhibits.
By saying that my personal view is slavery was a reprehensible institution. I agree with your words that it was our original sin. We also fought a war to eradicate it and to get over it as a country. And that was
our white people died, by the way.
Happened, and a lot of people died, and we did eradicate it, and that's a good thing. I think what he's asking is, in our museums, what defines us? Are we going to be defined by the worst moment or the worst institution or the worst mistake we ever made? Or are we going to be defined by what we've done moving forward to get over it and to become the greatest nation on the earth? My belief is that he wants to look at these museums, not because he wants to do away with the idea that slavery occurred, but that he wants to ask a very simple question. Are we going to present ourselves as being exceptional or not? And I think he believes there is an effort by some to continue to try to define us from our worst moment instead of try to focus and define us based on our best moments, which started when we eradicated slavery and began to move forward as the light of the world.
And he's absolutely right about that. I think it was well said by Scott Jennings.
I can tell you right now, the amount of pushback and attitude that he probably got from those.
Oh, yeah. Speaking of which, I believe this was the same panel because Jillian Michaels of The Biggest Loser, obviously you probably maybe heard of her. She absolutely lights the host Abby Phillip up over this whole Smithsonian exhibit as well. Listen to all these CNN talking heads try to spin this and to put spin this out to be Trump and white people bad. They're going to try to make it all sound like he's just evil. This first woman in particular is spewing all sorts of lies and misinformation. You can see the disgust in Jillian Michaels' face before she fires back on this topic.
He's gone into the Smithsonian. He's effectively now has some random person deciding what is appropriate for the Smithsonian to teach in terms of American history, things that don't offend parts of the MAGA base, right? So we're now literally reviewing parts of American history and parts of American culture to make sure it comports with dear leader and what the MAGA
By the way, can I just say that that's ridiculous? That's not what Trump is doing. We got to capitulate to the MAGA base, what our dear leader. No, you guys are brainwashed.
Address some of those things that are in there? Because have you looked at some of the things that are being reviewed?
Yeah, slavery was a bad thing that was to talk about.
Okay.
Like, he forgave me.
Or we can move on.
So he's not. No, okay. He's not. And you cannot tie imperialism and racism and slavery to just one race, which is pretty much what every single exhibit does. But let's talk about the fact that when you
anti-slavery,
let's talk about the fact
slavery in America was.
Do you realize that only less than 2% of white Americans owned slaves?
But it was a system of white supremacy.
You realize that slavery is thousands of years old?
White people.
Do you know who was the first race to try to end slavery? Well, what's controversial?
I'm very surprised.
This is an extraordinary exercise in historical revisionism.
I'm really surprised.
Do you realize that,
Jillian? I'm surprised that you're trying to litigate.
This is BS right here.
Who was the beneficiary of slavery? And
I'm not.
Was not.
What I'm trying to tell you is that
in the context of American history.
Okay.
In the context of American history, what are you saying is incorrect by saying that
it
was white people oppressing black people?
Every single thing is like, oh no, this is all because white people bad, and that's just not the truth. Like, for example, every single exhibit, I have a list of every single one. Like, people migrated from Cuba because white people bad, not because of Castro. Yes, no, it's in there. That's what I'm saying. You don't actually know what's in there. Do you know that when you walk in the front door, the first thing you see is the gay flag?
Jillian, you have a lot of stuff in front
Yeah,
of
I
you.
do,
What
because
exactly
I don't, because here's the thing.
Are you talking about?
Okay, I'll give you an example.
Yeah, please.
There's one called Change Your Game, right? This has been an installation there. Is gender testing fair in sports? Does that, and then it goes on to talk about how it's complex to do gender testing in sports. It's not complex. It's basic science. That's untrue. It's XX chromosome, XY chromosome. That's sports. Is it fair to have biological men competing against biological women in sports? No, but why is this in the Smithsonian? So it's been completely captured.
First of all, I don't.
And
think
it's totally partisan.
We don't. First of all, we don't have time to litigate
Of
all of
course
this.
we don't, because then you're going to.
But I do.
You see that? You see what you tried to do? We don't have time to discuss it. Yeah, because you're wrong. That's why you ain't got time to talk about it, Abby. You'll talk about an hour, a bunch of other stuff, but you won't address this because she's nailing your ass on this.
I hate the fact that this is always 4-on-1. Like,
yeah, well, Scott's sitting there, but he's letting her roll.
Shit pisses me off more than any fucking thing. Because you're exactly it. You're a bunch of talking heads. You get your viewpoints and your talking points, and these are the things you got to hit. And the fourth person in there, that's your opposition. You're supposed to shit on them, and they got to sit there and fucking take it. Like, that shit to me is fucking annoying.
This is why CNN and MSNBC, who they've just had to change their name, we'll talk about later, but this is why they're all failing, because everybody's wise to this bullshit now. Thank God for voices like Jillian Michaels and Scott Jennings. Scott Jennings is the only reason to watch CNN, by the way, if you're even doing it.
Gives me the most, like,
why would I?
Craziest fucking headache ever.
I mean, I like him, but
I like just tearing them down once they do something stupid like this. It's like ridiculous. Speaking of stupid,
just side thing.
Yeah.
I mean, I watched Biggest Loser with my family all the time, and you know, I didn't like Jillian Michaels, but now that I heard that, I like her.
Yeah. I mean, and she's a former Democrat. Well, I mean, she's still a Democrat, I think, but even she's starting to realize this is stupid. You know, finally got some brain on her. But anyway, yeah. But speaking of stupid, Gavin Newsom, Greasy Gavin. As I mentioned earlier, Trump is continuing to fight for election integrity, and Democrats are furious over it, including Gavin Newsom, who is big mad about Texas redistricting, and he promises to gerrymander California even further, and if he gets his way, would likely include Mexico to get his voter base back, because that's about the only way they're going to be able to get illegal votes the way this is going. During one of his press conferences where he was lying about what Texas was doing, ICE was then turned the press conference into an opportunity to sweep up illegals outside of the building. This is hilarious.
Now we're here making Los Angeles a safer place since we won't have politicians.
So he's out there complaining about gerrymandering, and he knows, and ICE agents know that there's going to be a lot of illegals out there probably supporting him. So they sent their agents out there to get all the illegals that they could to deport. So that's called good timing. Of course, the mayor of LA, Karen Bass, also did not like this too well, and she went off on this whole thing, calling it coordinated, and
not believe that this just happened to be a coincidence.
There is no way this was a coincidence. This was widely publicized that the governor and many of our other elected officials were having a press conference here to talk about redistricting, and they decided they were going to come and thumb their nose in front of the governor's face. Why would you do that? That is unbelievably disrespectful. It's a provocative act. They're talking about disorder in Los Angeles, and they are the source of the disorder in Los Angeles right now. This is
actually, I believe you and Gavin are the source of disorder in Los Angeles. I really do. I think these people were doing their job and trying to clean the city. You and Gavin refused to do. It's also worth noting that, Greasy Gavin, and, he's trying to run for president. But what he's doing instead, this is how he thinks he's going to run for president. He hopes to do that by going on goofy podcasts with people like Harry Sisson on the bottom right here, who, by the way, claimed Joe Biden would still win the election after the embarrassing debate performance that caused him to drop out of the race.
Right or
well, everybody's right. The bottom right. Doing the black T-shirt with his eyes closed.
I know who it is.
What with the dumbass smile on his face?
Yeah, they've all got that. But yeah,
hate you, man. Like, listen, you know how I am, right? But like, he has the most punchable fucking face.
Oh hell yeah, he does. Yeah,
like, oh
yeah. This podcast also had other Democrat paid influencers on it to try and quote own MAGA, by the way. Nope, this was not satire. This is how they were spending their afternoon, trying to own MAGA, I guess. But one of the other ways that Gavin is trying to own MAGA is by having his handlers come up with fake Trump-like social media posts to try and prove he's a worthy candidate. What a joke. this comes off as disingenuous and stupid because you're just copying what Trump is doing to make yourself look like you're smart and clever. Sorry, Gavin, but nothing can stop what is coming, even including you, as I'm about to get into here. Following the passage by the state's Senate, the Texas House also passed the Texas redistricting map that they were so mad about. Republicans will, in fact, gain 5 House seats, and Democrats will lose 5 House seats in the state of Texas. And that means crazy Jasmine Crockett will be out of a job. By the way, 242 out of 254 Texas counties voted red in 2024. Redistricting, not gerrymandering, when it's 96% of counties voted for Trump. That's not necessarily gerrymandering when your entire state votes that way anyway. But Gavin Newsom is going to try to negate Texas. What happens when every other red state does it, though? Ain't nothing Gavin can do then. So what's that, what, Aaron?
Do you have the before of the
it's not much different. Actually, this may be the before actually. Yeah, so it's going to be just like a couple blue dots tops, which is basically what it is now. So it's really not changing that much, to be quite honest with you. But it's not like, in blue states where they've completely wiped all the red out for the most part. And I'm about to show you that right here. So yeah, even though red states are going to be doing this, there ain't nothing Gavin could do to combat it, because California's already done it for the most part. California, according to this, has 38% Republican voters in it, but only 9 out of the 52 seats, 20%, are represented. And the top section here is a list of all the blue Democrat states that have around half of the state, for the most part, have Republican voters in it, but they've been gerrymandered to hell where they have 0 Republican seats in the House. So, sure, these states down here on the bottom, these 5 that the Democrats have left, they can continue to gerrymander them to combat red states like Texas, but they can't do much more because they pretty much already gerrymandered it all the way they can anyway. So it's not going to do it much good. However, red states, though, this is a map of the states that still have ability to gerrymander further. Republicans can gerrymander all of these red states, and Democrats are going to lose seats if Republicans continue to have a spine in this situation. And they will mean that they will not win another election for decades. Democrats won't. And I'm here for that. I don't know about you, but yeah, they brought it all themselves. This is karma. And do not make the mistake of thinking this is not a war. This is a war. Democrats did it first and are going to lose at their own game because of it, and they know it. The only thing that stops this is the Supreme Court, which would likely vote to get rid of gerrymandering altogether and do everything fairly, in which case everyone's vote would be represented fairly, and Democrats also lose. So, like I said weeks ago, checkmate. It's only a matter of time. Democrats are on their last legs, and they know it. That's why they're flailing. So,
okay.
Yeah.
What is gerrymandering? I'm being honest this time. I don't know what that means.
Basically, where you rewrite the districts to get the voters you want in those districts to where they vote for your particular party. So, like, if you were to get, like, I don't have one in particular, but there's like gerrymandering in like Illinois, where like the districts are all over the dang state because that's where all the blue voters are, and they want to get all the votes there. So, if they just district normally, those districts would probably go red because they have Republican voters in them, but they don't let them vote proportionate to what's. So yeah, it's kind of difficult to explain, but does that make any sense at all?
Kind of.
I'll look it up. It's a political ploy, which don't get me wrong. I don't necessarily agree with gerrymandering, but that Texas is doing it. But again, I have no problem doing this if blue states have done it all over the country, like in California has not gone red in 30 years because they gerrymandered so much that Republicans don't have a voice. So I got no problem with Republicans doing it then to fight back. Not whatsoever. Like I said, the only thing that's going to fix this is if the Supreme Court steps in and says, you all can't do it. If that's the case, Democrats also lose because it'll be fair at that point. So,
okay.
Keep fighting.
So like I say a city like Chicago, which is very blue, right? They would change the district for a big district to include Chicago, where Chicago has the majority of the populace, so that county goes blue.
Well, that county probably wouldn't necessarily need it, though. But there's other districts, like, say, in the center of the state, for, like, say, your Peoria, Illinois, your Champaign, Illinois, the other big cities. But if those cities are included in, like, blue districts to get the blue vote. But if they didn't do that, it would be like Indiana, where they would only have, like, a couple blue dots, and it'd vote red. So Illinois is blue because of gerrymandering. Same with California, Oregon, all these states. And now the red states are finally starting to play by the Democrats' game, and Democrats are pissed. That's what it is. I say turnabout's fair play.
Yeah.
Honestly, I know Miranda has brought it up before, but we need to get away from that part and just make it so every vote counts.
And the only way you're going to do that is if it's proportionate to the actual, voter base in the states. Right now, if you're in California and you're a Republican, you don't have a say. And it's about to get worse if Gavin Newsom gets his way. And I don't disagree with that. I mean, Texas, if you're a Democrat, you're not going to have much of a say. I get it. But again, they started this fight. Republicans are going to finish it. And if I had my way, I'd be fine with everything being fair across the board. But it's not going to be that way unless something's done at the Supreme Court level, because no one's going to agree to it outside of being forced to. Because Democrats, like I said, will not win another election if that happens.
Let's sell California back to Mexico. I know they talked about it a couple of years ago.
I think, and he can have Newsom.
Say that again. Broke up a little bit.
Give it to Russia.
Oh,
like how they gave us Alaska, they can have California, and they can deal with it.
Some of those communists are probably like that down there in California. But anyway, we also got Act Blue, the Democrat Party's powerhouse fundraising platform, is under investigation by the Department of Justice at Trump's request over allegations of widespread election fraud and illicit foreign contributions. You don't say. We'll see if this ends up going anywhere. Act Blue has kind of been under investigation for many times in the past, and it's not really gone anywhere. But
well, nobody in charge wanted to do anything then.
That's true too. Very true too. Hopefully it'll be different this time. No problem with that.
This is why it's all like reruns.
Yeah.
We already know all this stuff. It's like, okay, but now we've got Cash in there, and I guess Bondi. I still don't trust that woman.
Yeah, well, I don't blame you there.
She lost a lot of credibility after the shenanigans she pulled.
She always seems nervous when she's talking, and I mean, she probably is. If she's sincere, she's nervous. But I just don't know.
Yeah. We got a lot of things to go through here, so I'm gonna try to scoot along just a little bit here. On top of that, Donald Trump is set to sign an executive order to eliminate mail-in voting and inaccurate voting machines, as he called it, hopefully moving to paper ballots only. I'm totally down for this personally. Democrats began claiming, of course, that by doing that, Trump will remove the ability for soldiers overseas to vote. For you libnuts out there, there's a huge difference between absentee and mail-in ballots, okay? Democrat politicians know the difference. They're just lying to you to garner sympathy from those uneducated voters out there and to drum up hatred for the president based on these lies. Your 85-year-old disabled grandmother can still go vote absentee. Everyone else, voting is not meant to be convenient. Show up in person, show your ID. Hopefully soon, those will be required nationwide, and then vote on paper ballots. Simple as that, guys. And if Trump has his way, elections are going to become fair again. So at least as best they can with the gerrymandering that's going on. But so I'm looking forward to it. Any other thoughts on those items real quick before I switch over? Well put. get a Reese. Yeah. Any other thoughts? No?
Well, I said end the voter fraud.
Right. That for sure.
Which part?
Well, the fair voting part. Let's get where it used to be.
Yeah, or at least to where we fight back instead of just rolling over and taking it like the Republicans have for a lot of years. I'm glad to see them finally starting to fight back. In Indiana, I read that Indiana is going to be one of the next states to actually gerrymander. In Republicans' favor. So again. F around and find out. That's the way I look at it. Speaking of Gavin Newsom and California, I should say, an illegal immigrant truck driver killed 3 people after getting his CDL despite failing multiple tests in, you guessed it, California.
New details on a U-turn crash that killed 3 people. Officials say the illegal immigrant charged with causing it had major shortcomings on his driver's test. So why was he given a commercial license? It's a question a lot of people are asking this morning. Good morning. I'm Dana Perino. Bill Hemmer is off. Good morning again.
Good morning to you as well. Good to be with you. This story has so many layers to it, doesn't it? It really does. I'm Bill Malugin. This is America's Newsroom. And listen to this. The Department of Transportation is revealing the suspect completely flunked tests on both English proficiency and road signs. Now, despite those failures, he was still somehow able to get commercial driver's licenses from the sanctuary states of California in Washington.
Federal officials blaming Democrats, saying their lax policies put lives at risk.
Because it did. This is a sad, tragic accident, yes. But it's definitely preventable. Never should have happened. This guy pulled an illegal U-turn in the middle of a highway in a huge 18-wheeler. And this poor van got just crushed. This man should have never.
Petition.
Yeah, go ahead.
There's a petition going around. Have you seen that?
No, I don't think so.
15 or 1.5 million signatures to have him released and give him community service and counseling.
No.
Why would they treat him any different than if he was an American that did it?
Yeah.
Like,
because
send his ass back in prison. He is responsible for killing a whole fucking family.
Yeah, all they'll
And
say
you've
was
got
accidental.
leftists signing a petition to release him and just give him counseling.
Because their argument is, well, accidents happen all the time. It could have been a legal guy who did this too. No, a legal person would not have,
He
got a
still broke the
CDL.
law, whether or
Yeah.
not, like, it is an illegal U-turn. If I did it and I killed somebody, I'm going to fucking jail.
Yeah, even if your CDL was on the up and up. Yeah, you pulled an illegal move.
Even if it was an accident, I'm going to jail.
Yeah, exactly. But yeah, this whole thing has to stop. And luckily, the Trump administration agrees. Marco Rubio announced that they are pausing all worker visas for commercial truck drivers in hopes of preventing more tragedies like this. So good. Need to find out who these
I used
people
to
are
work
and
at
whether or not
the
they're
Kmart
qualified.
distribution Center. This isn't new. I used to work at the distribution center for Kmart, and we would get these container drivers that come in, couldn't speak a word of fucking English, couldn't back up a trailer, hit shit. That was back in 2011.
Yeah.
Coming out of Chicago. So I hope they check Illinois too, because I guarantee they're giving out illegal driver's licenses.
Yeah, I've heard this is nationwide, pausing all worker visas. So we need to find out. Now, we'll see how if that ends up affecting anything, like like as in like getting, products to stores and stuff with truck. But again, I'd rather they be safe. We'll figure that out when we cross to it. But yeah, I mean, I'm glad they're at least looking into this, no doubt about it. On top of that, the State Department has been tasked with reviewing 55 million visa holders that are in America right now for deportable violations. Let me say that one more time. There are 55 million people in this country on visas. Unreal. That's 1/6 of our population. 1 out of every 6 person. You add that number to the estimated amount of illegal aliens in this country, and we're looking at a total of around 100 million people out of the total population of the United States, 340 million, who maybe should not be in this country. 1 out of every 3 in this country are not actually American. 1 out of 3. That's 100 million counted on the census that shouldn't be there. This affects apportionment and determines how many representatives are in Congress. So yeah, this is why the Democrats are so pissed about illegals getting deported and stuff. Because again, 100 million people would definitely sway who gets representation in these states when it comes to elections.
I have a kind of a story about a work and travel person. I mean, so there's this issue it was one of my first jobs. It was at an amusement park. But there was this older gentleman, probably about 35 maybe. He would make a lot of sexual advances toward the underage younger workers. And, this went on for a long time. And one of the girls finally stepped up and said something. And any person in management, any person that worked around this girl that knew about the thing got fired. But the guy who was perpetrating the acts got moved to a different department. Yeah.
Man.
That should tell you how they really feel about American workers versus these visa workers.
Yeah.
Not saying they're all bad, because there are
but
great people that work really hard, but I've met a lot more bad ones than I have good ones.
Mm-hmm. It just think again, 100 million people in this country. That's a third of the country that probably either shouldn't be here or are illegal, or they're just on visas or whatever. That's 100 million people draining resources like housing, food, and healthcare. You ever wonder why your rent is so high? This is why we have shortages and everything is so expensive right now. We have been successfully invaded. I don't see how it'll ever get fixed. We can't possibly deport that many people over the next 3 years. It's going to take decades to reverse this damage if we ever do. I mean, Trump will be, lucky if we can get like 3 million people. That's how many people Obama deported. 100 million? Good luck, But to curb as many illegals from crossing as possible, Trump is painting the border wall black to make it harder to climb as black surfaces attract more heat. Is this a good strategy? Will it have any effect? I say coat it with axle grease. What about you?
Axle grease is black.
Yeah. What do you think?
I say charge it with electricity, but
I was thinking the same thing, Aaron, but you beat me to it.
Barbed wire trenches, military installations with guns. I mean, have you ever seen like the border between Egypt and like Gaza? It's like,
oh yeah,
it would take a lot more funding to do that sort of thing, but they take their border seriously over there. We finally are, but it'll take a lot of time.
I vaguely remember Trump mentioning that wall. And it was like, and he said something along the lines of like, they definitely know how to defend their country or something like that.
Yeah. Have you seen it?
I haven't, but I just remember that little tidbit.
Hold on a hot second here. I'm gonna see if I can pull this up because it's. I mean, I know it's a little off topic, but Egypt border wall. I don't know if we can find it. If I can, because it is worth looking at. I mean, this thing, there's no getting through it. Here you go.
Yeah, they ain't
good luck.
Around.
There's like 5 sections, plus military installations. You're not getting through this. Especially if you got over one, you got another one with barbed wire, another one with barbed wire. I mean, goodness gracious.
That's higher than the other two.
Yeah, I mean, look at this. It's what, 3 rows of barbed wire? You're not getting through that. So, why are we not funding this? It's like, it's not. Anyway, that's just a side note there. But yeah, it's ridiculous. It's absolutely ridiculous. So yeah, so painting it black is the least we can do, no doubt about it. So
it's all the funding they have.
I don't know if it'll. I mean, yeah. I mean, I don't know all the funding that Congress will give us, or at least we got some with the big beautiful bill. But yeah, hopefully that'll help out here. But hopefully it'll make it hot enough to where, I mean, I'm sure it's hot as it is. I mean, it's metal. But yeah, even so, black will just make it even worse. Axle grease, I'm telling you. The Supreme Court will decide whether to take up a case challenging its 2015 ruling to legalize gay marriage nationwide this year that could have ramifications for gay marriage and could overturn Obergefell versus Hodges. Many people have filed for this case to be reviewed, and it's never been overturned. But of course, if that happens, the narrative is going to be Donald Trump banned gay marriage. But in reality, Trump has always been a supporter of gay marriage, one of the few criticisms of him that I actually have. The fact is, the case has been filed by Kim Davis, a former Kentucky clerk who spent 6 days in jail for refusing to provide marriage certificates to same-sex couples on religious grounds. So keep an eye out on this one. If it happens with the conservative majority on the Supreme Court, things could turn ugly. But again, Donald Trump would have nothing to do with this. This is somebody else bringing it up. So if it happens, yeah, the left is going to lose their ever-loving mind, much like they did when they overturned Roe v. Wade. And put it at the state level. So yeah, keep an eye out on this. This could be ugly, no doubt. Any thoughts on that?
I remember seeing a video about this specifically, and it wasn't that the Supreme Court looked into it. The lady who was in prison for it, she sent a letter to the Supreme Court to take a look at it, but the Supreme Court hasn't
accepted the case.
Yeah, they haven't looked at it because I don't think, at least the person that I was watching, they said that it didn't look like the Supreme Court was going to look into it because they didn't want to touch that right now because there's more important matters.
Right. And I don't know. When I initially heard this story, I heard the Supreme Court decided to take up the case and was going to rule on it by the end of the year. There's some other ones out there that are saying this has been formally asked to overturn it. So I don't know which it is, but but I've heard it might have been they're going to rule on it. So I don't know. We'll see.
He specifically said that formally asked. They was formally asked by this lady, but there was no mention of them actually looking at the case. But
now this article here was dated August 11th. So in that between now and the 24th, which is today, we very well could have gotten a decision that they're going to look into it, which I just heard this week. So that may have been the case. I'll have to look into that further. But yeah, definitely something to keep an eye on. No doubt about it. John Bolton was raided in a high-profile national security probe, allegedly withholding and mishandling classified documents. Oh boy, the irony there. If Trump can be raided, even though Donald Trump had a right to have his classified documents because he was president, so can John Bolton. John Bolton's raid is being done by the letter of the law, not politically like Donald Trump's was. Here's J.D. Vance explaining further.
That the FBI is searching the home of former Ambassador John Bolton, his office as well.
Sure.
Can you tell me, why is the FBI raiding Ambassador Bolton's home and office? And did the White House get a heads up?
Well, so we're in the very early stages of an ongoing investigation into John Bolton. I will say we're going to let that investigation proceed. What I can tell you is that unlike the Biden DOJ and the Biden FBI, our law enforcement agencies are going to be driven by law and not by politics. And so if we think that Ambassador Bolton has committed a crime, of course, eventually prosecutions will come. But as you know, Kristen, this is all part of gathering evidence, trying to understand something that we're worried about. And of course, I'll let the FBI comment on the next stage of the investigation.
What's at the root of this? Is this about classified documents?
Well, I'll let the FBI speak to that. Classified documents are certainly part of it, but I think that there's a broad concern about Ambassador Bolton. They're going to look into it. And like I said, if there's no crime here, we're not going to prosecute it. If there is a crime here, of course, Ambassador Bolton will get his day in court. That's how it should be. But again, our focus here is on, did he break the law?
So yeah, unlike with Donald Trump, there was no crime, but they made one up. This one is going to be, if there's a crime, then they'll look into it. They're just looking into it right now. So yeah, I mean, this is a happy and sad John Bolton when his house gets raided. So, and when Mar-a-Lago. So yeah, absolutely.
Spoiler alert: there was a crime.
Oh, guaranteed. Yeah, I'm sure of it. So yeah, so keep an eye out for that one as well.
Jesus,
that face looks
that's
like
part
he
of
got
it.
caught.
It looks like the guys from Super Troopers.
It looks like he just shit himself in that bottom one. And he smells it.
Yeah.
It looks like a Tim Burton.
He didn't realize it until he smelled it.
Hell, he's probably hiding whatever they're looking for in that mustache. What are you talking about?
Yeah, there's a meme going around that they took out the thumb drive from it.
Yeah, I saw that. I didn't know. Yeah, that's hilarious. But yeah. Well, speaking of what that was
that bottom one, that bottom picture does look like he got caught. Like if you look at that face, he looked guilty.
That's the face that Reese makes when we find him with a marker.
Put it back, John. Put it back. Exactly. No doubt about it.
Oh man.
But I'll tell you what was not a crime. Donald Trump's $500 million New York civil fraud case payments have been overturned by get this, a Democrat appeals court overturned it, where Letitia James tried to claim that Mar-a-Lago was only worth $18 million and Trump supposedly defrauded the banks. This was literally a victimless crime. Every bank that Donald Trump took a loan out from were paid back in full and wanted to work with him again, according to the case. So yeah, he's getting his $500 million back. So yeah, that's great for Donald Trump, no doubt about it. Here's the older millennial. Here's the older millennial literally laughing about this.
Oh, what's that? Remember that huge case that Letitia James brought against Donald Trump? You know, because he overvalued Mar-a-Lago and now he owes $500 million. Yeah, he don't owe shit. Oh, and this wasn't the Supreme Court. This wasn't some Republican-run court. No, this is just a New York State appeals court made up of Democrat judges. They took one look at this and they were like, absolutely not. Guys, this winning is getting fucking ridiculous. Almost like everything they tried to do against Trump and every win they've had, just go in the fuck away. The sad thing is, New York spent millions of dollars bringing this trial. Like Letitia James ignored the people she said were defrauded. You know, because they said they weren't defrauded. They said they did their due diligence. They said they were perfectly fine with giving him the loan, knowing the actual value of Mar-a-Lago. And she said, fuck that, I'm going to sue him anyway. And we spent years dealing with this fucking trial. Now, it's gone. Liberals, let's be real about this. You knew this was going to happen. You knew that was a temporary win. Now, not only does he not owe $500 million, but he's also your president.
Boom. and by the way, though, we should note, though, yes, the fraud ruling still stands. Until a higher appeal, which Trump is doing, by the way, the ruling may stand, but the cash comes home to daddy. So before long, Democrats are not going to have much to attack Trump with. Do we think that potentially the next thing could be the 34 felony counts for booking errors in the Stormy Daniels case could be overturned? You think that's a possibility? I think it could be. I mean,
probably.
It was like one error that he counted 34 times. If that happens, what are they going to use? Epstein?
Yeah. Can't do that
Welp? Epstein. Oop, that's the wrong thing here. Epstein. Yeah. During a House Oversight Committee deposition this week, former Attorney General Bill Barr testified under oath and said that Trump is, quote, not implicated in the Epstein investigation and there's no evidence of any crime on Trump's part. And if there was, Biden would have released it. And by the way, Bill Barr is no friend to Donald Trump. And even he's saying it. So, and for all you Democrats out there that say just because Trump was photographed with Epstein 30 years ago, that doesn't mean anything. Okay? Can have all the photos in the world with him and videos of him partying with him 30 years ago. Doesn't mean anything. He kicked Epstein literally out of Mar-a-Lago and even gave government officials information that led to Epstein's arrest. But, keep running with that narrative that he's involved. To top it all off, though, this week, on top of Bill Barr, weeks ago, Ghislaine Maxwell, Epstein's cohort, was interviewed by Deputy Attorney General Todd Blanche, and the transcripts of that interview had been blocked from seeing the light of day. Not by Donald Trump, because the media have said that Donald Trump is hiding this, but instead it was blocked by a Clinton-appointed Democrat federal judge until now. Today, the official transcript was released, which was yesterday. And guess what? Ghislaine Maxwell said Trump did nothing wrong, too. And more have been subpoenaed to testify on Epstein in the coming weeks. But now that's officially 3 people who have said Donald Trump is innocent, on top of Epstein's attorney himself said so as well. So Epstein's attorney, Bill Barr, now Ghislaine Maxwell. Now, and just quote it here, she said, I actually never saw the president in any type of massage setting, never witnessed president in any inappropriate setting in any way. President was never inappropriate. He was always a gentleman in all aspects. So now, that being said, Ghislaine Maxwell, in the same interview with Todd Blanche, also noted that Bill Clinton has never been to the Epstein Island, according to her, too. When the flight logs clearly show he's been to the island at least 28 times. And Jeffrey Epstein, bizarrely, had this crazy painting of Bill Clinton in his home, wearing a blue dress and red heels.
Saying to me.
So, whether or not we can actually take Ghislaine Maxwell at her word, take it for what you will. But that notwithstanding, Trump has now been said to not be involved by 2 other people, Epstein's attorney and Bill Barr, with more to come. At the end of the day, at least so far, there is 0 evidence against Trump here in the Epstein files. Regardless, I still want the files released because I believe accountability must happen. So, thoughts on that? What did you think of when you thought of the Ghislaine Maxwell interview coming out?
It was a moot point. We already knew this.
Yeah. Well, Democrats thought they had Trump this time.
They didn't. If they
Golly
did, they
shucks.
been out there.
That woman can't be trusted for nothing. So
no.
The Democrat narrative now is, oh, she's just saying what she has to do, so Trump will pardon her.
I haven't. John, I'm pretty sure, went through the files, but I haven't listened to his findings.
Mm-hmm.
What the hell was I going to say? Oh, she said that Epstein didn't kill himself.
Right.
And too.
Yeah, she said there was no client list, no high profile. Again, some of that I don't trust. That's why a lot of people are like, well, we can't trust her here with the Trump thing too. Well, she's not the only one saying it, and there's more subpoenas to come. There's going to be more that says Trump's innocent too. So just hold your horses if you don't believe Maxwell. That's fine. But
there's no way you can be an untouchable person like he was and not have some sort of blackmail on big wigs. Nobody. Get down.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, that's why Trump's kind of coming out and be like, "Well, it's a Democrat hoax, a Democrat hoax." He's not saying that like the Epstein stuff is a hoax. He's saying that his involvement with it and the media and the Democrats running with it to try to pin it on him or as being a part of it. He says that part's a hoax. That's what he's trying to say. He's not necessarily, eloquently putting it in a better way, but that's what he's trying to say. So yeah, keep on that thread though, Democrats. See how it works out for you. Donald Trump met with Vladimir Putin in Alaska this last week too, and Vladimir Zelensky of Ukraine on Monday this week in an effort to pursue peace. Other countries also, their leaders also came to the White House, and no, it was not to protect Zelensky from a Trump ambush, but because they are leaders in Europe as well, and it also affects them. Crazies. Let's see here. Trump met with Putin at an airport in Alaska, complete with a B-2 bomb. This is awesome. I mean,
why he did that, right?
Oh yeah, I know why he did it.
That's just a flex of dick muscle. Like, bro, listen, if we don't get this worked out, I'll eradicate this whole fucking thing.
He's right.
He's like, no, son, it's real over here. Okay, let's cut the bullshit.
The airport was also lined with military aircraft and attack helicopters. So yeah, he's telling Putin here, try it.
So did you guys see Putin gifted a random Alaskan a new motorcycle?
Yeah.
Oh yeah. I heard he visited like some Russian cemetery or whatever, like from war, people who lost their lives or something like that. So that was in Alaska too. Like you said, they used to own it. So yeah, that was and I got no problem with that. But yeah, this is a ballsy move, and this is a show of strength. And what's that?
The guy who got the bike.
Oh, was it? Oh, brother, we wouldn't be surprised. But even after that display of strength, the Democrats and the media were mad because they claim Donald Trump, quote, rolled out the red carpet for Putin. I mean, yeah, there was a red carpet, but it's not like, he was, they want to paint him as, oh, he treated him very, very well, right? He's his buddy. Well, Gavin Newsom rolled out the red carpet for Xi Jinping in California, including cleaning up all their homeless for a few days, and no one said a effing word. Yeah, this was a couple. What was it? Was it a couple years ago when he did this? Mm-hmm. He literally cleaned up all the homelessness in the streets, even though he can't seem to do it every other day of the year. But when Xi Jinping of China comes around, no one said a damn word to Gavin Newsom for doing the same thing. By the way, it's also ironic because Democrats have been close with Putin too. The hypocrisy and attempts to smear Trump is just bullshit, and it's like they don't understand we can literally fact check them in real time. I mean, do they not know these photos exist?
This motherfuckers has not changed in all of these.
Well, we can say
Biden. Fair.
Look, no, dead ass. Think about it.
Yeah.
All of these people look vastly different
today
from the time they started serving. But he does not.
Have you ever seen like Russian girls and stuff? They don't eat the garbage we eat over here. Partially.
That's true. That is true.
And he's the crazy one. He's aging, like you said. You can't hardly tell.
Jesus, that's wild.
Yeah, it makes you think about it, doesn't it? He's criticized how we do things in the States, like with certain things like food and things like that. He's talked about that stuff. Doesn't make it look too crazy, right? Does it? No, you're not. Yeah, it's not. It's nuts. But as always, the media wants to talk like Donald Trump either lost at this meeting or he gave Putin too much or whatever. Here's Caroline Levitt separating facts from fiction here.
However, one thing that has absolutely not changed is the media's negative and downright false coverage of President Trump and his foreign policy accomplishments. From the beginning of this entire process, much of the left-wing media has been actively rooting against the President of the United States in the pursuit of peace. Initially, the media ridiculously claimed that President Trump was somehow beholden to Russia for even agreeing to have a face-to-face discussion with President Putin inside of the United States. The media said said President Trump was making a grave mistake by, quote, legitimizing Putin. They were aghast that President Trump would treat another world leader like a world leader. The media relentlessly attacked President Trump and claimed he suffered a, quote, major defeat for not immediately emerging with a final agreement, even though he said heading into that meeting, this was a meeting to listen and to understand how to move the ball forward. All weekend following those historic U.S.-Russia bilateral talks, we listened to clueless pundits on television trying but failing to claim that the president had failed. The so-called experts in the foreign policy establishment, whose record is nothing but endless wars, trillions of wasted taxpayer dollars, and dead Americans, have the nerve to try and lecture President Trump, who has solved 7 global conflicts in 7 months, about peace. This is the same president, by the way, who brokered the Abraham Accords in his first term, on top of more than half a dozen other peace deals this year alone, as I just said. We also saw yesterday the president of Ukraine and all of the other major leaders of Europe fly across the Atlantic Ocean to meet President Trump at the White House because of the progress that was made, and that, if you ask the media, failed meeting, but it was not. It was highly productive and it was successful. This is why Americans' trust in the mass media is at a lowest point in more than 5 decades. Diplomacy is a delicate process, and instead of reporting the facts about what is happening here at this White House and what is happening between this president and other leaders around the world, many outlets in this room continue to try to actively undermine the president and sabotage the efforts towards peace.
Exactly. You know, not to mention every time that Putin tried to advance on Ukraine and its surrounding areas, it was under a president not named Trump. Let's not forget, Trump inherited the conflict despite the fact this war started under Democrat leadership. Yet somehow Trump is the one being blamed because the war isn't over yet. It's not so easy, especially when one or both of the leaders don't want the war to end for political reasons or whatnot. Never mind the fact that Trump, as Caroline pointed out, has stopped 6 or 7 other conflicts around the globe since January alone. If he can somehow get a peace deal between Russia and Ukraine and Israel and Gaza, he more than deserves a Nobel Peace Prize. You know who else thinks so? Hillary Clinton.
He was encouraged by the events of the last several months. First of all, the NATO commitment by individual member states to increase their defense spending is very welcome. It's something that prior administrations have certainly sought, and I think it's great that we are seeing these commitments that now have to be followed through on. The willingness of European countries to support Ukraine, and by doing so, buy American weapons in order to provide them to the Ukrainians. I think all of that is a very good signal that there is beginning to be a better understanding, both by the president and the people around him, as well as by the leaders of our European allies, that there can be common ground amongst us. And the kind of dismissiveness that we saw in the first Trump administration has been replaced by a much more obvious working relationship to the good of European security, transatlantic security, and hopefully Ukrainian security. So I'm actually encouraged.
Now, she did go on to say that if he's able to, I thought it was in this clip, but it's not. She went on to say that if he's able to broker a deal here and get this war ended without ceding land back to Russia, that she would nominate him herself for a Nobel Peace Prize. But did you notice how she worded that? If he doesn't cede land. I can already see where this is going. By the way, first of all, she's trying to stay on Trump's good side so she doesn't end up in prison, if you ask me.
I was about to say, she was kissing a lot of ass right there.
A lot of ass. Either that or she just went full-blown MAGA. One way or the two.
Disgusting.
That was, it made me feel icky inside, and I didn't like it. But I'm just going to say, but notice how, again, I know I didn't have the clip there. I thought it was in there, but it's not. But she said she'd nominate him for Nobel Peace Prize if he doesn't cede land. But I can already see what's going to happen. Ukraine will likely have to give up at least some portion of the land that they've already lost in this war, as all countries have to do in peace negotiations following a war. But because of that, Democrats in the media will say, but Trump ceded to Russia and allowed them to take the land and forced Ukraine to give it up to Putin. That's exactly what's going to happen. Because he's going to have to give up this land, Zelensky is. Because you think, I mean, they occupy it. They're not going to give it back. I mean, So we'll see how this goes. But Putin also says that the war with Russia would not have happened if Trump was president when it started. He flat out said this at the press conference following their meeting, exactly as Trump said. Putin's also saying it now. So you can believe Putin all you want or not, but that's exactly what the man said. There's also a trilateral meeting with all three leaders together. That's the next step, and with God's grace, this will come to an end. One last note on this I wanted to touch on during an interview with Fox. Trump mentioned something that I thought was interesting about a part of his motivation to get this peace deal done, outside of obviously stopping the killing. Listening to this.
I want to end it. We're not losing American lives. We're not losing American soldiers. We're losing Russian and Ukrainian, mostly soldiers. Some people, as missiles hit wrong spots or get lobbed into cities like Kiev and towns. But, if I can save 7,000 people a week from being killed, I think that's I want to try and get to heaven if possible. I'm hearing I'm not doing well. I hear I'm really at the bottom of the totem pole. But if I can get to heaven, this will be one of the reasons. Well, I think I saved a lot of lives with India, Pakistan.
So Trump wants to get to heaven, which tells you it's on his mind. He just brings it up kind of out of nowhere here a little bit. Trump, I know you'll never see this, I'm sure, but you need to know, though, you can't get to heaven by works alone. You can't. Only faith in Jesus Christ as your personal savior can do that. Now, faith without works is dead. Yes. But you can't get in. You can't buy your way into heaven. You can't save enough lives to get into heaven. Because at the end of the day, we're all sinners. We've all sinned and come short of the glory of God. So someone needs to get him aside. And if he's really concerned about it, as it sounds like he is, he needs to be told about the gospel. So I'm praying for Donald Trump. At the end of the day, God doesn't always call the qualified. He qualifies the called. So Donald Trump was selected to be the United States president at this particular time for a reason. I fully believe that. And God does not always use saved people. But that does not mean he will not lead them to repentance through these things. So I hope that's what happens with Donald Trump. But again, somebody in his cabinet or whatever needs to set him aside and explain to him that you can't buy your way to heaven. That's just all I'll say about that. But yeah, I'm praying for Trump, praying for his salvation, praying for his eternal soul. So any other thoughts on that? No. Yeah. So yeah. All right. So I got one more.
I got one more clip.
Yeah. Okay. Go ahead. Oh, you said it, didn't you?
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
It's
only got. Oh, so I already screwed. But yeah, but no, there's. Crap! I'll pull it back up here real quick. Hold on. All right, I'm working on it. Okay. The clip you said.
Yeah.
Where was it at?
I sent it in the private chat in StreamYard.
Okay. What was it about exactly?
It's just the Texas representative. He gives a really good answer to property tax question.
Okay.
He's the third youngest guy in.
Property taxes definitely, they need to get rid of those, no doubt about it. Here is that clip she's talking about from Badlands.
For you, and I ask this to most of my guests that are in any form of government. And I know it's not an easy question to answer, but seeing like how bad our government as a whole has been, especially the federal government, varies state by state. The federal government, we see all this corruption, we see the weaponized intelligence community, we see this money just flowing overseas, and we see a government that's not really been working for us. And I'm curious your thoughts on why you think we should be paying taxes as American citizens.
Yeah, that's great. Well, number one, some of the taxes you're paying are absolutely against the founding fathers' original intent for America. So, I mean, we look at, the Boston Tea Party, like they'd be rolling over in their graves if they saw the amount of taxes that we're paying right now. And so there's a few different segments in that. I'll speak to the state level and then we can talk federal. On the state level, I believe that property taxes are unconstitutional completely.
Amen.
I think we need to look at it and put us on a path to elimination. No more property tax relief packages without a path to elimination. And ironically, that's like a controversial thing to say in the Texas legislature. Everyone's like, hey, we've got the property taxes fund our police, they fund our fire. And I'm like, there's so many different avenues of funding police and fire. There's so many different avenues of funding public education. And so when we're looking at that, what we need to look at is our sales tax is much more constitutional than our property taxes are. And not only that, our sales tax revenue in Texas is insane. Now, I'm very proud we don't have a state income tax in Texas, and we in no way want to implement one. But when I look at what the federal government is spending our money on, that does cause me to lose respect and to lose my confidence in paying the taxes that we're paying right now. I mean, all the way down to what the Doge efforts did was beautiful, but it's a drop in the bucket for what we're spending on government. I know we've got some fiscal hawks in U.S. Congress right now that it seems like nothing will satisfy them, and people get really frustrated with them. And I'm kind of shouting from the back of like, they're the only person that's actually saying fix the problem, which is the budget. If Congress could do one thing that would change the future of America for my kids, for your kids, and for their kids, it would be getting spending under control. That's the biggest issue we have in the federal government today.
No doubt about that. What are your thoughts on this, Miranda, since you brought it up?
I love it. Like I said, he was one of the youngest people in the Texas House. But we need more like him. Like, I don't know. I'm not running, but people our age need to get in there.
Yeah.
You know.
Brendan, how would you feel if you dated someone who was running? Or married to? What am I talking about? Married to? Yeah.
Miranda for mayor.
Hey, I'd take you here in my county.
As long as I get a chauffeur, I don't give a shit. I'm making them.
But
yeah.
Aaron, did you see Greene County Sheriff's hiring $62,000 a year?
Ashley would not approve that.
I'm moving. I'm fucking moving. I'm
you say
not
for
be
sheriff?
damned if Aaron's gonna be sheriff in where I live. Fuck
That's
shit.
what, shoot.
Yeah, I'd arrest you just on principle.
Yeah, off the strip. I'm not dealing with that.
Wait. Did you say 62,000 a year?
Yeah, to start.
Yeah.
I make more than that, and I don't put myself half in as much danger.
True, but
I'm not doing that.
you get a car and a gun.
Sweet, but no. But yeah,
Hey,
no.
I got both of those,
No.
so I don't need.
Yeah, I mean, I've got those at home, but yeah, don't use them at my job. But yeah, so hey, you never know.
Also, I'm not very good at like resolving conflict when it's in.
Okay, Aaron, I'm sorry. I even brought it
I wanted
up.
to be a cop.
No, you're fine.
I was gonna send it to Seth, honestly.
It's
Oh,
easy. You
Lord
shoot him in the
Jesus.
leg. It's okay.
Yeah, send it to Seth.
I'm kidding.
Better at it.
No. I'm not dealing with Seth being a cop either. That's ridiculous.
He
Yeah, I
could
don't know.
arrest you too.
Yeah, fair enough.
Right.
Wait.
No, I
what's-
did.
what's
I wanted to be a
the
cop when I was young, like when I was a teenager or whatever. Like that's why I wanted to go to the military, because I wanted to be a military police officer. But I wanted to do K9 unit is what I wanted to do. I wanted to work
that's what I wanted.
with the police dogs. Like I wanted to be a K9 officer, and never went through with it though. But that's what I wanted to do.
Right on. But
Security
yeah,
was enough for me.
yeah, I don't blame you there. I can't do that. But last two topics of the night that we're done. MSNBC has officially rebranded to MS Now. Apparently, following scandals, financial strain, mass layoffs, and a credibility collapse and plummeting ratings, MSNBC is rebranding itself. President Trump completely destroyed them. They are never going to recover from this. Funny how they threw opinion in there, by the way, as my source, news, opinions, and world. That's all they've been for like years now. Propaganda is a much better word, if you ask me. This is what the rebranding should actually stand for. More shit, nothing of worth. That's what it should be.
Yeah.
But yeah, there's all sorts of different versions of this going out there. People.
I thought the S stood for satire.
Well, yeah, more satire. Yeah, that's a little cleaner version of it, no doubt about it. So yeah, but yeah, the CNN, MSNBC. If you're watching it, stop, because all you're believing is
Do
lies.
yourself a favor and stop.
Yeah, yeah, pull the plug. You know, literally.
I wasn't even watching it, but I'm definitely going to stop watching it.
Yeah. Unless you want to watch it for Scott Jennings and just laugh at all the idiocy. I get it for sure.
You guys turn it on, just turn it off.
Yeah, just to turn it off. Turn it on just like I go click real hard, and then just
Yeah,
Roman
just
Reigns.
Download it just
a
like
hate watch.
Yeah, no doubt about it. Be down for that. That's the only reason we talk about The View at all, just to hate watch it. But anyway,
Oh, Lord. I can't wait until they're done.
Another thing you should shut off if you're watching it, by the way. So
turn it on and shut it off.
Yeah.
I'm gonna start watching it just so I can rage stop watching it.
I'm still hoping they don't actually come back, but that's a pipe dream, I'm sure. But
like hate watch it.
Yeah, exactly. Darn you, Predator Whoopi Goldberg. Anyway, all right. Last story of the night, then we'll get out of here. Cracker Barrel. We've all probably seen this. Apparently, Cracker Barrel's new CEO, Julie Feist Massinos, I think that's how you say her name. She's moved to make the restaurant's $700 million rebranding appear less white, less hateful, and Southern, which included the removal of the nostalgic nice old guy from the logo, has led to a $500 million loss and a 34% drop in stock value since she took over the company. That's $1.2 billion in losses. Yeah, they're the new Bud Light. I would fire her so fast, I wouldn't even have the words out of my mouth before she had the pink slip on the table in front of her. I mean, seriously, oh my God.
Damn.
Like, for now, as I mentioned earlier in the show, very early on, it appears that the remodel is only going to affect around 30 of the 600 locations, but we all know how this woke stuff goes. It'll spread like wildfire. I mean, look at this. This is what it used to look like. This is the rebrand. If you've ever been in a Cracker Barrel, yes, the peg game's still there, and there's a few things on the walls, but it does not look or even feel close like the same place whatsoever. I've heard the gift shops are completely different too. They're saying that a lot of locations didn't used to sell beer and alcohol because of the family-friendly nature of the whole thing, and now they will be to attract some more customers, as well as they've completely stopped playing Christian music in there. So they've decided to stop doing that as well. So again,
They probably sell Bud Light.
Probably. Yeah, probably. I guarantee it. You've literally got, like I wrote on my Facebook page, you've literally got the worst demographic to try to appease to introduce this BS to. These type of people who go to Cracker Barrel do not want to. Right. They're not going to Cracker Barrel.
When we pulled in the parking lot, and that, bro, when I tell you this parking lot was packed, I ain't bullshitting you. It was packed. And I'm like, there's a lot of nice cars in this parking lot, right? A lot of trucks, but nice cars. And in my head, and then out loud, I said, ain't nobody in there but old people. Like, there is no one in there but old people and families. But those families are accompanied by old people. Like
Southern country, good old American people are the people who go to Cracker Barrel. Not DEI, liberal,
green hair. Like, that's not who's in Cracker Barrel.
No.
What are we doing?
Yeah. But if you listen to them, though, the DEI heads over there at Cracker Barrel swear up and down that it's only a, quote, vocal minority who are not on board with the changes. A few days ago, everybody loved their changes. Now it's a vocal minority that don't like them. Like everyone who tries this, they'll continue to double and triple down until their doors eventually close. And to be quite honest, I think it's intentional to destroy American culture and heritage. Why do I think that, you ask? Well, take a look at this. I don't know if you saw this, but this is some of their stock stuff. And look who is their primary, 2 out of the 3 largest primary stockholders is BlackRock and Vanguard. The unelected bureaucratic elites designed to subjugate us all that run the Democrat Party.
That's wild.
It's an all-out assault on our way of life. This is another example of this happening.
Why would they invest in something and then
to kill it?
Kill it. Yeah.
Yeah. Spend all this money. We're going to DEI the sucker. Nobody will go, and another, good wholesome American business is gone. It's about destroying this country. This is a war. We have been in this war for years. This is another example. Again, if you don't look into this stuff deeper, you wouldn't know this. You'd think, oh, well, I mean, their stocks were down, yes. And people were like, well, they're trying to change to, raise their stock prices up. Alienating your entire base is not the way to do it. Clearly.
It's just like this whole makeup lock it up thing is pissing me off. If I have to go and get somebody to get me an eyeliner, because you're basically catering to the thieves. Like, you can't control yourself in public. So now I have to deal with your consequences. Does that make sense? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So like these people, nobody asked for this.
No.
Nobody asked them to change. Nobody complained about it. They're just doing it to fucking.
I mean, their stocks were down a little bit, but they plummeted since this.
Yeah.
I mean, completely. I mean, this is why it feels intentional, because this is anybody with a brain knows. Okay, you're taking away the identity of the store that makes it what everybody loves. I mean, it's not rocket science, But in the name of progressive or progress or whatever you want to call it, yeah. But as Brandon pointed out much earlier on, this is the way things were. And look at the right. That's the way things are now. It's like you're taking away
new Pizza Hut because of like the roof. They had the roof back, like you know what I mean. It was iconic.
Set apart.
And the buffet.
Yeah. Yes.
The buffet.
The red
And
glasses,
the
chandeliers,
funky ass,
the arcade.
Going inside Taco Bell, the outside looked like that, but the inside was all these other weird ass colors. Like it was so mismatched, but it was what it was. You know what I'm saying?
McDonald's. You could actually take the kids and play and eat, and they'd have fun.
Watch them on the Jungle Gym for a while.
Yeah,
man.
Yeah,
and
a few McDonald's still have that, but
that's why we have a child obesity problem right now. Is because we no longer have play places at McDonald's.
Not all of them, for sure. There's a few that still have them. But,
kids can't pack down like 1,000 calories and go run it off in the play place.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
So those damn balls will kill you. Like,
and not only is it less aesthetically pleasing, but look at over the last year, the DEI track record. Bud Light marketing boss resigned after that whole debacle. Harvard president resigned. A UPenn president resigned. Secret Service director resigned after that whole debacle with the Trump shooting at Butler, Pennsylvania. Cracker Barrel stock is tanking. Disney and Marvel movies have bombed because of their DEI stuff. Star Wars in there. Let's throw them in there too. Stock market tanked, or Target stock market tanked after they tried to implement the whole tucking stuff in their like children's gear. Tractor Supply and John Deere reversed their policies. The woke backlash is here, and we're not letting it go. Go woke, go broke. That is literally it's a saying because it's true. I mean, and Cracker Barrel is going to be the next one if they don't stop. By the way, and finally, the Cracker Barrel person's on the bottom in the middle. Last thing to wrap it up, and we'll get out of here. Just a random observation. Why do all the crazy Trump deranged DEI leftists look exactly the freaking same?
Because they are.
Especially the hair with the crazy color usually and oversized glasses.
It's the look. It's the I don't fucking know, but like it's their uniform. It's their uniform, right? This is it. This is how you spot these. That's wild.
It's not hard to pick them out of a lineup. That's for damn sure. Or out of whatever. But I don't know what to do with this. But yeah, Cracker Barrel made a big mistake, and yeah, millions of dollars. Well, actually, billions right now. Over 1 billion since that lady took over. So yeah, and they've doubled down. They've already doubled down. So we'll see how that game ends up going for them. Bold strategy, Cotton. Let's see how it plays out for them. So yeah. So that's all I got tonight, guys. What do you think about all this crazy?
Cracker Barrel shit is stupid. Like I when we went in I didn't go inside, but when we pulled in, I'm telling you, bro. As we're pulling in, there is just white-haired, collared shirts, and old ladies just shuffling into this fucking place. And I'm like, this is their place. This is their go-to. You know what I mean?
Hey,
you know why? You ain't gotta worry about crying kids. You don't have to worry about babies. None of that. It's just
they get an early bird special.
Yeah, getting discounts and drinking coffee.
Yeah. Hey, don't get me wrong. I like a big plate or a bowl of dumplings and biscuits and gravy. I love that stuff. But I'll tell you right now, like I said it in one of my other posts, I said it in my other post, what's Cracker Barrel's loss is going to be American Eagle's gain. People who stop eating dumplings and biscuits are going to be able to fit in those great jeans. And we're going to have a lot more healthy people around here now because of this stuff. So there you go.
But man, Cracker Barrel was good country cooking though, man.
I know. I love it as much as the next guy. Clearly. I mean, but yeah, I mean, if they keep doing this, I won't go there.
Well, there was a lot of Christian type gifts in the gift shop. Are they going to get rid of all that stuff too?
Yeah,
I think that was. I know the gift shop was going over heavy overhauls, so yeah, I'm sure they were going over everything with a fine tooth comb. I guarantee it. Anything that's got God or anything, anything that's offensive, supposedly to those DEI, orange-haired women. I don't know, and I know it sounds terrible, but one of the most destructive forces in this nation right now are liberal white women.
Yeah,
for sure.
Hate me, call me bigot, all you want. That is for certain. Look at all the destructive stuff they've done when they get into positions of power like this. So yeah. All right, I think that'll do it for tonight, guys. Good show. All things here, a little long, had a lot to cover and stuff like that. But we appreciate you guys watching here as well. Yeah, go ahead.
I didn't lag.
Yeah, not at all. I mean, I think you had a moment there where maybe your internet, but that was your internet.
I seen Brandon get choppy a little bit too, but I'm sure Jackson and Jaden are both playing something. So
massive improvement. So yeah, well, I'll take it there for sure. And you're able to hear us all the way through, weren't you?
Yeah.
Awesome. So that's good to see. We're trying to improve here on the channel, no doubt about it. But hey, guys, if you're finding us for the first time, thank you so much for watching. If you're still here after this whole thing, I'll be putting out clips and stuff for this podcast because I know it's a long one. Try to break it up a little bit throughout the week. Give us some more content here on the channels and stuff. But if you're watching on YouTube, please hit the like, hit the subscribe. If you're on Rumble, follow us over there as well. And share this video, like this video, comment below. Let us know what you think on all the stuff we talked about here tonight. Don't forget to follow us on X as well. You can find all of our handles at the bottom of the screen or in the description box below. We'll have another podcast next week. I think before our fantasy draft the night before. We'll definitely not go along that night because we'll have to be up for the draft the next morning. But thank you guys for watching. And as always, take care. And I guess we'll see you next week. God bless.
Good night.
Later. Make sure I got that turned off before I hit that. And later.